Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Everybody's saying it. Beautiful to see you Space Fams here on this Wednesday evening. Yes, midweek report time. So much to talk about already this week. But first, some shoutouts. Sweet Chewy, Randy Terpstra, Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, a close fourth. Niaz Rocky, also here, Mr. Spock 2. Atticus Among Us, Miss Penny Wiser. Rogerb, Food for the Night. Twitch. And Moa Noah 2. Getting right in there at the end. Yes, good to see all of you beautiful people here tonight. A lot to talk about in tonight's show. Oh, so many things. Updates on the reflecting pool. ICE continuing to terrorize America. And the numbers. The numbers on the elections. The upcoming elections. The narrative around the elections. And the fight in the Democratic Party. Of course, we will be talking environmental news, climate change, and with it, fires in Washington and Oregon. Just burning everything. Not good. Threatening a whole bunch of stuff, which we'll get to. Count Binface, can he win in the Clacton by-election? America out of missiles, and much, much more. Yes, let's start in the United States. America! Fuck yeah! Oh yeah. And remember how I don't remember if I said this, but I remember thinking it. I don't remember if I said it, but I do remember thinking, boy, this thing's probably over, right? We probably won't hear a single thing about this reflecting pool at all, ever again. And then, this week happened. Monday. Trump, furious, blasting his attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro. Oh, Janine.
No, Janine Pirro made a mistake. There was vandalism. I just told you we did, I think, 78. One of the things was the reflecting pool. Hasn't worked since 1922 because it always leaked. It always leaked from 1922. You know, it's the largest, longest pool ever and all that. The concept is beautiful, but it always leaked because of the size, because of maintenance, whatever. But it was built in 1922, and from the day it was built, it leaked. Biden spent $58 million. Barack Hussein Obama spent much more than that. He said, I have an idea. Let's take the water from the Potomac. So they took the water from the Potomac, and it was putrid. It was putrid. It was a disaster. Biden was a disaster. I said, I'm going to get that.
Trump is unwilling. He's incapable of taking any blame ever. It's incredible. I mean, Janine Pirro, she dropped the ball. She dropped the ball. As we all know, it was a cabal of vandals that destroyed the pool that was filled with river water from the Potomac. I don't know who decided to put river water in there. Bad idea. I could have told you that. Anybody could have told you, you put Potomac river water in the pool, it's going to be gross. I said, guys, let's put in ice water. They said, no, too expensive. Then you see what happens. Guy is a lunatic. They did not put river water in that thing. I can guarantee you they did not put river water in the pool.
Fixed, along with Doug Burgum and Department of Interior. And we worked hard on that. Now, we worked hard on all 70. It's actually, I think, 81 now. You saw the new horses that just opened by the bridge with the gold. That was the way they were many years ago. Now they look better than they did many years ago.
It's beautiful.
But these monuments look better than they did when they were originally built. Not just a little fix-up. We made them the
gorgeous.
way they were, plus.
You have no idea.
And everyone's so proud.
So
the biggest,
beautiful.
one of the bigger jobs was not really the biggest.
Really the best.
But one of the biggest was the reflecting pool. And we did a great job.
We such a good job.
Sandblasted the stone outside as granite so it has a long life.
Yes, yesterday when we were doing the election stuff, I couldn't believe we could. I wanted to talk about this so bad. You have no idea. You have no idea how bad I wanted to talk about this. Oh my God. He refuses to accept that this thing went badly. We did a perfect job. Everybody's saying it. We got in there. We sandblasted it. We lined it, and it was gorgeous. It couldn't have been done better. All the experts are saying it. Like he refuses to accept that it was done badly, even though his own DOJ came out and said it was a bad job. It was a bad job. You know, like let's not pretend. Even the DOJ was like, you know, I know we're here to pretend for the president, but even this is too much. It's obvious. It was obviously a shitty job, and the president like, no, it was glorious. It was gorgeous and beautiful. Melania said so. She said it was best.
Be best.
Melania said it was best, so therefore best. Everybody's saying it.
We did a great job. We got very expensive material to put on top of the surface that always leaked because it was stone. It was a stone surface. Always leaked.
Always leaked.
And we put it on, and it was beautiful. Now, we have photographs or tapes, like moving cameras, right? We have them where people are on the side cutting it with a box knife. Was it? So, now I'm not saying I was...
Oh my! I could not believe that he's still making this claim. If they had any of this shit, they would have used it in court. If they had video of this guy with a knife, wielding a knife, cutting open the pool, as the president alleges, they would not have dropped the charges. We have video. We have video of people going in there, ninjas with knives, big huge knives, cutting up the pool like a cake.
Moving cameras, right? We have them where people are on the side cutting it with a...
Not just one. People. He's saying people. It's a cabal of pool vandalizing ninjas. It's a cabal of pool vandalizing ninjas. People. They went in there with knives, all cutting simultaneously. A coordinated effort to destroy the pool. They did it. They did it. Everybody's saying it. We have the evidence. For him to be sitting here claiming that they have video, and yet the DOJ is dropping charges left and right. The same DOJ that's been doing witch hunts into James Comey and whomever else bothers the president on a whim. For those guys to be dropping the charges and President Trump still to be going, we have the video, we have the evidence. I don't know why they're dropping the charges. It doesn't make sense. This is honestly This is almost Sunday Funday material, but I decided to leave it in.
The box knife was it? So now I'm not saying I was 100% thrilled with the contractor, but the contractor was rushing. We wanted to get it open for July 4th, and we got it done. But
So now he's throwing Greenwater guy under the bus, Mr. Now he's throwing Greenwater under the fucking bus over here. He started off going, it was perfect, it was glorious, it was beautiful. And then he's like, look, it wasn't perfect. All right, look, I'm willing to admit it wasn't great. This guy, Cafaro, that guy JJ Cafaro, you know the guy. You know who I'm talking about, JJ. Great guy. Didn't do a perfect job. I'm not going to say he was perfect. Great guy. Not a great pool guy, as it turns out. But it was a really good job. Like, he's in the same statement. He's going from saying it was the perfect job to going, I didn't love it. It wasn't great. Did I have criticisms? Yeah.
Wanted to get it open for July 4th, and we got it done. But in addition, there was vandalism. Number one, look at the grass, where the grass was all knocked out with a very, very powerful ingredient that we know very well what it is. I'm not going to say the name because people get
I'm not going to say it.
But
wait. What is he talking about? Does anybody know what the president is? Can somebody please explain to me what he's talking about? The ingredient that everybody knows? Can anybody in chat please can somebody please name the ingredient that we all know? Vinegar? Is it vinegar? Roundup? See? I thought we all knew Agent Orange. I have 3 different answers on the ingredient in the pool, and none of them line up. According to the president, we're all supposed to know. You're fucking up really bad. Okay, chat? You're all screwing up incredibly right now. The president just told us...
Do you know what we're here for?
We all know. We all know what ingredient... We can't talk about it. Okay? We can't talk about the ingredient.
In addition, there was vandalism. Number one, look at the grass, where the grass was all knocked out with a very, very powerful ingredient that we know very well what it is.
A very powerful ingredient that we all know very well what it is. Everybody knows. Everybody knows the ingredient. Everybody knows I don't think the president knows the ingredient. I'm fairly certain this is another senior moment. I think Trump does, in fact, mean Roundup or something like that, but he can't think of the word. Everybody knows I won't talk about it. It's a very hot topic. I'm not going to say it. Everybody knows, though, the ingredient used on the grass. Colloidal silver. Parkour's language. Thank you for the raid on Twitch.
I'm not going to say the name because people get ideas.
Ideas.
And they put a terrible phrase, I won't say that either, but a terrible phrase on a massive piece of grass that we had just replaced. Killed the grass. We had to replace the grass. A lot of grass. In addition, they took knives or cutters and they cut the material.
Cutters. What's a cutter?
They put their hands and they
What is
it. And there was all...
They took their hands and boom. They took knives or cutters, and then their hands, and boom. You got it.
In addition, they took knives or cutters, and they cut the material. And they put their hands, and they pulled it.
They took knives or cutters, and they got the material. Yes, Mr. President, we know it's a material. It's a material. And they cut it with knives or cutters and then their hands. And then their hands and pulled it. Pulled it with their hands, boom. Unbelievable.
Illegal.
And there was also some maintenance things that we would have routinely fixed. But we had that up and it was perfect. And then you had the bubblers, which get rid of the, what forms in the water. And that works great, but they turned it off because of the fight. Because it competed a little bit of noise during the fight. They turned it off. And it grows very rapidly in the water, but that actually works very well. And that's all. So now we're just about set to reopen it. And we had to replace cut areas where they cut it and ripped it. But there's a tape, and Jesse Waters, by the way, did a whole big thing on it.
Jesse did it.
There's a tape that's...
Jesse, he did it. Jesse did it. He did a whole investigation.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Oh, Jesse. Jesse did a very serious investigation.
There that I posted on Truth.
I did it.
Where you
I
have
posted
people
it on
leaning over the side. The weakest part, because of the flexibility, it moves. It's very complicated. It moves. And the softest part has to be flexible. And that's the stuff you can cut. And these guys knew what they were doing. And they cut all the way along the base. Cut, cut, cut. Now, when Janine looked at it, it was the day after the 4th of July with the largest fireworks display in the world. And the stuff was laying all over the pool, the fireworks, because they used the pool as one of the, and it was all over the pool. It was the day after, very shortly thereafter. But that was working beautifully. And it was vandalized.
It was vandalized.
If you look at the tape, now the tape isn't a great tape in the sense that it's a little hard to say who it exactly was. But it was people cutting this very expensive material, waterproofing material.
Oh, God.
Anyway, it looked beautiful.
It was beautiful.
And then they cut it, and they vandalized it.
It was beautiful before July 4th. So now, all right, the president has shifted multiple times the narrative during this tirade about the reflecting pool. But just to try and recap what we've heard up to this point. There was a cabal of ninja pool vandals who, in collaboration with knives and or cutters and their hands, removed material from the pool in some sort of coordinated effort to thwart the president's beautification of the memorial reflecting pool. What else was it? Oh, that's right. That it was done beautifully and perfectly, but the president had criticisms about the way it was done by the contractor. But just to reiterate, it is perfect and it was beautiful, and before July 4th, it was stunning. Have I missed any? I feel like I have missed things. Oh, right, and there was a very suspicious use of an unnamed material on the grass. That we cannot name. We cannot name the material nor the message in the grass. Both are off limits. We can't talk about it. We can neither name the material used or the nasty message in the grass. But suffice to say, there was a very nasty message made with a very mysterious substance that we can't talk about. All of this has happened. And yet Janine is not doing her job. Going after these nasty criminals.
We weren't necessarily thrilled with the contractor, but they did a job and they were fixing any problems. But then it got carried away because the judge was extremely unfriendly to Janine. And frankly, I think she choked because the judge was really vicious. Instead of going after the people that did it, the judge went after her and went after her department. And I guess she choked. I don't know what the hell happened.
Are you reconsidering her role?
I don't know what.
I don't know.
You're fake.
You're fake news. You're fake news. Are you reconsidering her roles? You're fake news. You're fake. You are fake news for asking that. How dare you even suggest it? She's doing a perfect job. I'm just saying she's really weird. It's just really weird that she's not doing her job well. Okay? And, this press conference was deranged. He contradicts himself multiple times during it, like goes after Janine Pirro and then yells at a reporter for going after Janine Pirro. Not even going after Janine Pirro, just asking the president if he plans to go after her more. It was honestly an innocent question, which I think deserved an answer. Are you going to fire Janine Pirro or not? I would like to point something out though, and I'm trying to find an image. I'm trying to find a story. Oh. Please hold. Can I pull this up on YouTube, not Facebook? Fuck Facebook. We're not using Facebook. I just want to go back to July 3rd because the president just got done telling us that the day he basically, oh, that's right, I forgot. So at the end there, he claims that after the July 4th celebrations, another team of ninjas went in and, or maybe the same team, it's not clear. He doesn't identify whether it's a new act of vandalism or the same act of vandalism he's been talking about, or whether it's a series of acts of it is not clear. But I'm gonna assume it's a second. He claims it's like a second act of vandalism. Although the way he says it makes it sound like it's the first. He's like, on July 4th. July 3rd, it was beautiful. On July 4th, it was terrible. They went in and they destroyed it. I'm trying to find video of the reflecting pool from a month ago, from July 3rd. It's taking me a second. Because everybody's talking about all the insanity that Trump is saying now. Okay, here we go. Right. That's right. I mean, this is how I almost forgot. I forgot that they literally put the fence. They put that fence up before July 4th.
There is a new plan in the works to keep the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool clean. This, of course, after the severe algae, the peeling problems, the allegations of vandalism. CNN.
This is from
the Interior is
this
now
is from July 3rd.
To provide long-term maintenance and an annual purge. CNN Selin Serfati has this story. I feel like you are officially our reflecting pool correspondent at this point, Sunlin. So they're also, as I understand it, this time around, taking bids?
That's right. This is a very extensive plan, Erica, that will happen after the next round of renovations happen after the July 4th holiday. And the Department of Interior is reaching out to contractors that want to take part in this work to potentially win this this bid. And essentially what it is for the daily maintenance of the pool.
Yes, a bidding process. This is July 3rd of 2026 to clean up the already disgusting the pool that was already disgusting. The pool that before July 4th, the Trump administration put a literal fence around. This fence. So it was already clearly fucked. Why did they put the fence up? Just as a preventative measure? Like a preemptive? Like, no. They put it up here because it was already clearly falling apart. Back then. The president has dementia. he's a liar with dementia. So his lies are just getting worse and worse. They just don't check out, like, just with basic reality, timelines and shit. Just don't. They're just completely out the window at this point. He's like, on July 3rd, the pool was beautiful, even though we had a fence. Even though we had put up a fence around it so that people could not pick up flakes of pool liner from the pool. Like, right? They literally put the fence up so that people would stop picking up the flakes of liner that were just sort of floating around the pool like uneaten fish food. It was gorgeous. It was on July 3rd. It was gorgeous. And then a ninjas came. Then the ninjas came on July 4th, and they ruined it on America's birthday. Fuck yeah! Goddamn ninjas.
Jeanine Pirro's future appears to be hanging in the balance over the D.C. U.S. Attorney's decision to drop charges against a former Olympian who was accused of vandalism, among other people, at the reflecting pool. Now, sources say it is highly likely that she'll be fired. Another administration official described the president as blindsided by Pirro's reversal, which instead blamed a botched renovation by
Blindsided. How could you do this, Jeanine? How could you do this? We have spent months on this narrative. And this cabal of leftist ninjas destroying the pool, and now you say it was failed renovation. Oh, God. Here's the thing. While some people are suggesting that Jeanine Pirro is going to be fired, I would suggest that she is not going to be fired. The more I think about it, the less that I think she's going to be fired. I genuinely don't think there is a better loyalist replacement for the president. There is no one as deranged and willing to do anything that comes to his mind, legally speaking, than Jeanine frickin' Pirro. Okay? Half the time she's probably drinking straight out of a box of Franzia, and she doesn't even know what she's doing. Right? Like, which is probably why she was willing to take on this goddamn, like, this quagmire of an investigation in the first place. Have we considered crocodiles? I haven't. I have not personally. Ducks. Yes, we've talked about leftist ducks, leftist ninjas. But leftist crocodiles? Or are you saying nonpartisan crocodiles? That might be even scarier. Oh, God. To stop. To stop the ninjas. Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to blame the damage on crocodiles. You're saying crocodiles as a security measure to prevent. Interesting. You should tweet. You should tweet it. Actually, don't do that. Actually, don't do that. They don't need any ideas. They don't need any ideas over there. But I'm sure one of those idiots has thought of it already. I'm sure the logistics are a nightmare. Just have, loose crocodiles running around the National Mall. Probably bad. Probably bad tourism-wise. Let's see what the president had to say.
So we had a very successful event, as you probably know. A lot of good things happened. I have not found out who won the election tonight with Abdul. Who won?
It looks like it'll be a long night.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. That's what I heard. That's surprising.
The PSA co-chair says that socialists are the new face of the party. Is that true for Democrats?
It could be. I would say so. The communists are the new base.
The communists.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Where are we going to run? Where are we with
I mean, don't forget, Abdul was way down a few weeks ago. Now I guess it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a horse race. Well, I just think she was totally wrong. They did a beautiful job. There were a couple of little things, but that was not a big deal. And everybody saw the vandalism. All you have to do is look at the tape. If you look at the tape, plus we have a witness or two witnesses that saw the vandalism. So certainly when there was vandalism, it was actually, in my opinion, it was major vandalism.
Major.
And I told her I was not happy.
Is she safe? Are you going to keep her in the position?
I haven't made a determination.
Will socialists, more socialists
I haven't made a determination yet. Oh, there you go. There's the president. The latest from the president on Jeanine Pirro's tenuous position as attorney of the District of Columbia. Basically the head prosecutor. Not basically, literally the head prosecutor of D.C. Trump's... What do you want to call her? Crime ombudsman, crime czar. I still argue that he's got no one better. He's got no one better on the bench. I promise you. He'll have to go back like Pam Bondi. It'll have to be like Pam Bondi, right? He'll have to bring Pam back. Like, there's no one better. And by better, I mean there's no one more deranged and more loyal to the president than old Jeanine Fox News Pirro. Okay? Old Judge Jeanine? Are you kidding me? There is nobody with a law degree that is as much of a lunatic as that woman. Okay? You can, aside from like going back to someone like a Pam.
The Dow right now.
But she's already out. You can't bring her back. That would be weird and awkward. Why would you be bringing Pam back? Would you, when she's, I mean, and would she even be on board for such a thing? But, like, there's nobody else. There's no other person who went through the time, passed all of their, you know, logic and philosophy and law courses and the bar, became lawyers, and are also as fucking just psychotic and loyal to the president, or more so than Jeanine Pirro. Just, I can't think of a person that doesn't already have a bunch of issues they're dealing with or aren't from the previous Trump administrations. Yeah, sure, you could get like a Rudy Giuliani, but he's got some stuff going on right now. I can hear him sweating oily black liquid from here just thinking about being the attorney for DC right now. He's got enough legal issues going on. He can't be handling all that. He's got nobody in the bench. The next up is just non-lawyers. They just Jan Sixers. The ghost of Ashley Babbitt. You know, like the next, it's like the MAGA shaman. Although I hear he went woke. And by woke, I mean I believe he is less of a supporter of the president or something like that. It's not clear actually where he's at on that. But yeah, I mean, the next up are just literal psychos. Ricky Torres or something. Who else that doesn't have a law degree that's more loyal to the president? Not Nick Fuentes. He's telling people to vote for Democrats. Can't be Alex Jones. I heard him say that he thinks the president should be impeached recently. So I don't think there's anyone left. Gary Busey. Yeah. Yep. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Gary Busey. Speaking of crimes, a man was arrested on the West Coast for an alleged attempt on the president's life outside of one of President Trump's golf courses in Rancho Palos Verdes. Apparently, Trump was planning to and did make a rare West Coast visit. One man was apparently taking the opportunity for some kind of nefariousness.
4 o'clock with new details in the arrest of an armed man at the Trump National Golf Club in Rancho Palos Verdes. Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Annabelle Sedano. Michael and Colleen are off. The man was taken into custody on Saturday after being spotted on the grounds of the golf course by federal officers. Here's a live look at LAX, where President Donald Trump is expected to arrive within the next 30 minutes. He will then head to Rancho Palos Verdes for a fundraiser.
NBC4's Alita Lopez is there live with more on the president's arrival expected within the hour. Plus, we're learning more about the man at the center of this security threat. Lolita.
Hey, Bunker Cat. Almost missed the raid on YouTube. Thank you very much. Good to see you and you Bunker Cat viewers. It was like a sneaky raid. I didn't see it. I only saw it on one device. It's very strange. It's very strange. I don't know what to think. Twilight Zone.
Yeah, Jonathan and Annabelle, in fact, within the last few minutes, we have learned that that man has been arraigned here at a courthouse in Torrance. His bail set at $250,000. We'll get you some video of that golf club where that arrest happened this weekend. The LA County Sheriff's Department says 38-year-old man from Downey was arrested at the golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes on Saturday, 2 days before today's scheduled event where he is set to host the president, Republican National Committee fundraiser. Now, according to investigators, the man was seen walking the golf course grounds, taking photos and videos, and arrested him in the parking lot. The Sheriff's Department says he was also wanted for a robbery in El Segundo.
Well, there you have it. Now, federal authorities are claiming this man had some sort of disturbing writings, although I have not yet seen them myself. I don't know what they contain or threaten, but suffice to say, if the authorities grabbed this guy while he was taking photos near or on the Trump golf course in California there, Trump did, in fact, make an appearance after the fact, undeterred by this incident. Oh yeah, did he write trans on his teeth? Yeah, did he write trans on his teeth and ice on his shoelaces? And ice out now on his shoelaces. And FDT on the insides of his eyelids. Yes, that all sounds very plausible.
In November.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how when he's interacting in person with someone, even an adversary, as we see President Trump arriving now, he acts very differently than when he's on Twitter or on his Truth Social account or at the White House.
Oh, so different, so presidential. Look at him barely get down the stairs. I don't know why I'm doing the president. I don't know why I'm doing the fucking Donald Trump fucking impression right now. But anyway. President Donald Trump there, making a rare appearance on the West Coast, almost never leaves Florida, D.C., or Jersey. That's a little fact that I learned.
All right, y'all.
Anyway, that was yesterday, Tuesday. Crazy things already happening this week. In other crazy news, let's see, right-wing podcasters and talkers have realizations I would expect children to have had already, years ago. Grown men just now coming to conclusions every normal human being has managed to.
Of the bros, right? Like the hardcore Rogan Sphere type characters here. So we have Sean Strickland, the UFC fighter, and then we also have Sean Ryan, who hosts a podcast. Now, to be fair to Sean Ryan, he's been very aggressively against Trump for quite a while now. He may have even beaten Schultz and Tim Dillon to the punch. But listen to what... Now, again, if somebody said this shit in 2018... these people would have been mocking them, laughing at them, acting like they're the problem with the country. But now listen to the shit that they're saying that in the past they would have mocked. Here we go.
And like when have you been to a Trump rally?
No.
Oh, dude, it's fucking nuts.
No.
So like when you're at a Trump rally, you're like, oh, I could definitely see how Hitler happened. Like I'm not fucking joking to you, dude. When you go to a Trump rally, it makes you question the sanity of everybody. Like Trump's up there talking about like, we're going to throw people in jail for burning the flag. And I'm like, dude, I don't like, I mean, again, you shouldn't do it, but it's like, you know, there is.
You know, kids, brain damage is a real thing. You get hit enough times and there's some symptoms, right? First off, cauliflower ear. Exhibit A, Sean Strickland. Other potential symptoms: brain damage, inability to use your brain to form coherent thoughts, sentences, ideas. You know, you might be like a dude in his mid-40s who's just now realizing shit you could have clearly realized 10 years ago.
I mean, again, you shouldn't do it, but it's like, you know, there is a fucking constitution. I'm looking at Vivek, and Vivek is just like fucking like rubbing his head, and he gets out and leaves the Trump rally, and I'm like, fuck, and everybody else is just fucking full send. Yeah, fuck him, throw him in jail. Like if Trump said go grab a gun and go do anything, they would fucking do it. They would fucking do it.
I know it's a cult. It's and that's another good. That's one of the things about Christianity. You're not supposed to put. You know, you don't put your faith in man. They will.
That's also what
that's also fucking time.
It's a cult. He's like Hitler. It's like a hate rally. When liberals and leftists.
Oh, it's just fascinating. Thank you, Kyle. I wouldn't have found that. I don't got time to listen to those guys like on my own, but holy shit. Wow. Sean Ryan and Sean Strickland both somehow coming to the realization that the dude they've been supporting might be a cult leader. Now, it's fascinating that they don't seem to be able to realize that they have been a part of that ecosystem of that cult as willing participants. You know, to some degree, one way or another, in holding up that guy. Although I know Sean Reese has had very recent tiffs with the president. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, 2024, 2020, like, he was all in for President Trump, if I recall correctly. Of course, Sean Ryan, same fucking thing, but even more so, I think. It's just fascinating to watch these guys while the president's popularity implodes, try and pretend like they're having like new revelations. Like these are new ideas. Like, did you notice that the president, like the MAGA might be a cult? It's like, huh? I'm sorry. What year is it? Did you notice that it might be a cult? No kidding. No kidding, shitbag. It's genius. Did you hear he wants to put people in jail for burning the flag, bro? Yeah, he's been saying that kind of shit for a decade. There is like literally like 1,000 examples that are the same. I don't know if it's because Sean has some weird love of flag burning or what, like some deep respect for that over other things, but all sorts of other rights have been completely ignored. I mean, where do we start? How about due process? You know, people just getting picked up without any reason whatsoever. Maybe just looking too brown, having an accent or something. Maybe ICE just needs to hit a quota. And so they just sort of ignore the Constitution that day, that moment. Tackle you, throw you in a detention center. Just one of many examples of Trump's deeply unconstitutional behavior. I don't know why flag burning is the main focus for Sean when you got stuff like this going on. In Raleigh,
we're asking Immigration and Customs Enforcement about the detention of a Kerry man. Gabriel Johnson's story made national headlines after his daughter shared a video on Instagram saying her father was unjustly taken into custody. And she says while in custody, he has been denied proper care.
My name is Gabrielle Johnson, and 16 days ago, ICE came to my childhood home in Cary, North Carolina, and took my 55-year-old father, who has legally had status in this country since he was 15 years old.
Gabrielle Johnson says their family was able to see her father yesterday during a 1-hour visit at the facility that he's being held at. That's in Texas. She says he was not given his medication, causing a stroke. And in a post on Instagram, she said her father had clear paralysis on his left side. Johnson says her father was born in Liberia but has been in the U.S. with legal status for 40 years. We reached out to ICE with several questions, including why was Gabriel taken into custody? Why wasn't he given his medication? And what are the protocols for medical care for someone in ICE custody? We have not heard back from ICE yet. We've also reached out to members of North Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly fucking disturbing situation. You have a man wrongfully in ICE custody who has suffered a stroke because he wasn't given his medication. A man who's been in the United States for 40 years with a family who did nothing wrong, who ICE can't even furnish answers to why he was taken into custody in the first place, is still sitting in custody as we speak. To my understanding, this story was from 2 days ago. I haven't seen an update on it since then. It's disturbing to me. This is utterly disturbing to me. And I hope this family sues the federal government for this, but it doesn't undo the damage. That's the thing about lawsuits. They don't undo the damage. They just make, make living with the damage easier. They don't take away the trauma, whatever else that is caused by these actions being taken by the federal government lawlessly. This man has not been given due process. They can't even explain why he's in custody. He hasn't been given a hearing. He is just sitting in detention. He's had a stroke. And his family is rightfully worried sick about him. It is disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Omega, thank you for feeding the puppy. Look at her. She's already eating treats. I don't know where she got those treats, but she's already eating treats. All right, now let's go to Philadelphia to another story of another person arrested by ICE, torn away from their family. Under the latest airport crackdown surge ICE has been waging in conjunction with the TSA. That's right, America. We funded the TSA, and now they're using those funds to work with ICE on its regime of terror. Here's CBS Philadelphia from 2 days ago.
A woman from Argentina who had been living in Philadelphia for the past 2 years is now facing deportation after she was arrested by ICE at Philly International.
Well, our Ray Strickland spoke with her boyfriend and shares his fight now for her release.
While 30-year-old Ileana Lick remains in ICE custody, her boyfriend, Steve Melchiori, shared these photos of her at the World Cup. He says she was headed to another match on July 11th when she was detained by ICE at Philadelphia International Airport. A devastated Melchiori shared what she told him during a phone call moments after her arrest.
Ileana crying on the phone, saying, like, ICE arrested me, and I'm at the detention center in Philadelphia. So it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was so devastated.
Ileana, who is from Argentina, had been living in the United States for 3 years on a travel visa and currently had a pending application to stay in the country.
Never having missed a hearing date, never had committed a crime, never missed any fees. It was surprising when she was arrested.
Ileana had been building a life with her boyfriend in South Philadelphia for the past 2 years. She also has been working as a nanny, helping look after Mike Brom and Carolyn Bavington's young son. Bavington says her arrest is still hard to process.
A lot of emotions. We've been sad, we've been angry, been scared.
CBS News Philadelphia has learned Ileana's arrest is a part of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, with ICE increasing enforcement across the country, including at 15 U.S. airports in recent weeks. According to Department of Homeland Security data, ICE took more than 46,000 people into custody last month for alleged immigration violations like entering the U.S. illegally. Over
46,000 people taken into ICE custody last month. This shit is out of control. It needs to be brought to a fucking stop. This shit cannot stand. $33,000 in 1 month. I guess as we get for voting people into office who decided to give these people billions more dollars. All right, now down to Miami. To another person wrongfully detained.
Well, tonight we're hearing from a woman who was detained by ICE at a South Florida airport. Now, she has since been released. CBS News Miami's Ted Scott is your reporter live tonight in Pompano Beach, and he tells us what she had to say about this. Ted.
Yeah, Jim, Claudia Rodriguez was released from this detention facility here in Pompano Beach. That was yesterday. This morning, she spoke about what her detention was like both here and in Miramar.
I feel like I was an animal in a zoo, on the floor, dirty.
Claudia Rodriguez explaining her week-long stay at the Miramar Immigration Facility after being detained by ICE at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport last month. She tells us she's here under TPS and has a pending political asylum case. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz said she's one of 300,000 Florida families that had TPS ripped away.
Exactly. She was here on temporary protected status with a pending claim of asylum. The government is just trying to rip her away out of the U.S. before she can get approved, essentially, but they can't. That's what they tried just now, but they couldn't do it, which is why she was released. This is what I'm talking about. They do not care whether or not you have legal status in this country. All these claims, oh, we're just going after criminals. No, they're going after anybody. Literally anybody. It's mostly young women in these stories that we've talked about so far. Mostly just young women with jobs and families or boyfriends. At least 2 out of 3 of those. who seemingly committed no crimes. Same thing for that first guy. No crimes from him either. No crimes from everybody. Everybody with legal status, it sounded like. And yet still everybody getting picked up. Not everybody getting released, I would point out. At least 2 of 3 people still in custody. Meanwhile, some people are... and you will be shocked to hear this one, considering what's happened in the country. Have you heard of a country called Venezuela before? Oh, that's right. We were literally just talking about it. Have you heard about anything that's been happening there recently? Oh, I don't know. A humanitarian crisis? A fucking humanitarian crisis? The earthquake? Anybody hear about the earthquake? There's still tens of thousands of people still missing in Venezuela right now. Buildings laying on their sides all across the country from this devastating national disaster, like natural national emergency that happened. Like, people are sending aid to the country, not refugees to... Like, it's the reverse of what should be happening. But the United States is sending people back to Venezuela. Deportation flights. First ones since the deadly earthquakes seen here yesterday.
This is ridiculous!
All new at 6, despite outcries from the Venezuelan community, the Trump administration has sent a deportation flight from right here in Miami to Venezuela. It's the first since back-to-back earthquakes devastated parts of the country nearly 6 weeks ago. Good evening, I'm Lauren Pastrana. Thank you for joining us. CBS News Miami's Manuel Bojorquez is your reporter live in Doral with that story.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting to me. Honestly, this should be illegal.
Just disgusting and probably illegal.
We should be taking in refugees from Venezuela right now. Internally, there are internally displaced thousands and thousands of people because of the destroyed infrastructure and buildings in the country. And instead we're sending people there. It is despicable, inhumane act of cruelty.
Manny?
Well, Lauren, it was 2 days after the earthquake struck. The community leaders gathered here at El Arepaso restaurant in Doral to ask the Trump administration to stop deporting Venezuelans in light of the natural disaster. Well, yesterday, a deportation flight landed there. Video.
Fuck these people. Fuck these guys. It's disgusting. This is disgusting to me.
Run repatriation agency shows people arriving not at the country's main airport, which is still damaged, but an airport in the city of Barcelona.
They had to switch airports because the other one's destroyed. And they had to switch it up because one of them's completely decimated. But keep sending people there. It's just despicable. But you know what's almost more despicable? It's not clear to me. I actually, which... Well, no, actually, I think this one's still more despicable. I still think this one's more despicable somehow. It is difficult. It's my job to talk about these things and sometimes quantify which things are the worst. I do think this last video, with regards the behavior of ICE, the treatment of people under its custody, detention, or otherwise interacting with it in any way, shape, or form. This has got to be some of the most disgusting... This is borderline... This is torture. This next video is disturbing. This is basically torture. I don't know what else to say to you. Like, the detention facilities in Adelanto, California, which is, I believe, South Cali like outside of LA, at the Adelanto Immigration Detention Center, videos are coming out of water conditions that I would not give a dog, let alone a human being.
There is disturbing video that shows what appears to be worm-like creatures in the drinking water taken from the Adelanto Detention Center. There is disturbing video that shows what appears to be worm.
I just want everybody to watch this for a second and look at that water and tell me that should be given to humans, anything, any living organism for consumption.
Like creatures in the drinking water taken from the Adelanto Detention Center. This is just one of the many complaints.
This is happening on U.S. soil. That's a crime against humanity.
About the conditions at that immigration detention center, according to immigration rights attorneys who represent people held inside.
Carlos Saucedo live in Hollywood with reaction from the detainee's lawyer and the Department of Homeland Security. Carlos.
Yeah, well, at this point, we don't know exactly what was found in that water. It looks to be disgusting, but it is raising valid concerns. Denied immigration attorneys tell me that it's all part of an ongoing pattern of unsanitary conditions that are found at Adelanto.
The video is a bit grainy, but you can see there's something in that bottled water that's not supposed to be swimming in the bottom. The video was taken last Thursday as Carlitos Ricardo Parias was speaking with his family from the Adelanto Immigration Detention Center, where he's been housed since late last year.
That's when we saw worms inside the water. And
Ulises Parias recorded part of the conversation with his dad as he showed them a sample of what the federal government is allegedly providing detainees to drink. Parias claims the water was taken from jugs that are brought into the facility for drinking purposes.
From what he has told me, the water smells weird. It almost smells like a metallic smell.
Bye. You may remember Carlitos Parias, a popular TikTok live streamer. The 44-year-old was arrested last October.
We talked about this guy. We talked about this guy before he got arrested. We watched his videos before he got arrested. Then he got arrested. Now he has been sitting in detention for nearly a year, being forced to drink that infested water. It's disgusting. Like, this needs to be stopped and investigated and held. People need to be held accountable for this shit. This cannot be happening on American soil. Okay, it just cannot continue. It cannot continue. These psychopaths in charge of the country cannot be allowed to continue to do what they're doing to America and to the rest of the world. Well, while we're speaking about parasites in water, I suppose we should talk about the parasites in the food that are certainly a result of the failures of this government. Cyclosporiasis causing 2 deaths in Michigan this week, as this diarrhea-causing illness continues to rapidly spread across the country. Supposedly linked to our food supply, lettuce. Jalapenos, I heard recently, being recalled by Chipotle. Here's global news from yesterday. More on this situation.
Michigan is the epicenter of the outbreak and now the site of the first known fatalities.
Unfortunately, when you have that many people with infectious diarrhea, there's going to be a cohort of those people who have underlying medical conditions who are going to succumb to the dehydration.
Michigan is reporting 2 deaths, with officials saying both individuals had significant underlying health conditions.
This year, it's by far the largest cyclosporiasis outbreak on record.
Yeah, but that was the same thing with COVID, wasn't it? The people who were dying were mostly, but not entirely, the people who had underlying health conditions, right? It's the people with the compromised immune systems who are getting the worst effects, in some cases deadly effects, of this disease. Of course, it's being transmitted differently, from what I understand. We don't seem to have a full grasp on where this is coming from yet, which I think is the most disturbing. Like I said, like earlier today, like Chipotle recalled all of its jalapenos or something because they believe it's been linked to one of the latest cyclosporiasis outbreaks, right? So that's not lettuce. I wasn't thinking jalapenos were on the list. I was eating peppers. I was shoving peppers in my mouth left and right. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. That's a lie. I don't have peppers. But if I had peppers lying around, I would have been eating them with reckless abandon, no concern for the cyclosporiasis thing, because all I'd been hearing was lettuce. I'd been hearing lettuce and Taco Bell. Now it's jalapenos and Chipotle?
11,000 cyclosporiasis infections have been confirmed in Michigan, making up about half of the 22,000 cases reported across 9 states. The FDA investigation pointed to now recalled iceberg lettuce grown in Mexico by Taylor Farms, which was supplied to Taco Bell restaurants. Bloomberg is reporting Michigan health authorities were in touch with Taco Bell's parent company.
Anyway, as you can see, the latest episode in the cyclosporiasis story just continues to get worse. 2 now dead. I think we're at now 2,000 cases or something like that across the country. What's the latest numbers? I should double check this. Oh my God, it's way... Whoa! 10,000? Now we're at 10,000. Oh, it's blown up. Jesus Christ. The last I saw was 2,000. Now it's 10,000? Oh, it's bad. It's not good. Meanwhile, we got this guy in charge of our health apparatus. RFK Jr. A guy whose misinformation led to the deaths of at least dozens of people on the island of Guam
cases in the U.S.
years
just
ago.
reached a 35-year high. The second record-breaking year in a row, 93% of these cases are among the unvaccinated. The outbreak is happening on your watch. And even before becoming HHS secretary, for years, you have been one of the leading voices questioning the efficacy of vaccines. Do you accept some responsibility for this measles outbreak?
Absolutely not. First of all, this is an international outbreak.
It's international. It's international. Everybody. He is sounding worse and worse every fucking day, I swear to God. It becomes more and more difficult to some degree, just physically to do it, but also easier to do his like, the impression of RFK, because he just becomes more and more indiscernible and gravelly to the point where it's just all gravel. It just there's no words being said. You just got the guy is collapsing in front, but his esophagus is going to fall out of his throat any day. I am just waiting for it. We're gonna watch. It's gonna happen. It's gonna jump out of his neck on one of these interviews and go, careening down the table, do a front flip into the trash. let's go on strike. That's the guy who's in charge of our health apparatus. I'm not going to listen to him. He lies for like 3 full minutes, I would say. This also happens to be like 2 of my least favorite people in the same room. I'm just going to skip way ahead on this clip.
I'm asking you because you have a very powerful voice on these issues for people who
Wait.
are skeptical.
They just don't vaccinate. The Mennonites have not vaccinated since 1796, since Edward Jenner invented the smallpox vaccine. It's hard to blame that on me as much as you want to blame
No,
it
I don't
on
want to
me.
blame you. I'm asking you because you have a very powerful voice on these issues for people who are skeptical. Let me finish. Let me finish.
And I've never questioned the efficacy of the MMR vaccine.
Let me finish.
I've
What I want you to do is please use your bully pulpit to right now, as we're getting close to back to school, are you willing to say to parents who have not vaccinated their kids that they should vaccinate their kids for measles because it is safe and it will help them save their children's lives?
We tell people on my websites, my public
Right now,
pronouncement, I'll
look
say
into the
it right
camera.
now that parents should get their children vaccinated for measles.
Oh my God. Now, I know it's difficult for him to talk, but the fact it was that difficult to get him to say the sentence, parents should get their fucking kids vaccinated, is insane. This man is in charge of the entire health apparatus, the government health apparatus in this country, and he is an arsonist. You know, he's not a builder, he's an arsonist. He's not a medical expert, he's a conspiracy theorist. It is disturbing. It is disturbing to think that we have this massive outbreak that is getting faster, worse and worse, faster than I was even realizing until this point. I thought the cyclosporiasis thing was bad enough when I thought it was 2,000 cases. Now we're at like 11,000? Oh, here I am working on like days old information on those numbers. I'm already disturbed. And then I hear that. This guy's still in charge? That can't be good. Nothing about that can be good. All right. Now, of course, RFK Jr. would not be there if it were not for one Donald frickin' Trump, whose approval rating is continuing to plummet, reach new lows.
So the new CNN polling out this week shows that President Trump has hit some historic lows, underwater on just about everything. His overall approval rating has slipped to 34%, matching his career low, which came just after January 6th, which has led to a question now being asked, which is, where exactly is the floor for the president's polling? CNN's Harry Enton running the numbers for you on this one. What do these polls say about the president?
Yeah, is there a bottom? And to me, it does not appear that there is a bottom. Trump is heading towards an electoral black hole. I feel like this is like one of those magician's tricks, right? Where the floor just falls out beneath you. And that is exactly what is happening with President Trump. Kate off on the side, laughing. Trump's approval hits term 2 lows all out this week. You know, you mentioned the CNN poll.
Hold my beer, Richard Nixon.
Hold my beer, Richard. Yes, indeed. Old Dick Nixon, not a crook. Donald Trump, the new crook, with the lowest approval rating. Modern history. At this point in term 2. It's bad. Very bad.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo. Thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Speaking of bits, I gotta start a galactic content goal right now, people. We are over an hour into the stream. Gonna give us 3 hours to finish. As usual, although we always just have the initial hour to get going. I don't like to sully these discussions with money until we're at least an hour into the stream. Oh, right, it should be 3,900 bits instead of 4,000 because Omega. Of course, your money goes much further if you donate on Cash App or PayPal, or become a Galactic Patreon member, of which we have multiple tiers. In fact, I've added a new tier, but don't subscribe to it. I'm working on it. It's gonna be a joke tier. Basically, it's a joke tier. It's called the GSL. It's gonna be $555.55 a month. It's a joke tier, but I'm adding that too just for fun. Whenever I get finished with that, it's in progress. I'm trying to think of what sort of beautiful benefits people should receive for that level of patronage. It goes way beyond any of the other tiers, so I figure I gotta think of something. I have a lot of work to do on the Patreon, honestly, so I feel like I'm just adding more to my plate with that. I gotta stop doing stupid things that just amuse me that are never gonna do anything. Look, I like stupid things that are amusing that are never gonna do anything. Okay, sometimes it's fun. Think about that for a second. Can I put up a link? What, to the Patreon? The Patreon links are on the Twitch and YouTube bios. Where all the other links are. Cash App and PayPal and Throne. Help! I'm being repressed! You just click the channel. If you just go to the channel page, click info. All the links, they'll pop up. Or you could do command Patreon. I think you do command anything that you want in the chat. But seriously, nobody do the GSL, because I don't have any benefits for you. It's nonsense. It is nonsense, I assure you. All right. Let's get talking elections. Let's get to talking about elections here. That's one of the big topics this week. Not just a reminder, we have an election tomorrow in Tennessee, another election Saturday in Hawaii. Right? Yes, Hawaii on Saturday. Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, and Wisconsin on Tuesday of next week. So we have a lot to focus on this week, elections-wise. Can't take our eyes off the ball. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This I found to be a really interesting poll. We're getting close to 8 points. And from what I read, a 7-point spread, if we see it in the balloting, means that the Democrats have a good shot of taking the Senate. This is, we're extrapolating here and whatnot. So,
And the races that would have to go our way, as a reminder for people, it would have to be Maine as a flip. It would have to be Texas as a flip, Alaska as well.
Well, I mean,
Ohio.
We could see Ohio go. We could see there's some talk of like Iowa and Nebraska. I mean,
Obama
independents.
just endorsed in Iowa as well.
Independents. You have a couple of independent candidates. There's a lot more pickup opportunities than anticipated, and certainly the ones that they thought that there was a chance of a flip to the Republicans, not happening at the moment. Georgia in particular, North Carolina's looking good too. Yep. So we'll see. But this poll was specific about the way that people perceive the parties. And I found this interesting. Democratic Party, Party of Change by 10 points right now. Now, the biggest cohort for most of these questions was neither party. So you have a very disillusioned American public.
Exactly. I think this is an important graph. It shows just how much America is together on one thing and one thing alone. Both parties, the establishment of both parties, they think have failed them. And Republicans are the party of extremism. That's just this graph. That's what this graph says. Everyone thinks that neither party is about change. Neither party cares about them. Neither party fights corruption. Neither party gets anything done. And that Republicans are fucking psychos. Those are the numbers. Those are the numbers. Those be ye numbers. For more numbers, we better go back to the very best numbers guy. Harry Emden. Sometimes, you know what's funny? I was doing a thumbnail recently. Perfect place to pause. I was doing a thumbnail recently. I was looking for a Harry Emden pic, right? And I go into Google, I start typing, and I search Harry Emden instead of Harry Enton. Like, in my mind, his name is Harry Emden at this point. It's not Harry Enton. E-M-D-E-N, Harry Emden. Harry Emden, the very best numbers guy. Have you heard of him? CNN. Very best numbers.
Trump is heading towards an electoral black hole. I feel like this is like one of those magician's tricks, right? Where the floor just falls out beneath you. And that is exactly what is happening with President Trump. Kate off on the side laughing there. Trump's approval hits term 2 lows all out this week. You know, you mentioned the CNN poll, 34%. You think that's all? How about AP North, 30%?
Sorry, I forgot they peppered this one at the beginning of this one, too. God damn it. Where's the one that I want? Where's the one? Yes, I think we start back here. Yeah.
A little vague, which is something I never am. And these numbers certainly are not. Minus 50 points. Historically bad, laughably bad.
Truest thing said today that Harry Enton is never vague.
Ever vague. We've seen those Democratic socialists really thrive in big urban areas, right? New York, Pennsylvania, you go out to Colorado. Well, it's no longer just in the urban areas anymore, at least according to the casualty prediction markets. We got a Wisconsin Democratic primary going on. We got Hong, who is running, who is now, in my opinion, the clear favorite to win that Democratic nomination. She's a Democratic socialist. Her chances up like a rocket. On June 30th, it was just 41%. Now a 96% chance to be the Democratic nominee in Wisconsin, a Democratic socialist, according to the casualty prediction markets. So this is not just happening now in New York, Philadelphia, Denver. It looks to me like it's going to be happening in a place like Wisconsin, which of course is a very purple state.
Which it all works with each other, right? You've got the wins in various places. You've got this chance of winning here in Wisconsin. You have the poll.
This is one of these elections that we're talking about that's coming up in the next week. Francesca Hong running for governor in Wisconsin. Next Tuesday is election day for Wisconsin. Now, there's been a lot of claims running around about who it is that's voting for these Democratic socialists. Who are they? Are they infiltrators? Republicans in disguise? Nay.
From inside the House, it's your own voters. I mean, just take a look here. Voters identifying as Democratic socialists. When you look at self-identified Democrats, and we're talking about voters, we're talking about 41%. 41% of self-identified Democratic voters. It's not coming from outside the tent because just 20% of Dem-leaning independents actually identify as Democratic socialists. These are Democratic voters. These are people who voted for Kamala Harris. These are people now where we're talking about.
I would actually go further than this. These are people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris. These are people who were so pissed off at the Democratic Party, they were registered Democrats, and they just couldn't get themselves off the couch to go and vote, to cast their ballot. Right? These are all Democrats. And not speaking to those people has been failing this party over and over and over again. And also, as it turns out, at least 1 in 5 independents identify as Democratic Socialists. So you got a bunch of those independents you could technically win over. You don't have to win over right-leaning independents. You could win over Democratic-leaning, Democratic Socialist-leaning independents. There's an idea. There's a crazy idea. However, ABC got a whole panel of people who are here to represent the establishment dickbags that brought you the status quo that has failed most of America. Tell us why we should not want democratic socialists or change or anything. We shouldn't want anything nice, actually. Actually, wanting nice things is stupid.
Confident that we will hold and grow this majority in the House.
Which one of those men will be Speaker? That's what's at stake in the midterms. We're back with the roundtable. Doug, I want to start with you. What's your sense of where things stand right now?
Look, if I'm betting today, I'd rather be a Democrat than a Republican. History tells us that they should win. And obviously the poll numbers that we see for Donald Trump being so low tells them that they should win. But, and there's a really big but there. When I was comms director for the Republican National Committee in 2010, our magic number for Obama was 46. We felt if he
on
was,
his approval.
Approval. We felt if he was at or below that, we'd take back the House. And
I just want to look at this motley crew that they have assembled. You got this guy, Douglas High, who's at the Institute of Politics at Harvard University. I don't know how you could get more establishment than that. Oh, wait for it. You got Donna Brazile, former DNC chair, right? Isn't Donna Brazile former DNC chair? Just want to make sure. Wait. Yeah. Served twice, not just once, twice as acting chair of the Democratic National Committee. And was once a Fox News contributor and is currently an ABC News contributor. She's truly a neocentrist. You see what I mean? Like, these people, they play both sides. They don't care. It's about power. It's about power and money. Proximity to power and money. Then you got Chris Christie, former Republican governor of New Jersey. This guy, the one guy on the planet who Ozempic does not work on. And then Michelle Cottle, a New York Times journalist, a very, very pro-Israel New York Times journalist, who early on in early 2024 was struggling with Israel's conduct and, her support for them. Stuff like that. These people are literally the fucking establishment. New York Times, Republican Party, Harvard think tank, and DNC chair. All here to tell us why the Democratic Socialists of America are so bad. No reason to get anybody even close to representing that side of the argument at this table. It's a big table. You can get at least one more person here. 5 people around it, but no reason for that.
But the map is so ridiculously different because of the redistricting on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. It is a dramatically different playing field. So when I see Democrats talking about waves and picking up 40 seats, that's just not based in real life.
Let's pick up on Doug's point, Michelle. No one knows what the magic number is anymore, but we did see 3 serious national polls this week, all showing President Trump under 35%, which is about as low as you can go. It's reaching Richard Nixon territory.
It is continuing to sink, which should make his party extremely nervous. This is why they've been working to rig the game, redistricting. He's trying to play with states' voting systems, that sort of thing. That said, I do think that Doug's right. There's not a wave in the making, in part because of the map, but in part because also the Democratic Party, while not necessarily in disarray, is not necessarily meeting the moment.
I want to bring that point to Donna Brazil. Donna, we've seen these insurgents from the Democratic Socialists of America.
Insurgents.
Making a lot of headway in
They're
House
insurgents.
primaries. Al Sayed in Michigan is not a...
They're insurgents. He's one step away from calling them fucking terrorists. We got terrorists in the Democratic insurgents? Really? Wow.
Not formally a socialist, but he's from the progressive wing. How much is that going to hurt Democrats in the fall?
Well, first of all, George, when you look at the DSA, which is not the Democratic Party, so I had to go online to figure it out, they ran 29 candidates. They've lost 11, they've won 7, and there's still an opportunity for them, if they play their cards right, maybe to pick up 3 or 4 more seats. The problem right now, George, is that the Democratic Party must define itself and make sure that we don't get caught in this socialist wave, which is, popping up here, there, and everywhere. But I think Michigan is...
We got to make sure we don't allow ourselves to get caught up in this wave, says Donna. Which is, as she rightly says, popping up here, there, and everywhere. We just have to pretend like it doesn't exist. As the waters continue to rise around us, says Donna, we just have to stay the course. We can't let ourselves get caught up in the wave. We must sink. We must sink in the water, not allow ourselves to be carried to higher heights by the wave, which is one thing waves could do, I would point out. You could ride the wave, or you could ignore it, and you could attempt to sink beneath it, I guess. Really, seems to be the plan. Fascinating, Donna. I wonder what Republican Chris Christie has to say.
He's having this convention in September.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem for a lot of Republicans who are going to feel like they need to be there because he's going to be taking attendance. But you could be sure, Doug was talking to us earlier about having cameras in places when you're doing op research for a party. You could be sure that Democrats will be having as much of that video as they can for those people. To me, George, the key number in the polls you talked about, yes, the 30s are bad, but here's the one that I look at for a midterm. The president right now is minus 45 among independents. And so in these races that are going to be very close, those independents are going to make the difference. Minus 45 is something I can't even conceive of.
Yeah, and Doug's been in politics for a long time, and he's not the only person I've heard react to these numbers with independents in this way. And they are honestly quite astounding. Minus 45 with independents. Basically, everyone hates him if you're an independent. And let's not forget, those independents, like we just talked about, they think both parties have failed. The only thing that they can agree on is both parties are failing them actively, and that Republicans are a bunch of extremists, right? And that at least 1/5 of them, according to the numbers, are self-identified Democratic Socialists. Who knows how many other self-identified independents also like the idea of having healthcare and functioning infrastructure and, green energy and any of the other things, childcare, any of the other things that are being proposed by Democratic Socialists. I'll bet a lot. I'll bet it's more than a fifth. I'll bet it's like half. I'll bet it's close to half.
George, to speak to Governor Christie's point about the independents, when it comes general election time, this fire on the Democratic left has got to translate into a candidate that can win over these independents who are unhappy with Donald Trump. And if you have a bunch of candidates who are too far to the left, that's going to completely hurt the Democrats.
If we have a candidate that's too far to the left, it's gonna hurt everybody. Oh no! Oh God! How will we ever win an election by promising people health care and affordable housing? We can't do it. We can't win by saying Israel doesn't deserve billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer money for genocide. That's too far left, don't you see? The fucking media hit job is in. They are having a hyperventilation fest over the existence of a real alternative to what they have been offering people, which is just different flavors of the same, like different flavors of the same soup, right? Would you like tomato or would you like tomato bisque? I think tomato bisque has a heartier flavor. By the way, before we move on to the next video, I just want to say thank you to RD. No name put on the message. Thanks for being here, GSL. We appreciate you. Wish I could send more. You sent plenty. 10 bones. 10 Earth dollars. Added. By the way, I need to actually calculate the galactic deficit. It's depressing. It's quite large. It's as bad as last month. It might be worse, actually, because we've made less than $400 on Twitch last month. We're in trouble. We're genuinely in serious trouble this month. I'm freaking out. I am freaking out just a little bit. Don't know how I'm going to be paying for things at all. Very tenuous situation. Anyway, we've made some good progress here on the Galactic content goal tonight now. Thanks to that, Dona. 20% of the way in. Let's go to Wisconsin. Start talking about some of these elections that are coming up. A little bit. Francesca Hong. Looking to be the governor of Wisconsin.
Around this rally, I see students, first-time voters. I see young organizers, people who refuse to accept that politics has to stay the way it has been, said Wisconsin Muslim Civic Alliance Executive Director Fauza Qureshi, the first speaker. Aliyah Hemaidan, who just graduated from high school and will vote in her first election this fall, says she's excited that the first vote I ever do is for somebody that I actually believe in, citing Hong's policies on data centers, childcare, and higher education. Let's get to Francesca Hong. Dana Bash, also known as Dana Fash, interviewed Francesca Hong on CNN. And they, of course, presented it as why the GOP spent $3 million to help this Democratic Socialist win.
In Wisconsin, some of those people are actually Republicans
Is my audio much
because
lower
they
in the
think that
videos?
you're beatable. So much so that they spent around $3 million to boost your candidacy in this Democratic primary race. How will you convince swing voters who think you're too far to the left to support you?
Oh my God. I hate this. I hate that there is this like established fact narrative.
Well, what I love about this the most is it's sort of fascinating. Like the constant triangulation is like, it's like folding in on itself, right? They're both saying that candidates are too far left and we need to win over Republicans, while simultaneously Republicans are donating to a woman who they claim that they can beat but have actually zero evidence for. And it's strange how it's like we hate Republicans but we love Republicans so very much. We need them to vote for us. But we hate when they, support a candidate cynically because they think that candidate might be beatable in the future. But we need Republicans. We love them just enough to beat them. Like, is this sort of milquetoast bullshit that does not win anyone over, right? It's like, Republicans, we need you to vote. Oh God, it's scary. Republicans are donating to Francesca Hong. And it's like this kind of talk I feel like this exact kind of shit is why Republicans, first off, are not watching CNN. Like, they're not watching this. Like, any of the people that they were expecting to win over with anything. Like, this is, of course, aimed at Democrats, right? Who are, like, scared of Republicans. But, like, this kind of thing goes around and it's just like, oh, right, okay. This is not the kind of politics that's going to win in the general, okay? Like, the fact that they are still trying to play this tired game this far into all of this in August. This has been happening now, arguably for over a year. We've been watching this, right? Ever since they caught wind of Zoran Mamdani, well over a year and a half, this has been escalating and escalating and escalating. As more and more people get involved in the democratic process, the more that the fucking mainstream media, the powers that be, seem to be having this joint freakout session
around this concept where it's like, well, don't you think, like, look, the underlying premise here that Dana Bash is explaining or bringing up as though established facts is your worldview is far too radical. This is a swing state. Your worldview is far too radical. Like, we're not even going to discuss that, right? We're not even going to discuss whether or not that is a real issue, a real concern. We're just going to jump over and we're going to establish it as a real concern. What's your, how are you going to alleviate this real concern? The way that I ask this question oftentimes is, what do you say to people that claim that you're far too radical for a state like Wisconsin? Dana Bash is not doing that. She's moving past that point to literally say, everyone knows that you're far too radical for Wisconsin.
Exactly.
How will you win over the moderates? What will you...
Yeah. They just assume that everybody doesn't want healthcare, I guess. That is basically where they're at. They're like, everybody doesn't want healthcare. Right? Even though they know that's a lie. Right? They start from a lie that they're fully aware of. They know that people are struggling. CNN has access to the numbers and the polls, how people feel about healthcare, how people feel about democratic socialism and all these other things within the Democratic Party. We just saw fucking Harry Emden talking about it.
To pivot to the center.
Right? And it's just... I'm sorry, I lost my fucking train of thought. I heard him say a word and then my brain broke. Oh, yeah, what was I saying just now? Jesus Christ. I can't think of words today. Big changes coming soon. Oh, wow. Big changes. It's exciting. What was I saying? Oh, right. They just assume that everybody doesn't want healthcare that they know that people actually want. Right? They frame things in a way in order to demonize things. They presuppose falsehoods in order to create fake narratives. Right? They presuppose that everybody doesn't want affordable housing, healthcare, childcare, equal opportunity, a clean environment, renewable energy and shit like that. A people-focused rather than a billionaire-focused economy. They assume things that they know are not true. Like, Like they presuppose for the viewer things that they know vehemently just are not true, that the viewers probably subconsciously or consciously know are not true. And then they just make the arguments from there. Like, hey, so, you know how all of your views are way too radical to win over any voters? How are you going to solve that situation? We're not going to talk about any of your views, which a lot of voters like, right? That's the whole purpose of this, right? Is to avoid actually talking about the views of the supposed radicals, lest the viewer realize the views aren't all that radical. Speaking of controversial politics, here's Wisconsin 12 news from 2 days ago. Controversial political streamer Hasan Piker campaigns for Francesca Hong in Milwaukee. Oh, God. Not Milwaukee. Oh, God, not Milwaukee. They're coming for you.
This is Hasan Parker.
News at 10.
Good evening. We start with Commitment 2026. Just 9 days until Wisconsin's primary elections. The race for governor in the spotlight. 4 Democrats competing for their party nomination. Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hong, and Kelda Royce. The winner of the August 11th primary will take on Republican Tom Tiffany in November. Tiffany already has his party's endorsement. One candidate bringing a controversial political streamer to a campaign stop in South Milwaukee today. 12 News' TJ Dysart takes us there.
Taking center stage at South Milwaukee High School Sunday, controversial political streamer Hasan Piker, alongside Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, both rallying behind gubernatorial candidate and Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong.
Not only are we going to run up the numbers for Francesca Hong on August 11th, but we are going to take that victory to the general election to make sure that the Republican Tom Tiffany never gets a seat of power ever again.
The support comes with less than 10 days until the August 11th primary. Hong previously appearing on Piker's stream in late June. Since then, the streamer has participated in fundraising efforts supporting her campaign.
It seems like Wisconsin is making its choice. And it's not me. It's all of us.
Some Democrats, including Democratic candidate David Crowley, have criticized Hong for associating with Piker. In 2019, Piker faced widespread backlash after saying Americans, quote, deserved the September 11th attacks, a statement he later walked back. Other critics claim Piker has made anti-Semitic remarks in the past. Hong with Reporter Sunday.
Is it a risk appearing alongside these guys as you kind of frame and head into the general?
It would be risk not to try to build the broadest coalition possible. I think that one of the reasons we see Republicans or the right attack leaders like Representative and Hasan is because they know that they're losing, that the people are powerful and want the issues that they fight for.
And the race is now heated.
Yeah, Francesca Hong refusing to distance herself from Hasan Piker having at one of her events here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It was a couple of days ago. To more, let's take to the streets. With the big WI.
Are you voting on? Are you voting? It's coming up. Who are you voting for?
Wait, Hasan, bro?
Yeah, what's good, man?
Dude, that's crazy.
You were saying that you eat chicken breast all the time, like you're diligent with your diet.
Yeah.
I don't believe that though.
Wait, why?
Because last time I was on your podcast, we ate wings on the pod.
That's true.
I don't believe that, Hasan. You're a liar. You eat wings. You dirty, dirty liar. Claiming to be eating healthy. Called out. Called out in his own Uber Black. Goddamn! Shots fired.
Well,
I'll be in LA. You don't want to spend the day with me, so.
That's literally not true. I have you on the stream. This is the only way that we've spent time throughout the entire day, just on stream. Yeah. Hey, what's happening? Are you voting on? Are you voting? It's coming up. Who are you voting for?
Wait, Hasan, bro?
Yeah, what's good, man?
Wait, Hasan, bro? Dude, that's crazy, dude.
What's good?
Wait, Hasan, bro? What the fuck? The reaction is hilarious. There's something, I don't know what it is about this interaction, but this candid, unplanned moment of this guy just over the fence noticing Hasan Piker and then going, wait, what, Hasan, bro? What are you doing? What is happening right now, bro? So confused. What are you doing here?
Are you voting? It's coming up. Who are you voting for?
Wait, Hasan, bro?
Yeah, what's good, man?
Dude, that's crazy.
Beaver team, bro.
What's
Francisco
good?
Hong, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yo, what's up?
That's
How's it
what's up.
going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Just out here gardening.
Yeah,
Like
I see
tomatoes?
that. You're on stream now, too.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Stream.
What's up, stream, dude?
Yeah, bro.
You got tomatoes? Like,
freshly picked.
I'll just take my 2.
So grab as many
Okay,
as
I
you
want
want.
one.
We
I
got
want
like
one, too.
100 inside.
David, you want one?
Yeah, I'll take one. Yeah. What's that? You got a plan to vote? I do, yes. I'm voting for Hong.
Do
Yeah.
you know when you're gonna vote?
Do I know when? Whenever the primary day is. I don't have it like locked in my memory.
my God.
but-
That's an
incredible tomato. Yeah.
Oh
Any
my
of you guys
God.
want some? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
You grew these?
And all of a sudden they go from talking about elections to tomatoes. Dude, these tomatoes are ridiculous. You made these? Look at Hasan's face. The wonders of gardening. Wait, you can make tomatoes? It's like the first time Hasan's ever been like run up against the concept of gardening before. He's like, wait, what? You made these with your hands?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
You grew these?
Yeah, man.
Holy smokes.
Oh, it's somebody else. For a second, I thought it was somebody. For a second, I thought it was Hasan.
Get some more.
For a second, I thought that was Hasan talking. Okay, hold on. We can't sit around watching these guys eat tomatoes all day. What does this look like? What does this look like to you? You can sit around talking about tomatoes all day. Nobody got time for that.
Francisco Hong is running on a platform for universal child care, Medicare for all.
Okay.
She's like a Bernie style candidate.
Oh, okay.
She's very cool, and she's the front runner right now in the primaries.
Oh, I like her because I'm a child care owner.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah. So, okay. That's something to think about.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I see you got the 420 shirt. She wants to legalize marijuana too.
Right on.
Yeah.
She practically got my vote.
All right. That's right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one.
You guys take care. August 11th, yeah. Thank you guys.
Dude, everyone is so nice.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, this is like.
Y'all some snobs, man.
What?
Y'all some snobs in LA.
No, I don't door knock in LA.
Yeah. No, the people are nice.
I will. Yeah, it's just like.
Hasan's too used to the big city life. Too used to the big city to live in. Gets out into middle America. He's confused by human kindness.
How rude.
Why are you smiling and responding to my words and not yelling at me?
Left with $600.
That's crazy. That's so cheap, bro. Why are you?
Because I walked in, I was like, huh.
Hey man, I'm business on Twitch. I followed you for a long time. I've got a Hunter S. Thompson tattoo.
Hell yeah.
Like seeing everything that you've done is like the reason I got involved with the campaign. You're literally walking around my neighborhood, so I had to come say hi.
Of course,
so
nice
thank
to
you.
meet you.
3 blocks from here, Rolling Bill's massacre site where we fought for the 8-hour workday. So Wisconsin, all that stuff, Union strong. Just thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting an amazing campaign, my friend.
Of course.
So,
This is a beautiful neighborhood.
can I get a picture
Yeah,
with you
of
real
course.
quick?
Yeah.
Of course. So. But thank you guys for doing everything and coming out today. So
absolutely.
Am I wrong, or was this guy literally watching the Hasan cast in his home? Probably naked, right? Am I wrong about this yet? Have I said anything wrong? The guy was probably in his home naked, watching Hasan, realized Hasan was in his neighborhood, and put on clothes, dragged himself out of, like, it's morning time. It's like early morning time. This guy must have like dragged himself out of his home with whatever clothes were in between the bed and the door. Walked over here to get a fucking selfie with Hasan. Oh my god. Hey, you got it. At least he got it. So, there's that.
Oh, of course I'm voting for Fran. All right, thank you.
Wouldn't I?
Nice
No.
to meet you, man.
Have a great day.
I mean,
If
maybe,
they
I don't
say
know.
that they're a watcher, they're definitely voting for Fran. That's not even a question.
You only can file one, isn't it?
No. There were some people who were like, at first, like maybe Mandela Barnes supporters, but he dropped out anyway.
Careful.
Yeah,
Oh wow,
crazy.
that's interesting.
But then it would be, how would I want to meet Hasan? Would I bring the helmet, or would I meet him as a normal human? Alter, you know, for me, I would have to juggle that. That's difficult. That's a difficult one.
I wouldn't even be on there.
That's crazy.
Offer him space tomatoes. I have no space tomatoes. I have no space tomatoes. I don't know why you think I have. I don't know why you think I have those. I wish I had space tomatoes. I wish I had some delectable space tomatoes. I should have had a victory garden this year. I didn't do it. I've been too busy with other things.
504.
Oh yeah, we should peel off here and go back. Do you know how to get back to your car from here?
Yeah.
It's probably just like right.
This is Andy's block right here.
Okay.
100% Hasan watches GN.
Right in front of where we were. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll keep walking with you guys. Bro, they were selling this house.
Accepted offer.
Yeah, you could have.
Well, there you go. There's just a little peek into Hasan's efforts on the ground here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the gubernatorial race happening there. I don't know if this is true. I like to think it. Boku. I don't know. It would be nice. It would be nice to think that Hasan watches GNN. You know, when he's not streaming, he's like, "Oh, let me turn on GNN," because he's always streaming when I'm not streaming. It's a perfect way to end my evenings here on the West Coast, or wherever he happens to be. Really, it's great for anybody when you think about it. Before we end the discussions of Wisconsin Governor hopeful Francesca Hong, let's see what she posted a few days ago here to her YouTube page.
I'm here at the failed Foxconn manufacturing site. This is now a Microsoft AI data center plant. Just like in 2018 with Foxconn, Republicans will sell out our communities again.
I think we can say this is the eighth wonder of the world.
Flock cameras, poison groundwater, and eyesores that don't create future good jobs. $2 billion in tax breaks that you and I will be paying for. I'm the only candidate in this race to call for a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers. We can't afford to be Foxconned again. The people deserve a say. It's time to press Control-Alt-Delete to put a stop to this AI data center crisis. A full moratorium until we have the new regulations we need to protect our energy costs, our economy, our environment. I've been talking to Republicans, Democrats, independents across the state, and they're telling me that they don't like these data centers, that they don't want them here. But our elected officials aren't all listening yet. We should be focusing on Wisconsin, not Wall Street. As governor, on day one,
I'll call a special session of the legislature for a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers. So we're going to keep doing what we've been doing throughout this campaign, driving around the state, helping communities make their voices heard and hold their elected officials accountable. Because when we organize, we win. And until we have the regulations in place, we're pulling the plug.
And Jessica Hong for governor. The only woman who voted for a moratorium in this incredible moment out of 6 different candidates running for governor. Everyone's like, no, the AI data centers are fine. And Francesca's is like, what? You people are crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
You people are crazy. Moratorium, please. The thing that everybody wants. Now, just a reminder, there are other candidates running next Tuesday. I'm going to be posting my Wisconsin clip here, and I think it's finished. I think I finished it, but I just haven't posted it yet. I've been clipping them. Been clipping the last states that I've got left here. But Wisconsin's got 7 different House races. And you got at least 7 different candidates here. Galactically recommended in that race. Jocasta Zamaripa in the Secretary of State race. Josh Call for AG. This is one of the only states where we have these because of Galactic Chatter / contributor. Yeah, at least one person. Multiple people have set up access to the Chrome here. And have been helping me out with all of this. Lorenzo Santos in the first, Mark Pacan in the second, who is an incumbent. Them. Emily Burge and Rebecca Cook. I can't remember what the distinction was that I was making on these two. I don't think there is. Oh, right. Right. This one. If I recall correctly, Emily Burge is more to the left of Rebecca Cook. But Rebecca Cook has the backing of the more established people like Bernie and Rokana and a number of other people there. But in my opinion, Emily deserves the vote more. Like I like her policy prescriptions more. Rebecca's is more vague than Emily has been. I appreciate that. I appreciate the specificity, and it's a two-way race. So it really doesn't matter. It's a two-way Democratic primary. One side is backed by people I like, and one woman is just going further. I don't know. It doesn't really, in my opinion, I just don't see there being a negative outcome to either vote. Rebecca's got like all the right endorsements. I would prefer to go further on some things that she didn't, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Whoever you vote here, either of those women, honestly, in my opinion, are fine. Amy Donahue, I think I got those names right. Amy Donahue in the 4th, no primary in the 5th, Amanda Bell in the 6th, Chris Armstrong in the 7th, and Katrina DeVille in the 8th. Just want to keep talking about these elections happening, not just the big names. That's one thing we need to make. I've been thinking about recently. Since last night, actually, I have been thinking that we need to find a way to parlay the bigger name candidates into discussions surrounding the other candidates in these races. Because there are, in every state, there's at least another 10 races in most states to cover, if not way more. Florida's 30. We got to find a way to be, going from Francesca Hong to talking about Lorenzo Santos or Amy Donahue, right? or Emily Burge or Rebecca Cook, right? One of these names should be as familiar to us. And so I'm trying to incept all of you. I also recently watched Inception again, rewatched it. So I'm going to be incepting all of you with these names. Speaking of elections, tomorrow, not even tomorrow, today, I believe Tennessee is Eastern Standard Time. Today, Tennesseans are going to be going to the polls to vote for their preferred candidates in 9 different House races, Senate and gubernatorial races as well. Here's one candidate with a galactic endorsement. Tennessee's first, Christy Burke.
Make some noise if you are ready to fire Diana Harshbarger. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm ready to take her seat. You know, I know that we are all here because we understand the situation that we're all in. We understand how severe this situation is, and we want to do more, right? We can't just sit at home and complain about it. We can't just complain about it on the internet, and we can't even just vote. We have to vote, but we can't just vote. We have to do more than that. We have to get behind candidates who are willing to step up and willing to run, like Sarah Jane, like Jerry Green, people who have heart and spine and are willing to fight for the things that we all deserve, which is healthcare as a human right. I mean, that's a no-brainer, right? We all deserve to see a doctor, all of us. We are the wealthiest nation on earth, and we have more than enough resources. We have more than enough funding to be able to make sure everybody can see a doctor. It's not that we can't do it, it's that we don't prioritize it, and it's time to prioritize it. People in our district are going years without medical care. They are losing their insurance. They're having to drive an hour just to see a doctor. And that should never be happening in the United States of America. And so we have to prioritize the well-being of all people. We have to prioritize public health because that is at the foundation of the majority of the problems that we're facing. And so this is crucial. It is a non-negotiable for me. The next thing that we need to focus on is making sure that every single child has equal access to high-quality education. And I'm running for a federal office, okay? And people like to say, oh, that's a state issue. No, when the state doesn't take care of its people and its kids, then the federal government needs to step in and take care of its people and kids. And Tennessee's not taking care of your kids. Tennessee is taking money out of your rural schools, and they're shipping it off to wealthy families who already have more than they need, who can already afford to send their kids to private school, and they're giving them free vacations with your tax dollars and closing down your kids' schools. This is ridiculous. And so what we need to do is we need to make sure that we restore the Department of Education, that we fund it, and that it is providing equal opportunity for every single child. Parents can have choice all they want, but not on your tax dime, okay? And not at the expense. Not at the expense of your child's education. And so we're going to protect that because that's important.
Yes, indeed. Christy Burke's got a great policy set here for Tennessee's first. She'll be a breath of fresh air and is looking to unseat horrible Republican incumbent by the name of Diana Harshbarger. Diana Harshbarger. That's her actual name. That is her actual name. Now, from 1 to 9. I don't think it's from one side of Tennessee. Actually, it might actually be. I'm trying to think. Is this from one side of Tennessee to the other? Regardless, from Tennessee's 1st to Tennessee's 9th, from Christy Burke to Justin Pearson. I told you we'd talk a little bit about the elections. Not all. We already talked about these, but God, we need to win some of these seats, people.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy
Oh,
at
by the
the
way,
behest of the most powerful white supremacy.
before I'll let Justin get going here, this was Justin Pearson 2 months ago. 3 months. 3 months? Was it 3 months? I guess it's 3 months now. Wait, no. It is 3 months. Yeah, Jesus. May 7th, earlier this year, when Tennessee was redistricting its maps, cracking the district which he was running for into 3 parts in an attempt to win Republican seats.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet. It's the place that raised me, my brothers, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats because the president and the party have refused to address the pain, the suffering, and the struggling of everyday Tennesseans. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. And we need to realize that the Calais decision that you all are basing your decisions off of, that gutted the Voting Rights Act, that Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted and seeking to be gutted by this chamber, by this House, this Senate, and this state. What is happening here is immoral and wrong. And I was reading my Bible early this morning, asking God why this is happening. Why, again, does it seem that white supremacy is seeming to gain? Why, again, does it seem like the pillars of pain that we have felt and experienced for over 400 years in this country continue to rise again? And whispered in the words of this Bible and in the words of those ancestors that have gone before us is just these simple words: we're still here. We are still here. This nation, this state has legislated and legalized the worst things in humanity, including our enslavement, and we are still here. Right in this country where, as one black woman said, your clancestors enslaved us, denied us of our rights, called us 3/5 of a person, and yet we are still here. You put us cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here. You destroyed Tulsa. You killed and lynched black folks on poplar trees. Shelby County, Tennessee had the most lynchings of anywhere in this state where you're taking this district, and we are still here. You've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you'll take the only majority black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, No matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
There you have it. Justin Pearson speaking very strongly in the Tennessee State House Assembly, whatever you call it, as he is a state assembly person running for Congress with a great platform, I might add, and a bunch of sweet, sweet endorsements. Environmental and climate justice, ending gun violence, poverty eradication, healthcare for all. We could look at all the issues, or we could look at all of the endorsements. Bernie Sanders, Ed Markey, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Maxine Waters, Ro Khanna, Summer Lee, Ayanna Pressley, Delia Ramirez, Maxwell Frost, Chris Robin, Claire Valdez. So many endorsements is crazy. Just vote, why wouldn't you? Use your constitutionally protected right for now. Vote for Justin in the 9th District of Tennessee. I've been going in reverse order. Things that are happening next week, stuff happening tomorrow. Let's talk about stuff that just got done happening. That being the election in Michigan. Results finalizing this morning. People yelling leading up to the election. A lot of back and forth. Is Abdul El-Sayed Islamist who loves 9/11 like Hasan Parker?
Hasan Parker?
Or is he just a guy who wants to give you health care? A non-scary guy. Happens to be Muslim. Not a scary fact. Right, but this is basically what's been happening, right? There's been a bunch of scaremongering about his being Muslim and his knowing and or collaborating with Hasan Piker in any way, shape, or form. But everybody, really, I think the voters are probably most focused on are the actual issues, where the money was coming from. Those, I think, were the two most important. Issues and money. Haley Stevens receiving nearly $70 million. 10 times as much. Spending over $100 a vote to get to get second place, as it turns out. Let's go back in time. A few days ago, Bernie Sanders speaking with Kristen Welker on NBC News.
And joining me now is Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good to be with you.
It's wonderful to have you back, particularly ahead of these big elections coming up on Tuesday. I do want to start, though, with the state of play for the Democratic Party. You really were one of the top people who brought democratic socialism into the mainstream, Senator. And a new poll finds that 1/3 of Democratic-leaning voters now identify as Democratic Socialists. And we've seen, quite frankly, Democratic Socialists win in primaries throughout this election cycle so far. But are you confident that Democratic Socialists can win in general elections in purple states?
Jesus. Well, I am, but I'm mostly confident that the American people know that our country today is moving in a very, very bad direction. At a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of America. What's going on now makes the Gilded Age of Rockefeller look like a egalitarian utopia. What's going on now is that millions of our people right now in the richest country on earth, they're struggling to put food on the table, pay for health care, pay for their rent, pay for their mortgage. You got half of older workers who have nothing in savings as they face retirement. You're seeing kids unable to afford to go to college in the richest country in the history of the world. So people all over America are looking around and saying, hey, wait a minute. The very richest people are becoming richer. Elon Musk himself, one man, owns more wealth by far than the bottom half of American households. What in God's name is going on? And people look at the Republican leadership and Donald Trump and they say, you know, this guy's worried about a reflecting pool. I can't afford my retirement. He's starting a war in Iran, costing us huge amounts of money, killing innocent people. 18 American servicemen are dead. What are they doing? And then you look at the Democratic Party leadership, which also gets their money, like the Republicans, from very wealthy people. And people are saying, is the Democratic leadership representing ordinary Americans? And I think it's people look at the Republicans, they say, no, they're out of touch. Look at the Democratic leadership, say, no, they're out of touch. We need a government, a radical idea that works for all people and not just for wealthy campaign contributors. That's why.
Oh, wow. Hell, there's Bernie Sanders on NBC saying we need a government that works for the American people and not for wealthy campaign contributors. A period of inequality that we are all experiencing that makes the Gilded Age look like an egalitarian utopia. Maybe that's why people are choosing different. Now, Chuck Schumer was asked about Michigan's election. Struggled with saying words here.
Plain and simple. Yes. Quiet. You can't yell that loud. You're louding even yeller than you used to. Well, I call on you. I do. You get
you're louding even yeller than you used to. Oh, God. You can't be louding this yell. It's too yell. You're louding. I don't understand why you're louding in this way here in the halls. In such a yell manner. It's unbecoming. So, here's Chuck Schumer proving that his brain's still functioning 100%.
You get your chances.
There's no sign of the NDAA being brought up again on the GOP agenda this week. If the war in Iran is still going on in September, is it fair to say that your caucus will continue to oppose
Look,
bringing up
the Republicans should not expect, Trump should not expect business as usual when they're engaged in an aimless war that is raising the costs for American people, losing lives, tearing apart our alliances. No business as usual. Yes. Go ahead.
In Michigan, I know you endorsed Haley Stevens, but if outside wins this primary, will you endorse the winner of the primary?
Bottom line, we are going to win Michigan, take back the Senate, and have a majority. And
With bottom line, we are going to take back the majority. What does that mean? He was asked if he would endorse the winner of the Democratic primary for Senate. The Senate leader. The leader of the Senate Democrats is here saying, basically, no. Or that he doesn't know whether or not he will. It's not clear. We will win doesn't mean that he will endorse. Those are two different sentences, Chuck. It's pretty clear. If Haley Stevens loses, who you endorsed, and Abdul wins, will you endorse in the general? And he's like, we will win. I know one thing, we will win. I can't believe he's still saying the same broken shit at this point. All I know is that we will not stop fighting and we will win. Okay? Manu, now you can start. No more No more loud. No more louding yelled. Okay, no more louding yelling. Oh, what did he say again? No more louding even yeller, okay? No more louding. No more louding even yeller. Okay, Manu. That sounded like a reluctant yes. I did not hear it that way. I heard it as a man who is still one day out refusing to just accept the potential of loss for Haley Stevens, which did in fact come true shortly after this morning declared NBC, the AP, everybody. Haley Stevens even conceding in the race. Although, I would point out, the results. Okay. The results were not as blowout as some had predicted. 16 percentage points suggested in the polls ahead of this race. Abdul El Sayed clearing it by 15,000 votes and 1 percentage point, with Mallory McMorrow taking down 4%. 4% of the vote. Here is NBC News from 5 hours ago.
Joining me now to break down last night's results at the big board, of course, is NBC chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. Shaquille Brewster is on the ground for us in Michigan. And with me on set, NBC national politics reporter Bridget Bowman and Jessica Taylor, Senate and Governor's editor for the Cook Political Report. Thrilled to have all of you to start us off. Steve, I have to start with you. This was a narrower victory than the polls portended. How did Abdul El Sayed pull this win off?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things here. Just take a look at where the vote kind of was strong for each candidate. From the Stevens standpoint, look, where did she win? She won right here in Macomb County. This is a big population center, big blue-collar suburbs just north of Detroit. She won in Oakland County here. These are sort of the higher-income suburbs north of Detroit. And she won in Wayne County. Specifically, she won in Detroit, meaning she did very well with black voters. Detroit's three-quarters black. She won Detroit overwhelmingly. That also is why she did well here, the city of Flint, Genesee County, and Saginaw. These are other places with substantial black populations. So the suburbs of Detroit, black voters, she did well there.
Yeah. Now, I would point out it's not all black people in Detroit, even though it is, as was pointed out by Kornacki here, a very black city. But it's true. I mean, Haley Stevens got way closer than anybody thought in places that it was just not expected to see her do as well as she did. She held out better than the polls were suggesting. Of course, she did pay $100 per vote in this election, which is kind of disgusting when you think about it. I think Michigan would have been a lot better off. Just tell me if you think this would have been better or worse. If we had had fair elections and instead we had taken that $70 million and given 700,000 Michiganders $100, right? Or just like split up that $70 million evenly across Michigan. You know what I mean? I feel like people would have been better off with that. Because that's how much money was spent. They got 700,000 votes and they spent $70 fucking million. That is $100 a vote. It's insane. It is insane how much money they spent and they still lost. That's the story. I have thought about it. I was a little bit jarred by how close they came last night. But then I just kept thinking about it over and over again. I was like, they spent $100 a vote. I couldn't imagine it. I could not imagine in a primary election. There is still a general election to run. You know, she's an incumbent. Abdul will most likely win. But the fact is that there's still another race to be run here. And a group of people just spent $70 million on a loser. That's the headline that should be taken from this. Is that $70 million couldn't get this woman across the finish line. Seriously, just give me the $100. Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad people agree. It would have been much better put to much better use if it had just been split up against, among Michiganders, rather than used on this political clusterfuck. But this midterm election is seeing huge numbers, and that much we should be paying attention to.
There's less working class voters. What can you tell us about who helped him win, and what does it suggest about what we might see in the general election?
Yeah, so we took a look at some of the counties that Steve was also talking about. It's counties where El Sayed did really well, that were some of these bigger counties where we could get into the data, and counties where Stevens did well. And if you look at where El Sayed did pretty well, it is, like you said, it's these younger counties, the county that included Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan. And you get these clear pictures of the two ideological factions within the Democratic Party right now. These younger, very far left, very liberal progressives, and these more moderate black voters as well. And the black voter piece is really key when you think about that's where Stevens really kept this race very close, is with the support among black voters. And that could be a warning sign for El Sayed looking ahead.
You know what's funny to me is that they can't even figure out how to use language still. They're still referring to leftists as very liberal, even though leftists are referring to the Democrats as the very liberal, right? Like, I refer to people as very liberal as a negative, right? As like a pejorative. I'm intentionally, like, when I say that, I'm talking about Hillary Clinton. I'm not talking about Hasan Piker when I say very liberal. I think Hasan would be offended if I did that. But this is the numbers that I want to look at here. Well, a little too far back. Look at these. Look at these puppies right here. Look at the turnout on the Democratic side. 1.5 million votes for governor and Senate. Unlike in 2024, where it barely outstripped Republicans by 60,000 votes. Less than 60,000 votes, actually. Whereas in this election, more than 500,000 more voters turned out for the Democratic elections than for the GOP. That says something about the turnout. This is what we should expect. People are enthusiastic about these elections right now. And some of that turnout has to be attributed to the existence of leftist candidates. Because, I mean, you look at the numbers. 750,000 votes for Abdul, 727 for Haley. If Abdul wasn't here, how many of these 742,000 were going to come out and vote for Haley Stevens or cast a ballot for a woman that was not in the race anymore, Mallory McMorrow, right? I think a lot less. I think a fuck ton less. In fact, it would have probably been between Haley and Mallory, and it would have been just the most boring election possible. Two women with very few actual distinguishing policy positions. But you see, like, an extra 700,000 people or so probably turned up to vote in this primary because Abdul El Sayed was here voting in the election. I think that's the story. A huge number of people showed up that wouldn't have shown up if there hadn't been a leftist alternative to the liberal establishment candidate, right? Slur. It's a slur. Exactly. Calling somebody a liberal in these circles is a slur. It's like, you know, it's a very offensive thing to say at this point to a leftist. They're so far behind. They're like, oh, the very liberal candidates like Abdul El Sayed. It's like that word is dirty around here. Don't say that. Don't say that word. Now, Donald Trump had some things to say about this election from last night. Earlier today, at another No Tax on Tips rally in Nevada. This guy just keeps doing these, even though we know the no tax on tips thing is basically a lie. A mirage.
But in Congress, we're working every day to defend the American dream for you and your children, the radical left, the maniacs. They're trying to destroy it with the disaster known as not socialism, communism. It's communism. These are communists. And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul El Sayed. Can you believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul El Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate.
He's a man of hate.
He's going around saying, no, I love everybody.
He's a man of hate. For Donald Trump, of all people, to be out here fear-mongering about hate, the guy is the champion of hatred. He is the arbiter of all things hate. He's the hater-in-chief. He's the 20 years running number one, he's the MC at the haters ball, right? He hates and hates and hates and hates. He hates everything and everyone. What is he talking about? He's like, he's filled with hate. He hates the Jews. Everybody's saying it. Unlike my supporters who hate Jews and everyone else. He doesn't love everybody like me. I love everyone.
He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel.
He doesn't love Israel.
He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it.
He can't even do anything about it.
He can do about it because he hates them.
He can't even do anything about it. Okay? It's like he can't not do it. That's that like final thing I found to be fascinating. Like the claim that somehow like hate is like an intrinsic quality to a person. Like that's what the president seems to be suggesting. That like hatred and bigotry. Like I'm moving past, obviously he's not a racist or a bigot. There's no proof of that at all. But like the suggestion that somehow bigotry is like an inherent characteristic, like something like intrinsic to you that can't be changed, I found fascinating. I found that fascinating. Of course, that's fucking ridiculous. On multiple levels. It's an onion of ridiculousness. Hate is inherent to the person. It can't be changed. It's in their heart. You're born with it. You're born with hatred. Which is a disgusting, honestly, it disgusts me to even, like, the more I unpack it, the more I'm disgusted by the concept of, like, people, like, babies being born as, like, intrinsically, like, hating Like it's vaguely racist, and it's not clear to me that even Trump understands that that's what he's doing. Mostly because he is just a racist bigot, hater. But like he's accusing a Muslim man, right? Like an Arab Muslim man of like having intrinsic Jew hatred. Like that to me seems deeply anti-Semitic, like Arab, like Islamophobic, right? Like, but who am I to interpret the words of the president? I'm just a guy with a newscast, spacecast, talking into a microphone. You know, why would I have some sort of a huge opinion of myself? You know? Like I could intuit these sorts of things. Oh, wait. I'm just walking in a long line of footsteps of people with much larger egos than mine. Like this guy. Good old James Carville. And CNN made this whole thing public on YouTube. Public. I mean, we watched part of this on Hasan stream the other day. But they put like at least 11 minutes of this on YouTube. Found it fascinating. James Carville really is just an angry old man, you know? Just a bitter old coot. Just a bitter old coot. Very angry, an old blowhard. If you know what I'm talking about.
Do you know who Hasan Piker is?
A blowhard.
I think these guys failed so spectacularly.
When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there. Is
I
there?
hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done anything about it.
They never win.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news.
I gotta say, to some degree, this is kind of my favorite timeline. Like, it's my least favorite timeline, but it feels like we're starting to bend the arc of history of this timeline to the correct one, where you got CNN doing segments like this. Like, don't get me wrong. I think to some degree CNN and Tony are more on the side of James Carville because they represent the establishment. But the fact that there's a 15-minute documentary style, like, what do you call this? What do you call? Oh God, I can't think of the word for this right now. Piece. I can't think of the word I'm looking for. This documentary style piece, like with like, you know, the one-on-one James Carville, Hasan Piker, who's right. It's like the fact that we're having this conversation to me shows that we're winning. It shows me that we're winning. Okay, before we were completely disregarded. Okay, this is the point I want to make right now. Before we get into all this, before we were completely disregarded, seen as nearly untouchables, you know, people with ideas, concepts of plans for changing things a little bit, make things just a little bit more fair in society, a little less fucked, you know, relegated to the shadows. And now all of a sudden, here we are in the spotlight. CNN, not retrospective. I still can't think of the word that I'm looking for right now. A full piece here on CNN, on mainstream media, on the fight that's going on in the party. Just the recognition of what's happening, to some degree, shows that we're winning. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about it. Look at this guy. By the way, look at this fucking guy's face. He is mad. He is a lunatic. Look at him. He's just grinning. He's grinning. He's mad with power. And he's also freaking out that he might lose it.
Have they been given a chance?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics
ain't
is
that
so
liberal.
poisonous
They
in the
are.
Democratic
I'm
Party.
the crypt keeper.
There's no place.
There's no place here. Don't you don't know what you're talking about. Okay? They ain't that liberal. Okay, but listen to the crypt keeper. Listen closely to the crypt keeper. Okay? Look. Listen. They ain't that liberal. Here I am. Here's my face. Look, don't he? They ain't that liberal. Listen to the crypt keeper. I'm only 1,000 years old. I should know. I should know.
Future of the Democratic Party. Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028
By the way, that's gonna come up. That's gonna come up. There's no criticism. There's no place in the Democratic Party for the criticism of Israel. That's gonna come up. I promise.
In the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidates if they are pro-Israel? How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good, but the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place.
Some of the wrong candidates in the wrong places. That will be a disaster. Everybody's saying it.
Not be.
By everybody, I mean me. I keep saying it. Everybody, by everybody, I mean me. I'm in an echo chamber, and I keep saying it over and over again to everybody that we can't have no crazy leftist, socialist candidate. That would be a disaster. I keep saying it in the echo chamber, and I hear since it's an echo chamber, I keep hearing it over and over again. It's like everybody's saying it, even though it's just me and Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I mean, in spite of anything, we're going to win that thing.
The wrong candidates, what you mean by that?
I see challenges from the quote.
I do declare.
Progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular.
Oh, they're not popular.
People don't like them. And, but if you get up...
Does James Carville think that he's likable? Does he think that people like him? Am I really to understand that this 90-year-old dude thinks that he's Mr. Popular? I'll bet you the vast majority of people under like 35 don't even know who the Crypt Keeper is. I mean, James Carville. Or the Crypt Keeper, actually. But, I mean... Does this ancient fuck really think that he's more popular? If here's a question for everyone. If people like James Carville, these centrist dinosaurs, are more popular, then why did Haley Stevens just have to spend 10 times as much money as Abdul El Sayed did to lose in the gubernatorial race? Why did they have to spend 10 times as much money to still lose in a race? To still get 15,000 less votes? Why is that? What's up with that? How does popularity work again? Can someone remind me? Because it's like we're doing a hold on, let me get the right voice for this discussion. If we were having a high school election, and perhaps you had a bunch of people running in that election, you know, Jimmy and Bobby and Sally, and Monique, and they're all running, and Sally's daddy, he comes in, he's very wealthy. He comes in, he just starts throwing money at all of the children who are gonna vote, and yet somehow Monique wins the election. Who is most popular in that school? Can you explain to me? Is it Sally? Or is it Monique? I'm just asking questions. I'm just saying, I do declare, I do not think it's Sally. I'm pretty sure not Sally.
If you had turnout in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
When you say progressive left, you sort of, there's a tone of contempt there.
Yeah, so you were very wise. I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
It's high definition, yeah.
Yes. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
They never win elections. They're literally winning elections right now, and they're about to win elections against Republicans. They're literally all now running against Republicans. So it's confusing. It's confusing. Now, of course, this was from a few days ago. They put this together, I think, like over the last weekend or something like that. But we already have seen Democrats winning races, not just primaries, but general elections too, then taking office and governing. Am I the only one seeing it? I mean,
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani, anybody? In fact, what I recall happened in that race, we had a Democratic socialist win a Democratic primary, then go to the general up against the Republican and another Republican, a fake Democrat, a liberal who I'll bet James supported, Andrew Cuomo, a guy who, of course, has been accused by dozens of women of all sorts of horrifying things, from harassment to sexual assault. During his time in office, of all things, just using his power to prey on others around him, the power that was given to him by the voters. I'm sure James probably supported him quietly in that election. I don't remember him necessarily saying it out loud, but we had a Democrat win an election, a Democratic Socialist win an election, a primary election, then had to face up again against one of the opponents in that Democratic primary, who decided to run as a fucking independent, right? Who then lost a second time, right? That liberal candidate lost a second time, as well as, of course, Curtis Lewa. I mean, he didn't even come close. But it's just incredible that they can just continue to deny reality when we have plenty of examples to point to. Where there's like the antithesis of the arguments he's making exist, and they're readily apparent.
Okay, great. And they run for president. They never win. They are the...
Have they been given a chance?
Huh? Let's take over. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice?
He doesn't win. Bernie Sanders doesn't win elections just because he didn't win president. He was mayor of Burlington, or whatever it's called, Vermont, right? And he's been senator of Vermont for how many years now? A guy doesn't win elections. This is his example of a guy who doesn't win elections. A guy who people like James Carville stole a presidential election from in 2016. A guy who continues to be senator of Vermont into his mid-80s. By the way, James Carville has never won elected office. Ever. Not one time. He just talks a lot about it. He's a useless fuckbag who's never done anything in his life aside from complain or talk about acting like he knows what's happening in elections. He was right. He happened to be right one time in the 90s, and he hasn't been right for the last 30 years, but he keeps getting trotted out by liberal establishment as a fucking know-it-all. which he does perfectly fine. He's constantly telling us that he knows everything about everything, but Bernie Sanders has been, he was in the House for 12 years, and he's been in the Senate for 20 years. It's incredible that he's bringing up Bernie Sanders as a guy, as an example of who can't win elections, who's been in government, in elected office for 30 years. That's his example? It's incredible.
He lost. By a lot. James Carville
By
says
a lot?
this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm exceptionally good at proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative. And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country.
Okay, I gotta pause this here real quick just to remind everybody that we are over 3 hours into the stream right now. We got about an hour left to complete the Galactic content goal. Thankfully, we have lots of great ways for you to contribute to that. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donations. If you prefer, your money go directly to funding the stream, of course. Throne, no, but I gotta actually complete a Galactic content goal. No Throne today. Patreon memberships, though, new and or upgraded, also help. We are also running a massive Galactic deficit right now. I haven't calculated yet. I need to look at it. Kind of dreading figuring it out. I don't even want to think about it right now, but it's as bad, if not probably worse than last month. I don't know how that's possible. I know how it's possible, but it's a bad trend. So, do consider, if you appreciate this show, what we do around here, contributing. Anything helps out. Every dollar counts. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right, back to this. The war.
They're scared. There's a lot of instability, and they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And they go out there in the streets, they want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA, they see PSL, they see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge. They don't stop protesting when Republicans are in charge. Why do they do that? Because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hasan Piker is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Blowhard.
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 A blowhard.
Name me one.
I love how he literally blows when he says blowhard. Even Donnie, look at Donnie, he's like, it's a perfect font. Look at Donnie's face. He's on this, I think he's on the same wavelength as me. What a way to say that. You're gonna call someone a blowhard? Also, James Carville is literally the blowhard, the blowinest, the most blowhard, and I can't think of the word way I want to say this shit. The most blowhardinest motherfucker on the planet. He goes, blowhard. He's a blowhard. You know that Hasan Piker. Oh, I hate him.
Democrat in a tough election that wants Hasan Piker to come in and campaign with him in a general election. Do you think that Tallarico is going to invite Hasan Piker to come to Texas? I don't. You think John Ossoff is going to invite him to come? I don't.
You think he's going to
You
do
think Roy
that?
Cooper?
You think he's going to? I'm not going to do it. Look at, he gets more and more smug.
And
he's the smuggest. He's the smuggest little piece of shit on the planet. Look at him. He's this smug turtle that just like recedes further and further, like into obscurity and like self-righteousness and like moral certitude and like all of these other sorts of like like just deep like narcissistic personality disorder over here. He just like recedes further and further. And you see his eyes, they close and his neck kind of goes backwards. He can't even see Donnie anymore while he's saying it. And it's just this guy. I hate this guy so much. He is such a pretentious douchebag. Like, what is his deal? Like, what is this fucking guy's deal? Please. No. He's such a smug piece of shit. Look at this fucking guy. He seethes hatred. He's filled with hatred.
And, I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake. Because the reality is, not only do I have a lot of passionate door knockers and organizers in my community, but also outside of that, I represent a position that is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel, that is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think simply leaning in to attack ads and saying, oh, you're right, that this person is bad, actually. This person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or align with him. Abdul could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all and keep fighting for policies that will improve people's lives, that's what people are going to vote for. The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer.
Yeah, Hasan's absolutely right. But that's what we're witnessing right now. Is they're doing like this, this form of like identity politics, of like, do you know Hasan Piker? Have you ever met Hasan Piker? Have you ever campaigned, stumped with, spoken with, or seen a man by the name of Hasan Piker and not hated it? No, you're the devil. It's fascinating. It's fascinating to me. Just how obsessed they are with Hasan. It's been a weird sort of road. Initially, Democrats sort of embraced Hasan for a brief moment, giving him the old DNC press box. Then they kicked him out of it when he said something vaguely critical about Palestine, which they should have known ahead of time he was going to say. How stupid do you have to be to not know that that Hasan's going to say something like that? You'd have to be completely, I don't know, tuned out. You have to be a completely pretentious and out of touch old guy. I'm trying to think. You have to be like a seething, out of touch, pretentious octogenarian with no concept of who Hasan Piker is to do that. Right? Am I the only one?
Vote for. The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer. If the other side is saying, I want to give people health care, it's not a great message.
In the primary process, of course, he has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a debate about the future of the Democratic Party. In the Democratic primaries of 2028, in Hasan Piker and the progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black Democratic primary voters.
Southern black Democratic primary voters. Why? Why? He just makes this assumption because they've decided to change the first primary state from Iowa to South Carolina. This is a stupid claim. This is a real dumb claim. And I don't know why he is making the claim. Aside from that, like, aside from the fact that Democratic Party decided to snub Iowa voters and switch to South Carolina, embrace Jim Clyburn, another octogenarian centrist establishment dickbag on his way out, holding on to power for dear life, hoping to never have to do anything to change the status quo, bring about actual benefits to their voters. You think black voters in South Carolina are just doing swimmingly well, that they don't want more affordable health care, child care, or housing? Or that they're sick of their money going to fund wars? Because that's exactly what James Carville is suggesting. And that's just, I mean, that last part of it is certainly historically inaccurate, and the rest of it's incredibly dubious, in my opinion. And these are the things that they're promising, right? Is to take money from the vast military budget, to stop spending it on the genocide in Gaza, and use that for healthcare, for childcare, for housing, for the things that people actually need and are struggling to pay for in every state, regardless of what ethnicity you might be. But James Carville is just reaching peak smug over this fucking thing. The guy is a loon.
A big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel. It was part of the closest set in history that ever come.
Wait, hold on. Did I go too far?
A deal.
Did I go too far?
I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I work in Israel.
Wait,
don't
hold on.
call yourself Democrat, but we're on with you.
Hold on.
Call yourself Democratic Socialist. Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do,
They're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we're on with you.
Don't call yourself a Democrat.
There's no place.
Don't call yourself a Democrat.
Place for criticism.
Why does he fucking say that? Why does he say it like that? Don't call yourself a Democrat. Democrat. Why does he say it so fast? Democrat. Why you say it? Don't call yourself a Democrat. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to call yourself a Democrat. Don't do it. I won't have it.
Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do,
They're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we're on with you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go form your own party.
So he just conflated anti-Semitism and the criticism of the government of Israel, which are, of course, two different things, and is in fact anti-Semitic in itself. The conflation of the two, according to our government, actually. But this is going to come back up in just a second.
The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
Wait.
I worked in Israel. It was part of the closest set in history that ever.
Let's just listen to that one more time.
The reason that most people anti-Semitic go from you in the Democratic Party, there's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you criticism of the government of Israel, there's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel.
There is no place for criticism of the government of Israel.
And I am a full supporter of the right in history would ever come to having a deal in history.
Wait, where is it?
Was part of the closest that in history would ever come.
I went too far.
Become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
I have a really big issue with the government of Israel. This is him saying it. He's not talking about somebody else. I'm trying to hit both of these back and forth. But this is crazy. Where does this first one start? Is it 7:30?
Democratic socialists. Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do.
They're
right?
good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we're on with you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel.
Fucking 20 seconds later.
Same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody. I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
20 seconds later, he's saying he has a big issue with the government of Israel. This shit is fucking insane. Okay? This is one of the most frustrating things about this entire thing to me. And I'm struggling to actually hit both of these as I want to. But the point is that this guy is the only one who's allowed to criticize Israel, according to him. Right? You're allowed to have his criticisms of Israel, but you're not allowed to have these criticisms of Israel. He literally is about to spend about 30 seconds a minute criticizing the government of Israel here. We're gonna be here for it. But it's fucking. This is the. What do you call it? This is the paradoxical existence which we are asked to accept, right? This is the Orwellian framework surrounding Israel that we are being forced to accept, and James Carville is making it just so readily apparent in this just sit down interview with Donnie. There, according to him, there is no place in the party, in the Democratic Party. He got very incensed. He started yelling, "Can't be a Democrat. You can't call yourself a Democrat if you hate Israel." And then he's like, I have a lot of criticism of the government of Israel. You can't criticize Israel, but I have a lot of criticism. He's the only one. These people are the only ones who are allowed to determine what the acceptable criticisms of the government of Israel are. If you say, oh, it's an apartheid, that's too much. If they're doing a genocide, oh, that's too much. But you can say, oh, I don't like, as you'll see, you can say certain things. Those are fine criticisms, apparently.
I worked in Israel.
Israel?
The closest that.
Maybe it's a different country.
In history.
Maybe he's talking about a different country. Israel? Are we talking about Israel or Israel? We're talking about Israel or Israel? Is anybody familiar with the country of Israel? Is that a different place? We're talking about the same thing?
Will come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean. I think the only way to have that is you have to have a corresponding Palestinian state, fully recognized. You have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinians.
Well, there's no massive aid going to the Palestinians, James. This sounds like another criticism. Because Israel's not doing any of these things. There's no recognized Palestinian state. Israel is actually really pissed off every time anybody recognizes a Palestinian state.
And we got to have peace and not war.
Well, there is no war. It's a genocide. But we don't have peace.
I can't stand Netanyahu.
Oh, you can't stand Netanyahu. Oh, so we're allowed to criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. We're allowed to criticize the actions of the government sometimes. So what in the shit is the problem exactly? What is the problem for these people? It's because they are militarists. People like James Carville. I've come to the conclusion. People like James Carville, who should have no real reason for any connection to the state of Israel. Like, people like James are militarists. I think the United States needs a military complex, a presence in the Middle East, and Israel represents that the most. And that is the only reason that he supports it, right? And you can criticize it, but if you criticize the military state of Israel, if you criticize the U.S.'s complicity and a partnership with the state that's committing genocide, that's too much. That gets you out of the Democratic Party, right? If you object to the atrocities that are being committed, that's too much, okay? That's the problem. Okay, you can object to Benjamin Netanyahu for some vague reason, which he doesn't make clear.
And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. They don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements.
I hate the settlements.
Right.
So we can dislike the settlements.
Love to see policy changes in the.
So there's no criticism allowed in the Democratic Party. But you can criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. You can criticize the lack of aid. You can criticize the settlements. So what is it that we're not? It's confusing. So we're not allowed to criticize Israel at all. But a few things that apparently James is allowed to criticize.
Of Israel, but I am a firm believer in the state of Israel.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you at the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris. Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? I mean, if you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all because, again, pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party especially that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and you'll see, 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much. And you'll see. Rahm Emanuel is a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now. Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office, and he sees which way the winds are blowing. It's not going to happen.
Winter is coming.
So that's not even a problem. But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country, seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, it's going to be worse than Donald Trump next.
Hasan making a lot of bold predictions here with Donny O'Sullivan on CNN. And James Carville saying a lot of crazy old man things. What will come to fruition, Space Fams? No, where did I put my... I keep doing this. Why do I keep doing that? Something wrong with me. I do that so many times. Now, we had sort of mixed results in Tuesday's elections last night. Of course, it was not just Michigan, it was Missouri, Washington, and Virginia, and Kansas. Almost forgot you, Kansas. And it was a mixed bag. Some good, some bad. Some lessons learned, perhaps. Just to take a look at what happened. Where is it? Here's Kansas. Why can't I zoom? There we go. Sort of a one of three. Lauren Reinhold winning in the first, but Sarah Prue and Ryan Gilbert losing in the third and fourth. My preferred gubernatorial and Senate candidate in Ethan Corson and Christy Davis also losing there. Kansas was almost a complete loss. But Michigan, a little bit better. Ben Ambrose winning in the second. Rashida Tlaib continuing to hold her seat in the 12th. Donovan McKinney winning in the 13th. Huge win, upset over big money AIPAC-backed Democrat Sri Thanadar. William Lawrence, the founder of the activist movement, the Sunrise Movement, I think it's what it's called. My brain just broke. And I think DSA, I can't remember if that's actually true, but winning here in Michigan 7th as well. I thought Michigan honestly was fairly good. Once the night actually played out, it was a long night. There were 5 no primaries, but honestly, not bad. It's like 4 of 8. It was like 50-50 on those two. And then Jocelyn Benson and Abdul El-Sayed both winning. I'm much more happy about Abdul winning, of course. But we killed it. It was 6 for 10 in Michigan. That's not bad. I will take that all day. 60% of the galactic recommendations winning. The blue is confusing because there's no primaries here. But if you just look at the red and the green, we actually crushed it in Michigan. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm feeling much more happy after the fact, after a little bit of rest, sleeping on the results, having a moment to think about it. I think we did fairly well. There were some lessons learned. I still feel like I haven't put enough effort into the elections, which is why you'll see me posting more and more on the YouTube, hopefully in the coming days for the upcoming elections. We already posted Tennessee's clip. Hopefully I'll be in Hawaii's in later today. And then all of next week's elections clips, because we did a 12-hour stream the other day covering every single one of these elections, and I'm just struggling to go through all of it and clip it out. That's on me. It is just, it's not just going through and trying to make sure that it's fairly streamlined so that people aren't sitting there forever. I'm not doing a great job on that, but I'm trying. But then making like thumbnails for each one, and then all the description and all this other stuff I gotta do, and then posting it, uploading, like all that stuff just takes a little bit of my time out of my day. And meanwhile, I'm still trying to do the stream 5 days a week and pay the bills. Speaking of bills, oh no, I take it back. No, that's the old dono on PayPal. Still no movement yet on the galactic content goal, but you can contribute. Twitch, PayPal, Cash App. Okay, but Missouri, not as good. Josh Meade, Chris Reichard winning in the 6th and the 8th, but Hartzell Gray, Tommy Holstein, Joan Von Dross, and Corey Bush. Corey Bush being perhaps the most disappointing of the losses here. She picked up like over 50,000 votes, but didn't take it down. Sad but true. Washington, also not a great turnout there, but Virginia even worse. But these are lessons learned. Got to put in more effort. Each state is made differently too. We got to think about that, how we're approaching these things to some degree. But yeah, we still got more elections coming up here, people, in August. A dozen of them. So buckle up for that. Okay. I was going to do it on the primary elections coverage. The current fight going on in the Democratic Party. Let's talk a little bit about the Republicans who are facing up in the generals. Just a little bit. Places like Georgia or Ohio. Some fascinating results there. perhaps results is the wrong results in some cases. I think other cases, revelations, perhaps the right word. Let's start in Georgia with the majority report. Jon Ossoff facing off against Republican in the general. What's his name? Mick Rogers? No. What's his dickbag's name? I forget this guy's name. Suffice to say, he's struggling.
You haven't heard much about Mike Collins because he's not doing very well in Georgia. Jon Ossoff, I mean, the polling has Jon Ossoff up by maybe double digits at this point. I think and it's going to be interesting. If Jon Ossoff wins by double digits, even if he wins by single digits, but high numbers, he will, the day after you will hear, you will start seeing all of the Jon Ossoff is going to run for 2028 pieces.
It feels like a foregone conclusion at this point.
But here is Mike Collins. He has a little bit of a problem. Contrast this to the way that Larkin sort of like avoided, which was a very disingenuous question. How are you going to deal with rape if you will allow there to be immigration in this country? Mike Collins is asked a question about his son-in-law posting white nationalist and anti-Semitic content. It is amazing how sensitive we are to anti-Semitism unless it is performed by an actual anti-Semite and white.
Seriously, though, it's so frustrating. It is so crazy making that the only kind of anti-Semitism that we're worried about is the fake kind. And if you're like a card-carrying neo-Nazi skinhead waving a Nazi flag, a swastika tattooed to your forehead, reciting the what are they, the 13 words or whatever. I forget. I can't remember what it's fucking called now. Like if you're, I don't know, Elon Musk doing a Heil Hitler salute, you're autistic. But if you're a student complaining about genocide, you're an anti-Semite.
Here's Mike Collins. He's being asked this question. Yeah.
He's outstanding in his field.
Here is... Well, that's the thing. Americans really appreciate competence.
And grass, yeah.
And if so, that's what Alfred Hitchcock always said. Like, if you have a murderer, just make him good at his job, and Americans will love him. And so there it is. But here is Mike Collins trying to avoid that question, and it's not going very well. Also, what a bad backdrop.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
I mean, honestly, I went to cover a Jill Stein rally in 2016 at some college, and that's what the setup looked like. So it's kind of...
Why do you put these wires in the XLR?
We just, this is a beautiful lawn we have here.
Yeah,
Look
the
at
library
where our podium is
lawn.
growing. Let's put some microphones.
It's like a library or like a, like a school. I can't quite tell what it is, but he's just like in the middle of the lawn. Why? I don't understand. What is the lawn adding to this situation? Anything is just sort of off-putting, and it's adding a lot of green sort of glow to Mike. He's glowing green. He looks like he's gonna get mad or something. He's gonna turn to the Hulk.
But there. There we go. Pause it for a second. So don't take it down. He hears the question about his son-in-law posting anti-Semitic and white nationalist stuff. He immediately goes to his briefing book, turns to the page. In case you get asked about this, say this. Watch.
You know, we've fully addressed that, but John Ossoff refuses to disavow these Democrat socialist movements in our country. As a matter of fact, he embraces that. You know, John Ossoff should answer for voting for men being in women's locker rooms. John Ossoff should answer. John Ossoff should answer why he voted for this massive spending bill out there that has jump-started inflation and caused prices to go up on the average Georgians out there. John Ossoff should.
I love how his response is, me? Why should I have to answer questions when John Ossoff exists? Mr. John Ossoff, he exists. Why do I have to answer questions? But he should be answering questions. I don't have to answer questions. That's not my job. Do I look like a guy who should be answering questions? What's that? I'm standing in front of a podium with a bunch of microphones that are rigged to news cameras. Look, listen. I am not here to answer questions, okay? It's John who should be answering the questions, not me, the guy with 6 local news stations microphones mounted to my podium in the middle of the lawn of the local library here. John needs to answer. It's not. Why should I have to answer for anything?
Answer for why he supported ending cash bail, why he supported the open borders, why he supported these radical anti-Israel extremists. These aren't Georgia values, y'all. That's what he needs to answer.
Pause it for a second, y'all. The anti-Israel extremists, your son-in-law is out there calling everybody a Jew boy, essentially.
Jesus Christ.
You know what Mike Collins is? Not a good candidate.
Yeah, what on earth?
Yeah, no kidding. By the way, calls are growing, in fact, for Mike to drop out. This was from 3 days ago. At least the clip from the majority report was from 3 days ago. This is from yesterday out of Axios Atlanta. Calls grow for Collins to address son-in-law's white nationalist posts. U.S. Representative Mike Collins, a representative from Georgia, is under mounting scrutiny over his son-in-law's social media posts promoting white nationalist and anti-Semitic views. Oh, the latest Monday's press conference was held weeks after CNN first reported that Collins' son-in-law, David Allen Shearer II, was a pro-white nationalist and social media influencer with a track record of sharing anti-Semitic material and Nazi imagery and comments across the internet. What they're saying, Reverend Gerald L. Durley, a retired pastor and former dean at Clark Atlanta University, said that as Georgia grows more diverse, its elected officials have to serve people of all backgrounds. Oh, it's growing more diverse now? Oh, now Georgia's more diverse? Oh. Now it's diverse. It's growing more diverse. Yes. So diverse that Atlanta recently made diverse. Wasn't diverse before it. We must be sensitive to these sorts of issues with the recent change in diversity in Atlanta. Georgia cannot send a man to Washington to represent all the people of Georgia who will not disclaim the allegations that he is a white nationalist sympathizer, Durley said. The most noble thing a citizen can do is to make sure that they're clear what their beliefs are, said Reverend Timothy McDonald of First Iconium Baptist Church, an Ossoff supporter. Mike Collins has not done that for the voters of Georgia. Oh, God, Mike. Oh, Mike, why will you not condemn? Good God.
This is ridiculous.
You must condemn, Mike. Speaking of things to condemn. Speaking of things to condemn, We got the full alleged Plattner. From white nationalism to abuse. Representative Miller of Ohio's first? No. What district is this dickbag in again? Please hold. Seventh. 7 and 1 are shaped similarly. Okay, give me some slack, Space Pams. Okay. Yay, trying my best. Gonna continue to try my best. Won't always be the best. That much should be clear to everyone at this point. But it's my best. Oh my God. Yes, that's right. And in fact, I forgot to do this one thing that I should probably do while we watch this clip. Now, Ohio's 7th already had a primary, you may recall, in May of this year, like 3 long months ago. Man came out on top, held down his seat. Was Max Miller. Well, some stuff's coming out about Max. It's a little troubling for a guy who's in charge of the country. NBC News for more on these allegations from 3 days ago.
Tonight, Republican Congressman Max Miller doubling down on his re-election bid and defending himself against claims of abuse by his ex-wife.
I'm not getting out of this race.
As his former father-in-law, Republican senator who's close to President Trump, says he is not fit to serve.
Yeah, and actually, I would go even further. Not just troubling for somebody, really anyone, I think, probably troubling, but really especially troubling, knowing that this guy is in charge partly of the country, and spending his off hours apparently beating his wife.
Begin with the most painful accusation of all. I have never abused our daughter. I categorically deny abusing my former wife.
And after a lengthy live video on X, the two-term Ohio congressman posting a Dropbox folder he says contains the keys to his innocence, months into a bitter custody dispute between him and his former partner Emily Moreno, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno. She accuses Miller of throwing hot water on her and holding a gun to her head, according to police reports. In February, police also investigated after their daughter suffered a broken collarbone and bruising. The cause of those injuries is disputed. Miller denies all allegations and has not faced criminal charges.
If I had assaulted her, illegal. Would she had offered to cook me dinner 6 days later?
Senator Moreno writing in response today that Miller's behavior is, quote, erratic and dangerous, making it impossible to keep this matter private, and calling on Miller to leave the House of Representatives. Miller shot back, accusing Moreno of speaking out now for political reasons.
And honestly, I gotta say, it is crazy that Bernie Moreno, the U.S. Senator from Michigan, or not Michigan, what is it? Ohio. No, it's Ohio. The U.S. Senator from Ohio would keep this quiet until now when it's too late, and then, you know, try and act like he's somehow like on the right side of this thing when we got a general election. I don't know if he's up for election right now, but this seems political as fuck. And it is crazy that it took this long for him. Like, these guys are, the thing about this that is most crazy is that these guys are in the same fucking family. And he didn't bring it up while Max was running for office the first time or the second time. He's been representing the great district of Ohio's 7th since 23. He had multiple opportunities to be like, hey, this guy is not great, right? I know him personally. He's my son-in-law. He's kind of a dickbag. It's kind of a real piece of shit, you know, real sociopath. Sort of trying to think of the reference. I can't think of the name of the movie right now. Why can't I think of the name of the movie? What does not matter. It's not important. But a real piece of shit. Couldn't have mentioned it at any point until now. I just find that fascinating. However, and I failed to do this as quickly as I should have. But this is, I hate to be, while accusing people of political opportunism, I hate to be doing this. And by hate, I mean I feel vaguely justified in pointing out that you've got a great candidate in Ohio 7th. You know, if you want to get rid of this dickbag, could vote for Brian Poindexter, a guy who got the full galactic recommendation back in May, who won the Democratic primary, who's going to be facing, or one would assume is going to be facing, Max Miller, who is, by the way, not dropping out. He's not. He's vowing to stay in the race. If you missed that, he is not giving up. Here's your option.
With the way things are going, I don't think working people like you and me are going to hold on much longer. I mean, we're working harder and harder, and we're getting less and less. Growing up in the 80s on the west side of Cleveland, we didn't have much, but an honest day's work was enough to provide for your family. My dad was a machinist with the IAM for 46 years. That one job was enough to support a family of 8. That is obviously not possible anymore. I got my first job at a machine shop at 15 years old. I worked 7 days a week. It was 1995. I was making $6 an hour, which at the time wasn't that bad. You know what's really messed up? Is minimum wage is barely more than I made over 30 years ago. We're hurting, man. We're hurting just to boost the profit margins of those who have too much. What really pisses me off is we're struggling to make ends meet, and we got a guy on pace to be a trillionaire. Our whole district could be millionaires with the amount of money that one guy is going to accumulate for himself. And good people can't even get SNAP benefits? That's crazy to me.
Come on! I feel like
I'm tired. I am tired of the Republicans who are in the pockets of the rich and the corporations. I'm tired of the sellout Democrats, too. The ones who fight for everybody else except for the working people. We have to fundamentally change who has power in our country. The time is now. We don't have time to wait. We got to raise the minimum wage. We got to protect workers. We got to strengthen unions, save Social Security, and guarantee health care. I'm Brian Poindexter. I'm a dad. I'm a union iron worker. I'm a Browns fan. I'm a Brook Park City Council member. And I'm running for Congress to end this corruption. Our congressman, he was born rich. He doesn't know what it takes to struggle. He is going to pour millions of dollars into this race to try to silence me and you. He is a stain on Northeast Ohio.
Yeah. There's Brian Poindexter talking about Max Miller, the representative from Ohio 7th, who's, yeah. And, I mean, this was months and months ago. This was 6 months ago that he posted that YouTube clip. I mean, it's become even more apparent what a stain he is on Ohio's sterling reputation. Ohio, get out there and vote. Come on. Okay, I promised I wouldn't talk more about stuff like that, but it was I couldn't help but throwing in another future candidate Who needs a vote? Tammy R. Peterson. The wife of Jordan R. Peterson. The Petersons. Why am I doing Irish? I'm doing Irish. The Petersons.
Climate and everything are the same word.
How is Jordan's corpse doing, by the way? Is Michaela embalming it, or what's happening with that? Is Michaela properly embalming the corpse of your late husband, who's clearly not alive anymore, since we've seen no proof of life for months and months? He isn't dead, but his condition is worsened. Proof of life. Newspaper. You know, today's newspaper. Non-AI photo. We're gonna need it, and we're gonna need it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We've been talking about this for years now. His slow... Well, it's like a year. It's like his slow disappearance. It's like that meme of Homer disappearing into a bush. You know, Jordan Peterson has just kind of disappeared from the public life. Claims of mold and neurological disorders. A lot of vague medical nonsense I'm hearing. Not a lot of facts. All right, we got a real problem here, Space Vamps. We are 4 hours into the stream. 4 hours into the stream. And as a result, the galactic content goal timer, now it's going off. I'm going to add a little bit more time to it. An hour, I suppose, out of pure generosity. Even though we've seen no progress since the first donation early on, we're still like 80% away from completing it. Disturbing. Really disturbing. I'm also very thirsty, so I'm gonna grab a drink. And I guess I'm gonna skip a video or two, which is annoying to me. But I don't think we're gonna complete the. I for the first time in a while, I don't think we're gonna complete it. I mean, prove me wrong, Space Bams. But we're doing bad. We were doing great initially. We hit 20% fairly early on, and then we stalled. We stalled hard for like 2 hours. It's bad. Of course, there's many ways you could contribute to the galactic content goal. Oh shit, somebody doing exactly that on Cash App, one of the places you could donate. CR, the donor, for burying Jordan Peterson money. I'm not burying Jordan. I don't know where Jordan is. That's the mystery. I'll take the dono. It's incredibly generous. It gets us 60% of the way through the content goal. See how easy that is, Space Fams? So quickly. $20 donated gets us 3 times as far as we originally were. We were at 20, now we're at 60. 60% of the way through that goal. People, we can do this. Never give up. Never surrender. I was too quick. I was too quick to give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. This is why I've added an extra hour. You know what? Because of the timing of that. I won't even skip these videos. I was going to skip. As we end our discussion of political races happening this year, let's just talk about the numbers one more time. Earlier today, the great Harry Emden. Whoopsies. What did I just do?
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Space Fams. It's Harry Emden with the numbers.
Yikes. Yikes is the word. Okay, take a look at this. The moderate GOP on Trump. This includes leaners. This is about 30 to 40% of the party, depending on how you exactly look at it. Versus Kamala Harris. Trump easily was winning amongst them by 69 points back in October of 2024. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at this decline in a Lake Erie. I mean, right now we're talking about just a plus 10 net approval rating. This is within his own party. This is within his own party. He's just barely above water. Do the quick math with me. That's 69.
Wow. This is, just to be clear, in case you missed it, of moderate-leaning Trump voters. Right? Moderate-leaning Republicans. I guess there's a difference between that and moderate-leaning Trump voters, so I better be specific. Moderate GOP on Trump, not moderate Trump voters on Trump. Some of these could be never Trumpers. Who knows? But holy fuck. Holy cow. I mean, we've been looking at the numbers on independents. Those are imploding, right? Negative 45 on independents. But then moderate GOP inside the Trump party? He's down 59 points on the moderates. That's wild. That's wild. He is alienating absolutely everyone. It is crazy, but it's not shocking to me. I mean, you look at like him going after Thomas Massey and John Cornyn, literally anybody who does anything that even vaguely upsets him or goes against his wishes, his agenda, or just doesn't feel good that day. Every Republican has gone in the crosshairs. It's pretty clear that that's not helping him with at least some portion of Republicans. And this is what I keep saying, is this aspect. And we saw it in Michigan just now, right? You saw less than 1 million voters come out for the Republican primary in Michigan. A supposedly red/purple/blue state, depends on who you ask, right? But you had 1.5 million. You had 50% more Democrats come out. Republicans are being discouraged by Trump and by the Republican Party itself from going out and voting because they're seeing a president going after their own representatives in some cases. God damn it. I forgot to get hydration. I need to go get hydration. Hold on. Fine. Hold on. I'm fine. Oh, God. What was I say? Yeah, oh, right. So you got Trump going after people like Thomas Massey and whoever else that could be seen as being maybe moderate, even though I don't see Thomas Massey as a moderate personally. But like, these are just the elements of like personally, I do not at all see Thomas Massey as a moderate. But like people like him, John Cornyn, whoever else, who have crossed the line, who have deigned to approach crossing the line on Trump, on the extremist agenda that they've been pushing forth, has been getting annihilated by Trump. Right? He's been going out there on social media and then getting donors to back primary challengers in every single one of these races. And most people don't even want to go up against him, right? But this is absolutely discouraging some group of people. People who answer these fucking polls right here, I guess. Look at that. Down 59 points. Not negative, but holy cow. Couldn't be more of a sign of disapproval without going negative than I could imagine. Like, 1 would not be any more disapproval to me than 10, right? You'd have to literally go to negative numbers.
This one. Okay. Woo! This is a 77-point drop. Okay, moderate GOP on Trump and the economy. Back in October of 2024, he was more trusted than Kamala Harris by 80 points. Now he's just 1, 2, 3 points above water. That is, as I said, a 77-point drop on the key issue that got Donald Trump reelected to a second term, where the Republican Party was lockstep.
77 points. That is insane. That is insane. It is crazy. The man had unanimous approval on everything in the GOP. This time last year, his numbers were like dictator level numbers. They were so unanimously in favor of Trump on all issues. They seemed fake. They weren't fake. But they seemed fake. They were so deeply like cultish and unified on every single thing. It was 80, 90% on every issue. Now it's 3, 10. Holy shit. He's getting obliterated.
Key with him. Moderate Republicans have abandoned Donald Trump, and now he is just treading water with a group that overwhelmingly supported him.
And to reinforce, this isn't overall. This is with moderate Republicans within his party.
Correct.
We're seeing this.
This is coming over to your side of the screen. Moderate Republicans within his own party. We are talking about moderates, and they make up about 30 to 40% of the party.
Okay, and where in the economy? When it comes to the economy, where in the economy is it hurting most?
Yeah, okay, so you see these positives. Even though Trump has dropped tremendously, we've seen some positives on this side of the screen, right? All right, how about time for some negatives? Okay, moderate Republicans, Trump's net approval. On Iran, he's 6 points underwater within his own party, You think that's low? How about 17 points underwater on inflation?
The man is doing some historic level losing right now. And if Democrats can't ride this wave to a sweeping victory in the midterms, it will be incredible. Even with, from my estimation, even with all of the Republican gerrymandering, these kinds of numbers on within Trump's own base suggest to me that you're going to see a deeply uninterested Republican Party by November. It's going to be cold. It's going to be whatever, right? Things are going to be getting shittier. Things are going to be getting more expensive. Let's not forget, around the holidays, things are going to be getting worse. Because all of the crops are going to be coming in light. Inflation is going to hit people around the holidays. It's going to suck. And Republican voters are going to be struggling even more to defend their dear leader around the Turkey Day table, watching football or whatever, eating mashed potatoes. You're going to struggle defending this man's record. And it seems like a lot of people are going to not be interested in even defending it. A lot of people think he's doing a terrible job. And if you can't defend it, why defend it with your vote? Why defend the people who are defending it in Congress? You're not gonna. You're going to be discouraged from doing that. The couch is going to look way nicer on a cold November day, although it'll probably be warmer because of fucking global warming and the super El Nino. But suffice to say, it'll be colder than it is now. It's going to be less fun to be standing out there, in a jacket.
Winter is coming.
Potentially. Republican voters may be discouraged in a lot of places to go vote. You get some big swings in numbers. 77 points, 80 points lower than he was previously. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. If that doesn't translate to people not being interested in voting, I will be blown away. I will be fucking blown away. Like, that's a real cult. Like, that's an actual cult that you've got there. If that's the case. But holy shit. Like, people are sick of him. People are getting so sick of him. His net approval is just plummeting. It is dragging down the GOP's numbers with it.
Places like Iowa, Ohio in play. You know, you're talking about Alaska being potentially in play. Look at this, chance to win the Senate. Now it's basically an even race. Republicans were 3-2 favorites a month ago. Look at where we are right now. Now Republicans' chances have fallen significantly. Just a 53% chance to hold on to the United States Senate. Democrats have a real shot indeed.
It's going to be a pretty tense few months here.
Just look at this. It has been a steady decline, like a slide going into the sea. You know, you go back January 2025, +6. May of 2025, -7. September of 2025, -8. December of 2025, -13. April of 2026, -17. And now, in an average of polls, he is 21 points under water.
Under what water? Under what water? Harry, what water are we talking about right now? Are we talking about the Mississippi? Are we talking about the Pacific? The Atlantic Ocean? The East River, perhaps? Or the Hudson? I think it's the Hudson. I think it's 21 points beneath the Hudson River. Oh, yes, big time. Holy cow. Look at those numbers. They are plummeting. They are plummeting fast. Oh, you can just feel it. Reflecting pool water? Yes, the undies 21 points beneath the reflecting pool water. Oh, the green reflecting pool. What do you figure it'll be by November? You know, what do you figure those numbers will be for Donald Trump in November? And where do you figure these numbers for Republicans will be? Right, this was July. Right? I mean, granted, this is Cauchy odds, but like 10%. Look, honestly, it's like a 15% shift in the numbers here. GOP down 7, Dems up 7. In like a 1 month time. We figure that'll be by November. Especially when people start to get comfortable with the Trump-backed primary winners, right? Because a lot of their incumbents, the ones who aren't full Trump loyalists, you know, and there's a handful of them. I don't know exactly how many, but it's like across the country in a bunch of different places. Just Trump went on a spree. Anybody who did anything vaguely that he disliked, he like must have used AI, like to find every single person who did anything he didn't like, you know, must have sent Doge on it or something. Start like scraping the internet. But like, there's a bunch of psychos now who are heading to the general that are, in my opinion, I try not to talk about this too much right now since we're in the primary still, but in some cases that are going to the general, right, are deeply unelectable, right? In Texas and Colorado, right? Ken Paxton in Texas. What's his face in Colorado for governor? That fucking psycho. Oh my God, I can't think of his name right now. Victor Marx, I think his name is. A guy who claims to have murdered someone when he was a child, when he was like 6 or 7 years old. He claims to have killed someone and is a professional exorcist who does not actual, but like sells exorcism services. where he exorcises horrible demons from people. Yes, I'm not kidding. It's a multi-million-dollar demon exorcising enterprise. You know, those are the kind of winners you got. You got Max Miller in Ohio, who we just got done talking about, right? Or Mike Collins in Georgia, right? Who's got some white,
President
the
Trump
white nationalist problems. You see what I'm saying? When we get to the general, it's going to be so easy. The tough part is the primary, which is why I'm so focused on it and like almost refuse to talk about the general at all. And I'm like sick of talking about it until September. Like, I'll get it in here and there for narrative purposes or whatever else, but Jesus. Like, the primary is going to be the hard part. Republicans are imploding. And every candidate is a fucking lunatic. It's going to be so easy to argue against these guys. Don't talk to me about socialism. Healthcare and housing and transportation are not scary, okay? You know what's scary? Actual white nationalist abusers, right? Like actual... These people are in office, too. That's what's crazy. Both of those guys. Actually, no, Mike... No, not Mike. The other guy. He is not in office. Mike Collins. They're both named Mike. Max? No, Max? All these guys have, like, the same names. It's so hard. They get so confusing. Max Miller, Mike Collins. Funny is these guys should be just wildly easy to beat. Now, of course, it's the Republican Party, and for a long time they have been impervious to these sorts of things, right? Sex scandals, ties to white nationalism, and whatever else. Blatant corruption. But they're in power. And it's the midterms. And Americans tend to make it known their dissatisfaction with those in power when things are bad. When things are bad. You're liking the lack of Jordan Peterson? It's probably good. It's probably a good thing, to be honest. Oh, speaking of blatant corruption. I just mentioned blatant corruption in the Republican Party. Let's talk about the most blatant act of corruption that I have heard about and this is crazy that I feel like I'm saying this, but this is maybe one of the most blatant acts of corruption, just like one-off acts, but it's like, it's ongoing. It's a paid subscription service. This is one of the most blatant acts of corruption in broad daylight that I could imagine. Like I'm not sure I could have constructed a more blatant act of corruption. But I just want you to think about something for a second. Let's talk about financial markets. I know they're boring, but just think about them. There's money flying around all over the place every day, billions and billions, trillions of dollars flying around every single day on these markets. And the thing that is key, the thing that is king in financial markets is information. Having information against your competitor, be able to buy stock, sell stock before the competition and make profits. Or to ensure that entire retirement accounts for millions make or lose money. These things are all being decided on the financial markets. Well, guess what? I got a sweet new product to sell you. Oh, I'm sorry, not me. The president. The president's got a sweet new product to sell you. Donald John Trump, the president of the United States, is selling paid early access to all of his Truth Social posts to any traders wishing to get ahead of the competition. Literally.
A what now?
Illegal.
Oh, this is deeply illegal. There's no way this isn't fucking illegal. But this is the actual news. PBS NewsHour yesterday. Paid early access to Trump's posts raises insider trading questions. No kidding.
President Trump is selling early access to his social media posts. His company recently launched Truth API, a subscription service giving businesses and trading firms a first look at posts from the president and other high-profile accounts. The price tag reportedly up to $100,000 a month.
Crazy.
Critics are raising alarms because that head start means paying customers see market-moving statements from a sitting president before the public does.
That's
For
exactly
more, we're joined
what I
now
mean.
by Bobby Allen, technology correspondent for NPR. Bobby, it's always...
Oh my God. This is so deeply corrupt. Oh my God. Would you like market moving information ahead of time? And we already know that Trump has been accused of posting market moving information right before he does shit. And now he's going to make it so that some people can get that information slightly ahead of time by paying millions of dollars a year. I'm sorry, not millions, but I think it's like $1.5 million. I think he's charging like $1 million a year to get access. It's just a subscription service just for a year. Go. You know, and why? Why not? It's just a couple of years left. Think about that. For the next 2 years, people who want access to the president's tweets faster than anyone else on the planet can pay $1 million a year to do just that. Remember Joe Biden and the laptop from hell?
I'm staying in the race.
What do you call this?
To see. So break down how this actually works. This service is already live. How much sooner are subscribers seeing these posts from President Trump?
So it's called Truth API, and basically investment banks, hedge funds, and other investors can get a sneak peek at President Trump's posts on Truth Social, maybe a couple milliseconds before the rest of the public. But when we're talking about high-frequency trading and other types of really fast Wall Street trading, I mean, Jeff, the difference of a few milliseconds could be tens of millions of dollars easily. And remember, I mean, Trump regularly turns to Truth Social to make announcements about the war in Iran, economic news, maybe announce some kind of big government contract with a...
Exactly. This is paid access to the president. He uses Truth Social and social media to dictate. It is diktat by tweet. We've said it many times. Like, it is literally how we live. And now it's paid access to those diktats. To the whims, the governmental whims of the president. They're now paywalled. They're now being paywalled. This is insane. $1 million a year access to get the announcements from the U.S. government before anyone else. That seems like a deeply problematic thing. It seems like, honestly, like maybe like a national security concern. Like, I'm just thinking of a number of things. Like, I don't know whether or not they could actually be like acted upon in real life, but man, it seems like this is a lot of opportunity for potential corruption. And it's just being done in the open as a subscription service on Truth Social. That is insane. That is ridiculous. That is perverse. DLC president, seriously. You can download top tier access, get a sweet skin, and early releases for anybody else. Get an extra perk slot that nobody else has. That makes the game super unfair. It's pay to play government. He's just proving it over and over again. You want a pardon? donate. You want access to the actions that are being taken? Information being released by the White House? Pay for it. It is crazy. It's a completely transactional lunatic, corrupt piece of shit. Using the federal government to enrich himself. This cannot be legal. How it is that this has been allowed to go on. I don't know when this first started. I gotta look into it more. But holy shit, how this has been allowed to go on for a single day is beyond me. You gotta assume basically every hedge fund and bank, crypto bro with $1 million to throw around must have bought access already. Am I wrong? Right? I mean, how much money do you figure he's taking in from that at this point? 100 million? 200 million? 500 million? I mean, how many banks and hedge funds and crypto bros out there with $1 million to spend? At least 500. Right? At least 500, if not way more than that. $1 billion? 1,000? 1,000 millions? Star Citizen Presidential Edition. $10 billion a year. Comes with full access to the American military. You can fly in whatever jet you want and nuke one country a year. Okay. Well, the president enriches himself to the tune of who knows what, millions and millions of dollars, one would assume. Americans are footing the costs of data centers, the things that he's been green lighting across the country. Here's a clip from More Perfect Union from last week. Figured I'd leave this one in here right now. I'll be right back. Speaking of water, I need hydration. Herb.
Built what became...
Whoops.
China's largest craft brewery. I have dealt with private equity, I've dealt with cooling systems, I've dealt with wastewater management, and I've dealt with IT. We are in a speculative bubble right now. The reason why we need to build so many data centers yesterday is because there is a race to be early in the IPO before these companies and before the retail investors in America realize that there's no there, and we are ahead of our skis on calling large language models and machine learning AI before it is truly generative AI. And so when we look at how private equity firms are backing property developers to build data centers to then sell to Meta, Alphabet, Anthropic, OpenAI, xAI, what we're doing is we're selling our children's birthright and we're giving away the bathwater, the baby with the bathwater, instead of demanding guarantees that these companies will even be here in 10 years. I was in Shalersville. I'm in Perry twice a week. I see the anxiety in the communities. And when we see the narratives from the investment companies, it's always the same. Whether they're building 16 data centers or 6, there's always 200 jobs. Why? Because it's enough jobs to look beneficial, but not enough to break your school system. These are marketing approaches to get over a hurdle, to get tax abatements, zoning, and environmental so they can build it. And by the time there are trucks on site and raw materials in the flat, and trade unions have their contracts verified, they will say, hey, that closed loop system, yeah, that's going to be too expensive. Now it needs to be open loop, but you can't stop it because we've already broke ground. By the time we see whether or not there are 200 jobs to even be had, And by the time we get to a point where we know whether or not there will be any taxes paid after the abatements expire, the people that sign the contracts won't even exist anymore in terms of corporations. We don't even know if this industry will exist. When there's a minute, can you just go like this? I'm looking right at you. And so what we need to do is figure out a way to do a registered capital bond that is required statewide, that's a collaborative between the state, the county, and whatever municipality is hosting these, where if you're going to tell us there are 200 jobs, what are those salaries total times 10 for 10 years? That money goes in a bond on day one. That way, if you collapse, at least the community and those municipalities have some form of capital.
I love this idea from this guy. I hadn't heard the suggestion yet. That's a very smart idea. I think we should do that in combination with the other things that I've been suggesting lately about data centers, vis-a-vis using the ones that are genuinely unnecessary, since this AI race is a fucking boondoggle anyway. But this guy's absolutely right. You know, these data centers, they're showing up, claiming all sorts of stuff. They never follow through. They get tax abatements, special tax treatment to do their little projects. And also, like he said before, before all that, they're also playing games with the water. They'll claim, oh, we'll do the closed loop system, which is much, much more expensive, which uses water to cool. But there is a place within the loop that cools the water itself, and then it sends the cooled water through the system, right? Whereas there are other systems that don't really spend as much time or effort cooling the water. So maybe some, but mostly is just cycling fresh water constantly through the system. This is the most wasteful, the most damaging, but the cheapest. You just let like room temperature water go through the system, suck up the heat, whatever ambient heat it can suck up at room temperature, and then shoot that back out and then send more room temperature water in, right? Over and over and over again. And this is what's so decimating to the ecosystems and to like the water bills of some people in these municipalities where these AI data centers keep popping up. Speaking of that, let's go here to Utah. Where they're not only working on building data centers, they are dealing with a severe drought. Water bills soaring 500% in some places. Here's KSL News Utah from 4 days ago.
Some people are getting higher water bills than their house payments are, and that's not right.
From $150 to nearly $1,000 on their water bill. That's the jump Tony Graham's parents saw in 1 month.
They're elderly, they're on a fixed income. They can't afford a water bill that's $1,000 a month.
Stephanie Johnson has a similar story.
We used half as much water this year. Water bill was
$1,000 water bill for 1 month, $33 a day for water. That is nonsense.
Similar story.
We used half as much water this year, and our water bill was almost double what it was last year.
Her bill is sitting at $210.
So this is our plum tree that's completely dead.
Keeping her lawn and garden now a splurge.
It's choosing between eating food and taking a bath, and that's really hard.
At Candace Hall's home, the lawn is really parched.
It's just sad.
She's drastic.
Eating food or taking a bath is a ridiculous... That is ridiculous. No one. Who? What? Who in their right mind thinks that this is an acceptable way to have society. People deciding between food and baths in America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Reduced water usage, but fears her trees won't make it.
Scary because I don't want to lose them.
It's part of the Ashley Valley Water District's new rates, with dramatic jumps the more water you use. The district says these are the worst water conditions in living memory. They're not sure if they'll have enough water in October, and their efforts are working. 33% less water used this summer versus 2025.
Wow. People are using 33% less water, but paying 500% more. That is crazy. Oh, those numbers are insane. Oh, God. I needed some tea. It's getting hot just thinking about it. I'm running out of water. And everything's on fire. Everything has been on fire all week. Last 3 days. Hot, dry, and on fire. Especially in the Pacific Northwest. Especially in the Pacific Northwest, where apparently half of all U.S. fires are currently burning. I am literally sweating. Why am I sweating? All right, let's go here to King 5 Seattle. From Sunday.
Thousands of acres are burning across Washington right now. The Madrite fire is growing rapidly in Ferry County. It's now burning more than 37,000 acres. That's up 15,000 acres in the past 2 days. Containment dropped from 63 to 27%. Level 3 evacuations are in place. The Little Giant fire northwest of Leavenworth has grown to more than 25,000 acres. There's still no containment there.
Yep. Over the weekend, fires were continuing to burn thousands of acres across the state of Washington, which has been having a terrible fire season. Historically bad fire season. And it has only continued to get worse throughout the week, I'm afraid. With another fire popping up in the Spokane area. This is a very populated area in Washington state. Going up in flames. Nearly 1,000 homes burned in recent days. Let's go here to the AP from Monday.
We now know that there are thousands of Washingtonians in Spokane area that had to be evacuated. We know there are hundreds of homes that have been destroyed. We know that we need continued help and support from everybody from weather forecasters to people just helping families know what's going to happen next. We are with you in this situation, and we're going to do everything we can to get the federal resources to help you. I talked to the U.S. Chief Forester, Chief Schultz, who basically said, this is the most risked and resourced fire in the United States today.
Yep. These fires are extremely powerful. Ones that have been burning in the Pacific Northwest. Honestly, the entire West has been on fire all year. It's been a bad year. It's been a really bad year, fire-wise. And that's because it's been a really bad year drought-wise and heat-wise. Everything was really hot. As a result, everything dried out. No rain on top of it. And so everything is very burnable. Everything is just very, very burnable right now. And it's not good. But authorities trying everything they can in the state have been to battle these fires without help from the federal government. Aside from, I think, like local military bases, like Air Force bases, I think, in Washington were helping put out fires, like running fire missions in planes. But aside from that, like no help, at least up until more recently, from the federal government. Even though these fires have been burning for weeks and weeks, just getting worse and worse. They started in the far east of the state. And now it's other fires threatening all over the place.
Pacific Northwest is seeing a large share of our nation's wildfires, too, with Washington and Oregon home to half of the fires burning in the country. Meteorologist Leah Pizzetti joins us now with a look at the data and conditions that are fueling these fires. Leah?
Yeah. Jake, all eyes are on the Northwest across the country right now. In fact, nationally, there are 99 large fires burning, and a majority are right here in the Northwest. Half are between Washington and Oregon, 17 in Washington and 32 in Oregon. And to put this in perspective, considering the 10-year average, we usually have burned about 3.6.
Oregon is fucking insane. Nearly 2 million acres. I mean, this is crazy. And now there's fires burning like on the Portland, Oregon, Washington line. So it's all over the state, right? So Ocana's in the far east of the state, on the border of Idaho. But there are states all over. I mean, there are fires all over the states. Oregon, Washington, 2 million acres combined burning.
Million acres across the United States by now, but nationally we've surpassed more than 5.2 million acres burned. So we are about 1.5 million acres ahead of schedule. So let's take a look at those current fires that are burning right now. So this is a big picture look at the state of Washington. I do want to point out that we do have.
Yeah, and what she means is by being 1.5 million acres ahead of schedule is the United States. And this is what I was talking about. This is what I'm so disturbed by. How on I was about this being a bad year for fire season. Like, we are 50% ahead of schedule on acres burned. And things are only scheduled to get hotter and drier in some places and more stormy, which will lead to more fires. Now, one of the fires in Washington burning has been, well, is alleged to have been committed by arson. Someone's been arrested for it. But a lot of these fires are caused by lightning, sparks from ATVs, or fireworks, or cigarette butts, hubcap on the side of the road, whatever it is, you know, like, because of how desperately dry everything is, any sort of spark. A lot of things are human caused, but not always intentional. That's one thing that's important. This one seems to have been, not this one. There's 50 fires we're talking about right now. One of these fires we're talking about, the one in Spokane, I believe, is the one that is believed to have been set intentionally by a human, which is deeply disturbing. Not what we need, of course, but some people are, they need help or something, All right, let's keep going through these clips that I've got here on what's been happening this week with these fires. They just have gotten worse and worse. Here's The Guardian from 2 days ago. This is in Spokane. You can see the flames, the fire. I mean, the smoke is just unbelievable. It's overwhelming, the amount of smoke.
This is an extraordinary wildfire season in the Pacific Northwest. It's not a normal season.
Hundreds of homes and structures have been lost. We are still assessing the potential for lives to be lost. So to the people who are suffering right now in our region from either loss or uncertainty, everyone here, our hearts go out to you. We are here for you for the long term.
FEMA has now approved federal funding to help fight.
Okay, well, after many weeks of fires burning in Washington, FEMA finally approved federal funding for firefighting efforts in Washington state on Monday. Now, of course, Donald Trump set up FEMA, now under DHS. I mean, has always been under DHS, but now under DHS, it no longer has any autonomy and is fully beholden to the secretary of DHS to sign off on any and all expenditures over $10,000, meaning any sort of wildfire fighting effort is basically just automatically put on hold. Any kind of help for people on the ground, all put on hold until Mark Wayne Mullen signs off on it.
FEMA has now approved federal funding to help fight the Sinlaken fire, the Fairview fire, and the Autumn Lanes fire burning in Washington state right now. Under FEMA's Fire Management Assistance Grant, funding will cover up to 75% of the state's eligible firefighting costs. These grants do not provide assistance to home or business owners. These are the 7th, 8th, and 9th FMAG declarations this year to help fight Washington's fires.
Yep. This will not be helping any of the people, any of their losses, just with the firefighting effort itself. But it was actually approved by FEMA, finally. Who knows what could have prevented if they were more responsive to these needs, especially in blue states. But these fires in Washington have turned into the worst natural disaster in the history of the state, according to people in Washington. Here's King 5 Seattle from 2 days ago.
This is a nuclear bomb going off in our neighborhoods.
That's devastating. It's something we've never seen before.
This is beyond anything that we've dealt with in this region before. We've never had anything this major. It's clearly our worst natural disaster in our history.
Devastation in Spokane. Wildfires have destroyed at least 700 buildings so far, most of them homes. You can see the destruction in these new satellite images showing areas before and after the flames swept through. The fires have burned at least 12.5 square miles, and they are still spreading very quickly right now. About 65,000 people within Spokane city limits have been evacuated.
This is horrifying. And I might need to like reach out to some people. Like I know people in the Northwest. I have some family who live out here in the Northwest. This is very disturbing. I mean, you look at these pictures, just these quaint Pacific Northwest neighborhoods all of a sudden turn to ash, just completely destroyed. Everything is gone. It's horrifying.
Now, about 65,000 people within Spokane city limits have been evacuated, including patients at the U.S. Veterans Affairs Hospital. Officials say it could be days or even weeks before people can return home. Some families were forced to escape on foot as gridlock choked evacuation routes.
It was getting that text and knowing how backed up everything was and knowing how close that fire was to all of that. It was one of the worst moments of all of our lives.
Video shows firefighters pushing through thick smoke and flames to save homes. For many families, the loss goes far beyond their houses. One woman there says her family escaped, but many of their pets did not.
Jesus.
It was actually at the edge of my property when I was trying to get my other dogs out. They lost their dog, Evie, and I lost my dog, Diamond, and my little daughter lost her kitty cat, Bubbles, and I lost Henny Penny, my chicken.
Help is pouring in from across the country and all around the world, with crews from more than a dozen states and Australia joining the fight.
And Australia. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's when you know it's serious. When Australia comes all the way over to help in Washington State. Yep, things are very bad. What's been left behind is pretty devastating to see.
Northwest Spokane, this is one of the roadblocks set up that the National Guard is actually working. Residents who left knew that the damage was bad today. So many of them tried to come back, tried to cross these roadblocks and see the damage for themselves. But at one point, even the National Guard could not stop people from going in on foot who just wanted to get an up-close look at the damage. Now, this neighborhood that we're in, it's in Spokane's northwest corner. Homes back up to grassland and timber, creating a classic wildland-urban interface. We saw roughly a dozen homes burned to the foundations, including the home of Brenda Byers. She evacuated Saturday while her husband remained in the hospital recovering from a stroke. She said she'd already seen pictures of what was left of her home, but said she needed to be here to see it in person.
When I looked on the maps, the fire seemed so far away. I wasn't really worried until I got the call that said we think it's burning. Every house on my street, both sides of my street, every house is gone. They all burned down.
Oh, this is deeply depressing. But of course, all these fires, they can't just burn trees and hills and mountains. Eventually, they meet up with human settlements and cities in Spokane. How big is Spokane? It's like a million? No, 500,000. Yeah, the whole Spokane County is 500,000 people. It is rough to see. And unfortunately, fires continue to burn in Washington, and we can't forget Oregon, which we'll talk about in a second. Here's CNN from yesterday.
Nearly 65,000 families evacuated, 0% containment of these wildfires. Multiple dangerous fires are spreading across the Spokane area in Washington state. So far, officials say that more than 700 homes have been destroyed. And some of the images of the destruction that we're seeing, they're just tragedy. Watch this.
Why is it that these mainstream media news anchors can't seem to feign sincerity when they talk about stuff like this. Like, maybe I'm just intuiting it, but Kate Boldan does not seem sincere when she says this. Like, look at her face. Like, what is up with why is she like this? Why are you like this, Kate? This is a fucking disaster, okay? You take it a little more serious. For the love of God.
How rude. That is what families were seeing from the water as they were trying to escape. Let's get to CNN's Julia Vargas Jones. She's on the scene in Spokane this morning. What are you hearing there today?
Okay, it's not a regular Monday in Spokane. People are waking up to see just the extent of this tragedy. As you mentioned, 65,000 residences evacuated to places like this, to shelters where they're faced with that uncertainty of whether or not they will even have a home to return to. And some of them who have been able to go and see their properties completely destroyed, engulfed by the fire and just spit out as just almost charcoal. They had really interesting insight into whether or not they could even return and build a life in these areas again.
65,000 people evacuated. Families. Sorry, families. How many people is that? 100,000? 200,000? Why are we measuring in families? A family is not a unit of measurement. I don't know what that means. But suffice to say, tens of thousands of people are evacuated from their homes, refugees in their own state, as a result of these wildfires burning out of control here in eastern Washington. Let's hear from one of the evacuees.
Path to recovery. And joining us right now to talk more about this is the Deputy Director for Spokane County Emergency Management, Chandra Fox. Thank you so much for jumping on this morning. Can you just give me your assessment of where things stand this morning?
Good morning, Kate. Happy to be with you today.
Sorry, I'm chewing chips, and also this is the wrong spot. My bad. Hold on. I now have snacks, thanks to the beautiful person who decided to buy me chips on Throne, which I really appreciate, keeping me fed, keeping me hydrated. But now I have... Oh, this is the woman who's there. Right. Okay. Sorry. I went to the wrong spot. That's my bad. My bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right. Joining me now to talk more about this is Bobby Atwood. She lives in Spokane and she had to evacuate her home. Thank you so much for talking to me. Give me a sense when you knew that this was so dangerous that you had to run for your life, leaving some of your things behind.
Well, it all happened very quickly. When I got word of the fire, I was just up the road at the Walmart, and I had to rush home and started getting my animals gathered up in crates. And within 30 minutes, it had moved well over a mile, jumped the road, and came up from two angles. It came from behind my home, and it came from up the hill in front of my home, and then combined on my property. And it was actually at the edge of my property when I was trying to get my other dogs out.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay.
And then I just had to go out to the road and call my animals and try to get them out. At that point, two of the dogs ran out to the road, and one was found the next morning, and the other one was the one in the picture with me, my dog Luna. We got her some vet care, and she's with my older kids, but it was very devastating to sit there and watch it, and then it just kept moving so fastly as soon as those two fires kind of combined on my property. And Yeah, it was very devastating to have to leave and have no real time to get anything figured out and out of there.
Yep. I'm sure a story like many others. Forced out from her property. Things burning around her. Pets. Dead. I haven't heard of these turning deadly. Yeah, at least no human life I don't think has been lost, but people's dogs and cats and horses and things like that have been lost, certainly. Homes. Something close to 1,000 homes, I think, is approaching that number at this point. Meanwhile, in eastern Washington, there's a fair amount of Indian reservation country, and unfortunately, a Spokane reservation broke out in flames. Everything is on fire.
And that's not the only one burning in that area. One on the Spokane Reservation in Stevens County is causing serious damage. Crews on the ground there say flames have jumped from house to house. This one's being called the Miter Rock Fire. It's only 15 acres, but level 3 go now evacuations are also in place there. A couple camping near Fruitland, where that fire sparked, narrowly escaped flames. You can see fire on the riverbanks here. They got into a boat to flee the area. They say that very little was left when they saw the smoke plume. The flames jumped the Spokane River since this video was taken.
The flames jumped the river. That's never good. It's never a good sign. But a reservation here burned down. Miter Rock fire. Taking more buildings. Hopefully everyone's fine there. That was from yesterday. Sorry, that was from Monday. I got more video of people escaping from boats.
The governor of Washington State calls Spokane a war zone from the fires.
Oh, I missed this. Do we need this one? Yeah, we might as well. Might as well. You think there was at least 2 human deaths in Spokane? Was there? I didn't hear about that. I'll look into it. You might be right.
Still very much blazing there. He made the point that much of the country does not seem to realize these fires have flattened city neighborhoods, and I want to show you what he's talking about here. This is the neighborhood around West Holyoke Ave. You can see this is what it looked like before the fires. Now look at what it's like now. You can see what the smoke and the flames did to that neighborhood, simply flattening it. One other neighborhood.
No, I don't think so. I'm seeing a completely different story. 2 people were killed in a confrontation with police in Spokane. That was like months ago. I don't see anything from this. I could be wrong. I'll keep looking into it, but I think they would be talking about it if people had died. It would be weird if in all the stories that I've watched they didn't mention it one time.
West Pine Cliff Court, again, before and now after. You can see just that entire area flattened. You can see a fire truck right here. The city of Spokane has a population of 250,000. There have been evacuations now for some 65,000 people, so a quarter of the city. Even if you expanded the county, the population is 600,000, so that would be 10%. Huge numbers of evacuations. One more neighborhood, North Parkview Lane. Again, before, look at all the beautiful houses here. Now look at, oh, I'm going to X that out. Now look after. You can see, again, the fires there just completely flattening it. Hundreds and hundreds of structures have been destroyed.
Yep. Berman's right. Everything's on fire, and it's not good. Because fire season is going to continue straight through September. May go late this year because of the El Nino. That is yet to be seen, but is an increased likelihood due to that condition. Back to the lake. Dramatic boat escape from raging fires. Spokane, Washington. Another group of people. Flames surrounding the boat. This is pretty fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
Good God. It is such a beautiful, pristine, sort of remote area. So rural and quiet and unassuming out here. Just to see it all on fire is disturbing to me. I've actually been in Spokane before. Like once. Like most of the people that I know are on the coast in Washington. But I've been to Spokane before. And it is crazy to see the whole place just on fire. But it just looks like the whole place is on fire. I don't even feel like I'm exaggerating. I know it's not actually on fire, but like it looks like from some of these pictures that it's the whole place is on fire. From everywhere you look, it's fire. What do you call that? Everything's on fire. Meanwhile, another fire is growing in Chelan County. A little giant fire. Residents bracing for the worst. Here's King 5 Seattle from 20 hours ago.
This is as bad as it gets.
In Chelan County,
it's really, really scary.
Tough choices
we left this afternoon
are being made.
We will stay here even if we get a level 3 evacuation.
As the Little Giant Fire moves closer to communities.
And it's creeping down the valley.
Neighbors are deciding.
Yeah, we have a to-go plan. You take any meds and you take your dog.
What to take?
Hannah's coming with me.
Who's Hannah?
My baby Frenchie.
And what to leave behind.
All the other stuff is just stuff.
Because the way this fire is moving could mean very little time to get out of harm's way.
They're saying this fire is going to be through November, so where else is it going? You know, I don't know.
Oh my God. Can you imagine just waking up in a smoke-filled valley every day, wondering if the fire is gonna make it to your house today or not? Jesus Christ! Look at this. This is the worst. I'll bet this is lovely when it's not on fire, but this is disturbing.
South shore of Lake Chelan, some residents are preparing to leave by water.
If it gets bad, we can leave in the boat.
That uncertainty stretches to the other side of the lake.
Well, there you have it, Space Fams. Fires in Washington State threatening multiple communities. Chelan is more central Washington, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure I have this correct. I think this is more central Washington. Let me just look at the map. Yeah, Chelan is more central Washington, whereas Spokane is on the border of Idaho. Chelan is sort of smack dab center. So you got fires all the way in Spokane, you got fires in the middle in Chelan, and then you got fires all the way down in Portland. The Oregon border. Just sort of peppered all over the state, really. Those are the vibes. Speaking of Oregon, things are also still very much on fire there. With fires impacting locals all week. Here's KGW news from yesterday. Level 3 evacuation orders in Mount Hood Meadows.
The latest numbers show that more than 2 million acres have burned so far this year in Oregon. And today, the grasshopper fire burning near Mount Hood put Mount Hood Meadows Resort in a level 3 go now evacuation. So this map shows the area in red there down at the bottom right of your screen. You can see Timberline and Government Camp are in the green level 1 area. Let's bring in Devin Haskins now, who's live in Government Camp. And Devin, what's going on there right now?
Yeah, here in Government Camp and Timberline, as you said, in a level 1, but just a couple miles away. Mount Hood Meadows is in a level 3 go now evacuation zone with that fire line edge burning dangerously close to the resort.
Yeah. You live an hour away from there? Wow. From Spokane? Oh, from Spokane, not from here. Okay. Yeah, hopefully you're staying safe.
Mount Hood Meadows closed and in a go now evacuation zone. Thick smoke fills the air as ash falls from the sky. The grasshopper fire burning dangerously close to the ski resort on the southeast side of Mount Hood.
We have been close before, but yeah, this is about the closest it's come.
Greg Pack is the general manager and president of Mount Hood Meadows. Tuesday morning, he told staff to stay home. He says a small team has been busy preparing the resort and moving pieces around just in case.
Jesus, that doesn't look like a fun vacation time. Jeez, look at the ski lift. Looks like the ski lift to hell. Oh god.
That's in the Bible.
Yeah, the ski lift the ski lift to hell is in the Bible, is it? Yeah, I think you might be right. That looks biblical.
$3,000 acres from Monday and moving northwest.
But due to the fire growth, because of the dryness, the receptiveness to the fuels, and this new wind, it's causing a little bit of concern as we begin to continue to fight this fire.
The weather, a major concern for firefighters, with wind coming from the east, pushing flames west in the direction of Meadows.
So that wind is now pushing the fire to the west. And again, with the increased temperatures and the drier fuels, this wind dropped our relative humidity significantly, which is going to increase that fire behavior.
Yep, weather not helping firefighters in their efforts in fighting back these flames. Look at the visibility. This has got to be some of the worst visibility on the planet. It looks like Venus. What is this? Is this what is this planet Earth?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Is this planet Earth I'm looking at right now? What in the hell am I looking at? Everything's wrong. All of this looks wrong. This is not good. This is bad. This is bad. This is what 1.5 million acres of smoke, wildfire smoke, looks like, I think. Holy fuck. That is crazy. Okay, here's a more up-to-date video. Also KGW News from 20 hours ago. Grasshopper fire continues to threaten Mount Hood Meadows, prompting more level 3 evacuations. Yep.
On the ground video from fire crews working to stop the grasshopper fire that's southeast of Mount Hood. The wind shift there sparking a new round of evacuations today. Take a look. All the area in red is under a level 3 go now order. That includes now Mount Hood Meadows. The surrounding yellow, it's level 2, gets set. The green areas, they include both Timberline and Government Camp, now under a level 1 be ready. Catherine Cook monitoring the latest in how Meadows is dealing with that evacuation.
Yeah, evacuation region for this fire here in, what was it again? Mount Hood Meadows, which is, hold on. Get my map up. Where's Mount Hood Meadows? I'm sure people in Oregon know exactly where this is, but I need help. I need help real quick from Google Maps. Google Maps, please help me. Where the fuck is this shit? That's not, you're not helping. You're not helping. Stop that. Here we go. What in the shit? Okay. Okay, so it's like eastern Oregon. Sort of in the national forest, I think. Mount Hood National Forest, actually, it looks like. There does appear to be some relevant buildings and other things around here. People.
Under a level 1 be ready. Catherine Cook monitoring the latest in how Meadows is dealing with that evacuation order. Catherine?
And David, besides the ski resort, about 4,000 people got evacuation notices today. They're now hoping crews can hold the fire back against wind that's trying to push it to the west. And today, the general manager of Mount Hood Meadows told us this is the closest a wildfire has ever come to reaching them.
Yeah, and just for clarity, this fire being pushed west, not great, since that's where most of the people are. The further west you go from this spot, the closer you get to significant human developments, cities, things like that.
They closed today and told staff to stay home. A small team spent the day moving things around to be ready to combat flames should they get close. They've got sprinklers spraying water on buildings, and get this, snow machines are pointing at propane tanks.
Yeah, they are taking serious precautions, doing everything they can to hopefully prevent any sort of catastrophic situations, although if it's gonna burn, it's gonna burn. You can bury, you can do all sorts of stuff, but the right conditions, basically everything's burnable, no matter how wet or whatever. Honestly, if it gets hot, the conditions are bad enough, so I say you're still almost certain to be fucked. But I do like the snowblower idea. That does sound like a good strategy. It sounds like a good strategy. All right, now let's move on from Oregon, slightly inland, to Utah, where, as it turns out, everything is also on fire. Yes, that's correct. Multiple counties with fires burning. First here, 2 days ago near Kenosha, KSL News Utah, fire burning out of control there. There's like at least like 4 from just the last couple of days. If I've done my math correctly.
And streaming, this is KSL News at 10.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Ashley Moser has the night off. While wildfire burning in Millard County grew rapidly overnight, forcing evacuations as firefighters continue working to slow it down. News specialist Tyrese Boone shows us how quickly conditions changed.
Neighbors in Kanash, Meadow, and here in Fillmore have had to evacuate due to a fire that is growing fast and threatening homes. And this fire started earlier this week with just one small spark from a storm. On Monday night, a lightning strike from a passing thunderstorm sparked the Wildmouth 2 fire on the...
Look at that. Holy cow. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm sorry. What? I didn't see this picture when I went by. Oh my god. Look at this. You got an entire, like, mountain range in front of you. It spans the entire view of the camera. Further, so does the smoke. The smoke is just sort of emanating from behind it. Like some sort of eerie volcanic, like it was volcano or something. Even though I know it's not a volcano, it just looks, it's like Mordor or something. Look at this. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
There's no sky. There's no sky.
On Monday night, a lightning strike from a passing thunderstorm sparked the Wildmouth 2 fire on the mountain above Kanash. Since then, residents nearby have watched the flames grow from a small spot on the hillside into a fast-moving wildfire.
It started clear up on top right after the thunderstorm like 3 or 4 days ago, and it was a little concentrated, and then it just went from like 5 acres to 50 acres overnight.
Oh my god. Look at these fires. By the way, it's Kanash, not Kenosha. I assumed it was a typo. Apparently I'm wrong. Kanash. Meanwhile, in another Utah county, Emory County, the Black Canyon fire is forcing evacuations. Another clip from KSL News Utah.
Tracking a fire forcing evacuations in parts of Emory County. Officials say the Black Canyon fire is now affecting the Reeder subdivision, telling everyone in that area to be out by 6 o'clock tonight. Officials say wind is spreading that fire pretty quickly. Lightning-caused blaze has grown to 500 acres, and it remains 0% contained this afternoon. It's burning about 16 miles east of Ephraim in the Manti-LaSalle National Forest.
Meanwhile, evacuation orders are now lifted in Logan for a speedy fire that threatened homes near Utah State University. The Canyon Road fire first sparked late on Friday night. Strong winds quickly pushed the flames in multiple directions.
I mean, the fact is, Utah is right in the middle of all of this, like, super drought region in the United States. Like, the West is basically experiencing what I would call a super drought. Like, an extended period of no rain, extreme heat, which is leading to extremely dry vegetation, which is lending itself
Sparking near the mouth of Parley's Canyon, bringing traffic to
extreme fire conditions, like these. More in Utah. Mill Creek, threatened by a large brush fire. KSL News. Yesterday.
Sparking near the mouth of Parley's Canyon, bringing traffic to a complete halt. Crews battling flames near the interchange of I-80 and I-215. Dispatcher Shelby Lofton join us live at one of the trailheads in the area there. And Shelby, how are things looking right now?
Mike, we can still see lights down in the Gully. Crews are working on cleanup, and they'll continue to do that through the night and through tomorrow. But when this fire sparked around 5 this evening, there was a sense of dread. We were worried that the fire might jump over the freeway, or it could damage these homes sitting along the ridge. Tonight, an unsettling sight for drivers and homeowners. Another fast-moving brush fire sparked along the freeway.
There was some swirling winds pushing the fire up east, and there was some concern about pushing it south into these homes.
Unified Fire considered evacuations, but they were never issued.
Everything stayed down in the Gully. Crews were able to make a stop on this.
The flames.
Yeah, luckily, crews were able to stop this fire. But when you got like a dozen fires popping up in a day, it can be very difficult to get a real handle on. really stretches crews thin. And another fire is threatening homes in Sevier County, according to KSL News yesterday. Threatening homes and water supply in the region. Sounds horrible.
While residents are worried about where the fire may go, we're told there's also concern about springs up on the mountain that tie into multiple water supplies in Sevier County. Joseph's mayor, for one, said that he doesn't know what'll happen if the fire burns over their springs. A lot of people watching what's going to happen in the days to come.
That fire is...
For a second, for like 1 second there, I was just listening to what he was saying. And then I look behind him. I'm like, what in the fuck is behind this guy? It looks like the apocalypse is happening behind him. Look at the fire. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
How did I not notice that? Jesus.
Springs. A lot of people watching what's going to happen in the days to come.
That fire is just a tornado.
With a sky thick with smoke and disturbing debris.
Half burnt leaves that are landing in our yards.
The Whitemouth 2 fire has been a hot topic in homes close to the mountain in Elsinore.
How scary it is because it's so close, and do we need to get ready to evacuate?
Rebecca Jurgensen and her friends say they're concerned about the fire making a run in Sevier County as large plumes continue to rise above Fillmore and Millard County.
You've seen the fire just yesterday go over 7 miles, and we're just about 7 miles from the closest point now to Elsinore.
Already at 79,000 acres, crews acknowledge the fire will likely spread in the days to come.
Already 80,000 acres, likely to spread even more. Jesus Christ. And it's disturbing. So multiple fires threatening multiple communities in Utah, in Oregon, in Washington State. There must be 100 fires or something nearly between these 3 states. Meanwhile, slightly north and east, things are very, very different. Yeah, because there's a weird thing that's happening with the weather right now. I should put up a map or something and draw it for you. But if you can imagine, there's like a dip. There's like a low pressure dip that's going kind of like like Canada, like the center of Canada, into sort of like northern, like the northern Midwest, kinda. So it's been oscillating around a little bit, but it's been kind of in that spot, while the rest of most of North America is in extreme heat. High pressure, fires, and all these other things, the droughts and shit. But in a few places, like, I don't know, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Alberta, Canada, they have been seeing an outsized amount of extreme rainy weather. Oh, but before we talk about that, actually, so I'm gonna skip this first one. We're gonna skip. I'm sorry, Arizona, but we're skipping you. I've already done all this. Let's go to Edmonton, Alberta, where they have shattered the summer rainfall records, and more is to come, apparently. CBC News.
Summer in Edmonton hasn't been pretty. Rainstorms soaking Alberta's capital, flooding roads, inundating basements, and generally making life a little dreary.
I think it's been crazy.
The downpours have shattered records. More than 530 millimeters of rain fell in Edmonton in June and July, smashing the previous record of 417 millimeters between June and August back in 1953. Rain in June helped fuel storms in July, says Environment Canada.
That is 25% more. That is 25% more than the record amount of rain. And it's 1 month less. That's half of the time, but 25% more than the record. That is not good. You see what we're saying here? July, right? From June to July, right? In that 2 month period, 533 millimeters, right? Which is what, 53 centimeters, which is like 2 feet or something like that, I think. June 1st to August 30th, 1953 is the on-record rainfall total for Edmonton, Alberta. That's 417 millimeters, right? This is 25% more than this, numbers-wise. But this is 30%. This is 50% longer than this. Not 30, 50. This is 50% more than this. Seems bad. The fact is places like Edmonton, Alberta, sort of the Midwest of Canada, they are likely to continue seeing sort of outsized amounts of this kind of weather as a result of the shifting of some of these climate patterns that we've grown to rely on. Things like Tornado Alley, which has been changing. I think this might be something, which is weird considering Edmonton is just sort of in the middle of the continent, to be getting this much water. Does seem weird, but I might want to buckle up for this one there, Alberta. And the thing is, it's not even all of Alberta. It's just part of it.
Rain in June helped fuel storms in July, says Environment Canada.
Moisture is gasoline for thunderstorms. Well, we start cycling thunderstorms. And so day after day after day, those thunderstorms build up. And if we've got instability in the atmosphere and a trigger, it sets them off.
City crews left scrambling to clean up the aftermath. The damage so far pegged at more than $26 million.
We've got 47 people from Calgary here today, along with their specialized equipment, which is a big help. Our certified professional arborists have been working around the clock.
Last weekend, thousands of people at a Post Malone concert were caught in an intense storm.
Holy fuck. Look at that. Can you imagine?
Weekend, thousands of people at a Post Malone concert were caught.
You're just out there, you just mind your own business, and then blam.
In an intense storm. The show suddenly canceled. It was part of a busy summer festival season. The rain also affecting setup at upcoming events.
Yeah, things are getting crazy with the climate, Space Fams. Meanwhile, Ontario City has declared a state of emergency after receiving a hurricane's worth of rain overnight. Here's global news from yesterday.
A state of emergency is now in effect for St. Catharines and the surrounding areas. This after heavy rains ravaged the region.
Are you okay? Yes! We are going underwater.
Jeez. And this was the effect. Two major storms just days apart led to extensive flooding. Thousands of homes literally have been damaged. Sean O'Shea is there. He joins us with the latest from the region. Sean, obviously a devastating scene for so many homeowners. What can you tell us?
Anthony, we're on Hanson Drive in St. Catharines, one of many communities that were so hard hit. This is the same street where you saw that video a moment ago where the water was...
Look at it. It looks perfectly normal. From that to that. From that to that. I mean, really night and day difference. Jesus. Oh, it just looks like you could go down this road and not know. Unless you live on the road. And it's all of your shit on the side of the road that's now covered in floodwater that you no longer want to sit on or have near you. It's probably going to turn to a moldy, disgusting, putrid pile of crap any minute now. You could probably go around and think this is totally normal.
Anthony, we're on Hasan Drive in St. Catharines, one of many communities were so hard hit. This is the same street where you saw that video a moment ago where the water was very, very high. Take a look behind me. That's some of the furniture, some of the flooring, some of the debris from just one of the houses.
Somebody's life. That's somebody's life. All of their furniture, flooring, in personal effects now on the goddamn side of the street. Oh, including a guitar. Good God. Jesus Christ. Well, everything's on fire or underwater on North America. On this continent, it's all very much on fire or underwater, but mostly on fire. Mostly on fire right now in North America. And very similar story over in Western Europe. BBC News to help crack the case on why the world is ablaze. Wait, I take it back. One more. Back down to America. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. This week started off with a big storm hitting the tri-state area. Here's ABC News from Monday. Then Europe. Then Europe. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The storms sweeping through the Northeast today have also turned deadly. Drivers trapped in flash flooding, trees down on cars, buses, trains. A woman has been killed in Massachusetts, and here's Gio Benitez.
Tonight, drivers stalled in high water as another soaking storm wreaks travel havoc from Philly to New York to Boston. In Newark, New Jersey, drivers that risked the deep water stalled out as tractor trailers made waves all around them. Others pushed their dead cars out of the water as crews worked to clear storm drains. Blocked drains brought muddy floods to neighborhoods near Springfield, Massachusetts, too. In Connecticut, water gushing over the gas station's retaining wall, flooding the entire area.
I take it back. Not just the tri-state area. Sorry, Connecticut and Massachusetts also getting hammered. Jesus, everybody getting blasted by these powerful storms this week. Sort of swept across the continent, sort of from the middle to the East Coast. I don't know if it was the same system, but everybody's seeing similar results from Edmonton all the way to the tip of Massachusetts. Massachusetts! Okay, now to BBC. Help solve the mystery for us of why everything's on fire. Wait, I take it back. Oh no. Oh no. This is a disaster. Space fams, we've hit a real unfortunate moment in this galactic spacecast. We've made it so very far, but we have unfortunately failed to complete the galactic content goal. We made strides. We made beautiful strides. 60% of the way through it. We did so good and so great. Oh, it's going so good. People donated. Cash App on PayPal. A few people donated on Twitch, which actually probably gets us closer to like 66%. Like 2/3 of the way, I think. I don't know exactly how far. How many bits? 100 bits? Call it 6. Ooh, screw it. Call it 66. I don't care. I don't care. But, unfortunately, as a result, I think I may have to find a way to wrap this up. Jesus, I've already gotten through so much stuff. Well, this disappoints me, because this all lines up. I mean, aside from the fact that I'm not making enough money to pay for the bills, it disappoints me. I want to do this. There's these goddamn clips that I have here. They all work together. They're like a family. They don't want to be missing the other clips. They link together. Missing one is like missing all of the clips somehow. Alright, whatever. I'll let BBC go at least, and then I'll figure out what's next.
3 massive wildfires rage near Spokane, Washington.
All of our memories are gone.
It's just heartbreaking.
Highest in Korea's 122-year weather observation history.
You can see the thick flames, the black smoke.
We are facing major energy shortages here.
We need to recognise that water security is a critical part of our food security, and food security is our national security.
Wildfires continuing to burn across Europe and parts of the United States. Yet more temperature records being broken. The extreme heat continues. So over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll have the latest from around the world and assess what the implications are.
The EU has just woken up. I'm aware of what time it is over there. Was it too early? Is it too early to support the Galactic News Network? Are my efforts not valuable until later in the day in the EU? How does that work, huh? Are you not value-tained?
Are you not entertained?
Of us. First, look at this map from NASA. The red areas show all the active fires and what they call thermal anomalies in the last 24 hours. They are areas that are currently exhibiting unusual temperature differences. That can be from fire, hot smoke, agriculture, or other sources.
Damn, look at the DRC.
Well, 3 of those major fires are burning in Washington around the city of Spokane, with officials warning that they have not yet been contained. Adam Yamaguchi from our US partner CBS News has more details.
Fierce wild.
Before we I'm going to skip past the Spokane stuff, actually, but I just want to look at this map. Look at this fucking map, dude. Look at the Congo. And it's not just the Congo. It's looks like Zimbabwe and a little bit of... What is that right there? What is that? Oh. Not more. Is Mauritania? Mauritania? Why can't I think of the fuck? Why can't I think of countries right now? My brain is broken without labels right now. I can't think of it. I need my phone. Angola and Zambia and Zimbabwe. Yes, okay. Not Mauritania. No. Okay. Right. Duh. Mauritania is the other big one on the west coast, on the far west coast. Right. I confused Angola for Mauritania. I'm an idiot. Okay, but yeah, Angola, Zambia, and Zimbabwe right there, south of Democratic Republic of Congo. All 4 of those countries are in this insanely red region. Holy fuck. And Madagascar. And Mozambique there, it looks like, a little bit too, right? Isn't that? Yeah. It's just all like South Africa. And like, this is supposed to be, you might notice the bright green down here. It's supposed to be lush jungle region, generally speaking, for most of this. Having extreme drought, heat right here, probably bad. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
It's science.
Oh, wait.
Smoke, agriculture, or...
We already talked about Spokane, so I'm going to skip Spokane. This was intended to be a sort of segue to talking about everything happening everywhere else that's not America, since we're always talking about America. Always America. There are other places, as it turns out. I know this is shocking.
Some relief may be on the way as winds taper off tomorrow, but warm, dry conditions persist this week. This fire season is far from over.
Adam Yamaguchi. From raging wildfires in America to record temperatures in South Korea. The country has registered its highest temperature since records began more than a century ago, as much of the country is in the grip of a heat wave. BBC World Service reporter Gigi Ahn has more details.
The southeastern city of Yangsan hit 42.5 degrees Celsius as a heat wave continues to grip much of the country. It's the fifth day in a row the city has topped 40 degrees, something virtually unheard of in South Korea. The scorching conditions are disrupting daily life too. A professional baseball game had to be cancelled because of the extreme heat, with officials saying...
And here in the UK. So what's the latest? Sarah Rainsford is in Rome.
The focus of the wildfires in Europe has now shifted from France and Spain to Greece, where they have, of course, a long history of summer fires. But this year, high winds are making things more complicated. The biggest fire is to the northwest of Athens. There has been problems in fighting that fire because it's difficult to get helicopters and planes up to dump water from the skies when the winds...
Okay, just to be clear, for anybody who's confused by that map, I just want to go back to it. Where'd it go? I lost it. Where's the map? Killing me. These aren't all fires. These are all regions of, I believe, extreme heat condition, drought condition. Just listen to that one more time.
Latest from around the world and assess what the implications are for all of us. First, look at this map from NASA. The red areas show all the active fires and what they call thermal anomalies in the last 24 hours.
So it's not just fires, it's thermal anomalies. They're not all fires. They'd be extreme heat conditions, right? Thermal anomalies is just extra hot. Hotter than normal, right? Hotter than normal or fires. Some of them are fires, right? Obviously, some of them are fires. I'm not saying none of them are fires. I'm just saying that they're not all fires. I just wanted to make that clear. Not entirely fires. So I'm splitting hairs, aren't I? I'm coping. Not all fires, guys, okay? Some of them are just super hot. Some of them are just on their way to being fires. So silver linings.
West of Athens, there has been problems in fighting that fire because it's difficult to get helicopters and planes up to dump water from the skies when the winds are so strong. But those winds have now dropped back and the planes and the helicopters are doing their job, and they appear to be containing the fires and saving Greece from the worst of it for now, although lots of people have been evacuated from their homes, particularly along the coast just northwest of Athens. It seems that this, of course, was caused by the intense hot weather. Now, here in Italy, the country has so far escaped the worst of the fires, but there is yet another heat wave here. We're in the fourth of the summer so far. Temperatures very high, but the key thing is that they're high all over the country. Almost every big city in Italy is now on red alert because of the high temperatures, and the temperatures drop very little at night, so there's not much respite even in the evenings. Farmers very worried about the low water levels in the rivers and the reservoirs cars and what that means for their crops going forward. And there looks like there is no immediate respite because this heat wave is set to last for at least another week.
Yep, the whole world is hot as fire. All right, let's keep talking about Europe, which is in the grip of deadly heat, drought, and wildfires. All happening simultaneously. It's really bad. Let's be real, it's not good. Here's Al Jazeera for Monday.
Unusual measures to divert water flow. The Romanian Navy carrying out controlled explosions on the Bala Canal to try to push more water into the river Danube. Record low levels have forced the government to shut down a nuclear reactor. It's also declared a nationwide state of emergency as electricity production falls. In neighbouring Hungary, another nuclear plant is expected to be shut down because the water in the Danube is too low to cool its reactors.
Yeah, this is the new hot trend. Hot new trend, everybody's doing it in Europe. They're shutting down nuclear reactors because they're running out of water to keep them cool. Oh, there's no way this all just sort of spirals into some sort of fucking nuclear meltdown somewhere, I'm sure, but oh my God. I started seeing this, I'm like, great. Because we've been talking about the slow ebbing of the waters in the European regions, whether it be the United Kingdom or Germany or any of these other sort of Eastern European countries as well. Honestly, Eastern Europe has been having worse problems with water, it seems, for some reason. You know, although what counts as Eastern Europe, technically? I guess it depends on who you ask. But, like, you know, like Germany, Hungary, Romania, having some real problems with the water. And now all these nuclear plants are shutting down, which is going to have multiple effects, including, of course, people not being able to get energy. But also, I'm fairly certain, I think it puts these rods, like these nuclear rods, into peril. Potential peril, at least.
The government is asking people to ration electricity.
We are facing the most critical
Germany
5
is in
days.
Eastern Europe? Fine.
By Wednesday, temperatures could rise above.
Germany is in Eastern Europe? Fine. Look, like I just said, I think it depends on who you ask, but fine. I'm not here to debate that. I'm probably wrong. Where does it start? Poland? Where would you like Eastern Europe to start, please? Is Romania? Is that Eastern enough for you? It's on the Black Sea. Is I've named multiple countries. Which of these countries, where do we land in Eastern Europe?
42 degrees, and there is also a chance that the absolute heat record, which was broken not so long ago, will be broken again.
In Southeast Europe, extreme heat and drought, made worse by climate change, are drying up waterways. In the town of Osijek in Croatia, the falling levels of the Drina River have revealed a long submerged shipwreck.
I don't think that's a Nazi ship either. Look at that. That's like... It's not like prehistoric, obviously, but that's gotta be multiple hundreds of years old shipwreck. Look at it. It's wood. That's a wooden ship stuck in the mud. That's gotta be like, what? 1600s or something like that? 17? Trying to think of when we stopped using. I mean, honestly, we're using them until like 1800s and still use them technically, but I mean, this has got to be old as fuck. Look at the wood. The wood looks old as shit. So we got Nazi boats popping out of the water. We got boats from ye olden times popping out of the water. And then, of course, there's the dinosaur fossils, or the woolly mammoth fossils that we saw popping out of the, what was it, Norway or something? Something crazy like that. Shit is out of control.
The Drina River have revealed a long submerged shipwreck. Further south in Greece, it's wildfires that are causing concern. They have already killed several people and forced the evacuation of villages around the Gulf of Corinth. Hundreds of firefighters are battling to contain the flames, but strong winds are fueling their spread.
More fleeing horses. The horses, it's the year of the horse still, according to the Chinese lunar calendar. And we've been seeing images of horses all over the place, but like of horses fleeing for their lives from fires. It's a little disturbing. It's a little disturbing, in my opinion. We're supposed to be celebrating the year of the horse. Supposed to bring us much prosperity. Remember that? I remember that. What happened to that? What happened to all that prosperity? Huh? Meanwhile, in things non-prosperous, Athens, Greece, also very much on fire. Jesus. It's just a wall of flames.
This is ridiculous!
Really disturbing. Really disturbing stuff. Honestly, from Canada to Eastern Europe, the Mediterranean, everything's on fire. And it's deeply disturbing to me. When will the madness stop, Space Vamps? It's a question I'm asking. You know, I got what I assume is a drunk text from an ex of mine yesterday or Tuesday night, like while we were doing the elections coverage. I found that fascinating. It was just random. It was just this random thing. I did not respond, but I thought about it. I was like, do I respond? The last thing this person said to me was horrible. It's really mean things to me the last time they talked to me. Why would I want to do that? I just found it interesting because it's like one of those things where, you know, someone's like, I never want to hear from you ever again. And then a couple years and change later, hey, what's up? Middle of the night, hey, what's up? Hey, what are you doing right now? 11 at night. Totally normal time. Totally normal human time to say, hey, what's up? Totally non-sketchy time. What did it say? Just, yeah, nothing crazy. Like, just, hey, what's up? type of deal. I felt very, very like late night, sort of sexty. Well, not sexty, but like, hey, we've already Netflixed and chilled. Should we do that again? We dated. Can we hang out right now? I need whatever, you know what I'm saying? And it just I don't even invite that toxicity back into my life. Yes, a booty call. That's what they call it. That's what the kids are calling it. I call it an evening tryst. A late night gallivant. Which I turned down. I was also doing a stream. So there was that. I had the time to think about it. As a result, I said nay. All right. Let's go back to talking about the South Korea heat wave. Yep, it's not just America and Europe. Asia, too, is feeling its fair share of the climate change-fueled nonsense weather that we've all been facing. Here's Al Jazeera from 11 hours ago.
Residents of low-income Seoul neighborhoods are among the hardest hit by the record-breaking heatwave. The government has responded with mist machines and cash handouts to subsidize energy bills for those in poor neighborhoods with air conditioning, a luxury the homeless do not have.
It's so hot that I just keep lying down. I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do. I just lie there.
Firefighters hose down narrow alleys in a bid to keep them cool. It's all part of President Lee Jae-myung's directive to treat the heatwave as a national emergency. Across the city and in many parts of the country, people have been told to stay indoors, and many are complying.
It's lunchtime in downtown Seoul, a normally busy time in an always bustling area. But there are no queues outside the food trucks, which are largely idle, and in the cafes, always over-brimming with office workers and tourists, there are more empty chairs than customers.
Many of them now spend the break dunking their feet in this downtown stream. This summer has broken records for highest temperature and the most days above 40.
Most people just wading in, this dude just going face first into the water.
Has broken records for high.
This guy's showing a certain level of desperation right here that I feel just like, I feel like we can all kind of relate to. We've all been so hot that we would do anything to cool down, including public humiliation. Oh, God, this guy getting face deep in the creek.
Temperature and the most days above 40 degrees Celsius. That troubling trend doesn't end at sunset.
This year, South Korea has already set a new record for the number of nights with temperatures above 25 degrees, and summer is not over yet.
The heat has caused blackouts in some parts of Seoul, forcing people to sleep in cars or seek cool spots like this pool.
Well, Koreans doing everything they can to stay cool here in Seoul as this heat wave hits those in the region. As we've always said, is always the case. It's never not the case that these sorts of things hit the lowest income people, those with the least access, the hardest. If you can't afford, don't have access to air conditioning or whatever else, hydration, you're well certainly gonna have a bad time. Or certainly worse than everybody who has access to those things. This will always be the case when it comes to the climate crisis. Thankfully, Korea has a bunch of accessible cooling stuff. I liked the creek. The creek looked very, very, enticing, I guess you might say. Now, let's move along from the climate change and environmental news. I'm afraid we still didn't make any more progress on the galactic content goal. I was really hoping we would do that. Almost tempted to just keep going and hope and pray. And people get us over the hump. Made it 2/3 of the way through the goal. We needed like 15 bones. So damn close. Let's do some space news before we move on to other stories we've got to cover here tonight before the stream ends. Just hop in with clothes on. Exactly. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Clothes on. So you just need to be cooler. Just thrust yourself into the creek. All right, a little bit of space news here. SpaceX rocket, which has been hurtling towards the moon, is believed to have finally made contact with our
A SpaceX
lunar
rocket is believed to
orbiter.
have crashed into the surface of
An incredibly important piece of space that we just allowed SpaceX to crash a rocket into. For science, apparently.
It's science.
Here's BBC from 15 hours ago.
a SpaceX rocket is believed.
You know, am I the only person who's disturbed by the fact that the people doing this, the guy in charge of the company doing this stuff, that's just shooting shit at the moon, is the same guy?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Who said that?
Crashed into the surface of the moon. Here's our science correspondent, Palab Ghosh.
3, 2, 1. Ignition.
In January last year, this rocket was launched to send a lander and a rover to the lunar surface. But the rocket itself wasn't supposed to land there too, let alone crash into it.
Supersonic.
A successful launch into the Florida night sky. Separation of the lower stage, while the upper stage continued towards the moon. They didn't know at the time that it would end up being on a collision course.
Ah.
Something.
So it's accidental science. Right, we're going to study what happens after SpaceX accidentally crashes a rocket launcher into the moon. Oh, good. Yes, good old accidental science.
It's science.
Yes, how good. How good and great. I'm sure we'll learn lots of valuable stuff from this trillionaire's accident.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1,000 bits. Don't look up.
Oh. Don't look up. I gotta look down at that sweet. I gotta look directly at that sweet Galactic Dono on Twitch. 1,000 bits from Omega Star. That gets us really, really close to completing the Galactic content goal. So super close. Like 5 bones. We're like 5 bones away. The bits are the most expensive way to do it. I don't know why you insist on doing it, but you do it. But now we're like $5 away. Leaving that galactic content goal. I still haven't technically really skipped anything. Like maybe one clip in here. Couple clips. But nothing too honestly important. It was just a dive further into Romania's decision to blast the Danube River and Hungary's decision to shut down a nuclear power plant, which we already talked about in that one video really quickly. Just a DW and the Channel 4 News breakdown on that shit. More depth. I think we got enough of that, honestly. Shit's bad, as it turns out. As it turns out, it's bad. People are taking the drastic measures to try and deal with the planet drying, heating, worsening. Thankfully, we still have treats for the puppy. That's good, at least. All right.
So hot right now.
You're going to the shop for roaches. Do you buy roaches at the shop? What shop sells roaches? Duck? The pet store? You go to the pet store and buy roaches?
Right now.
I feel like you get more money for crickets. Like, I mean, more crickets for your money than with roaches. I'm just saying. Just think about it. Think about your finances.
This is ridiculous.
Pretty sure crickets are more affordable. Okay. Let's go. You just sent $5, Duck. It's been a while since I've seen a galactic contribution from you over here. Thank you, Duck. Frizzla. Thank you for your service.
This is the very
Thank you.
definition of totalitarianism.
Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. That gets us there. That'll do it. 6 hours. 6 hours into the show. Little confetti party. A little confetti action for you, Space Fams. Get hydrated a little bit. Little hydration there for me. You drink in the glory of the confetti party, which has been brought to you by Space Fams like you. Donations from the viewers. People who enjoy, perhaps rely on the Spacecast. Their donations ensuring all the other stuff I've got planned for tonight. Okay. To Cuba. Do the round the world news tour. We did America. We did the environment. We did space. Now the rest of Earth. The rest of the Earth politics and happenings. First in Cuba, where they are suffering the 4th blackout in a month, putting a great deal of strain on residents, on essential services, on basically everything that you could imagine might put strain on to not have electricity for. Here's Reuters from 17 hours ago.
I have 2 teenage children, and it's really hard for me because it's complicated, very complicated, when the power goes out and we can't cook. We try to prepare meals in advance because we have gas, but without power, it's hard to get through 1 night, 2 nights, or even 3 without electricity. It's complicated. And yet we still have to get up early, go to work, and do our part, because that's
Yeah, people in Cuba still trying to, live their regular lives here, raise families, do their jobs, while they have no electricity to do most of these things with. Just sort of living in the past, because the United States is doing a military blockade of the island, of the entire country, and preventing anybody from getting access to the things that they need right now. That's fucking ridiculous. All right, now to this. Here's a pick-me-up story from all the terrible stuff in Venezuela. Amidst all of the terrible happening. Couldn't believe it when I saw it. But last week, after 30 days, a dog was pulled from the rubble alive. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I'm not gonna lie. You see too much tragedy seeing this little helpless puppy get pulled out of the wreckage after a month when I thought that everything and everyone was dead. Proved to me that I should never give up. Never surrender even harder than ever before. 29 days, though, in the rubble? I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't. It's crazy. That one's crazy. I couldn't believe it. All right, not far away, down in Ecuador, a prosecutor was assassinated who just happened to be investigating U.S. boat strikes in the Pacific. Totally normal. I can't even sell it. I can't even sell it. Totally normal assassination of an Ecuadorian prosecutor who happened to be investigating illegal U.S. boat strikes on South American fishermen. I think it may have actually been the Pacific and the Caribbean. I can't remember which one it was. Suffice to say, he was investigating U.S. war crimes or crimes against humanity. You pick one. Both probably apply, depending on who you listen to, because we're claiming we're at war with drug traffickers or something. But we have no evidence for that, which basically just makes it a crime against humanity. But point is it's some kind of crime. And now we got more crimes. Here's Democracy Now! From last Friday. I've been holding on to this. I meant to talk about this earlier, but we just haven't had a chance. So we're doing a couple things here in South America that I've been holding off on, thanks to the fact that we've completed the galactic content goal. This is what happens when we do things like this. Keep the stream funded. Get all the sweet content.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Ecuador, where the recent killing of a prosecutor who was investigating reports of torture by the survivors.
Although I gotta say, not the most upbeat content, not gonna lie, but or sweet. I know I called it sweet content. I know it's not very sweet. It's very macabre and sad. Kind of fucked. Super fucked, but at least we can talk about it together. There's a silver lining. See?
U.S. strikes on 3 separate Ecuadorian fishing vessels has sparked intensifying calls for an independent probe into military campaign in the region. Ecuadorian
Take two. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Ecuador, where the recent killing of a prosecutor who was investigating reports of torture by the survivors of U.S. strikes on 3 separate Ecuadorian fishing vessels has sparked intensifying calls for an independent probe into the Trump administration's military campaign in the region. Ecuadorian prosecutor Alexandra Bravo and her sister were fatally shot June 14th by a hitman on a black motorcycle who opened fire on Bravo in the city of Manta, Ecuador. Bravo had been investigating U.S. strikes on 3 Ecuadorian boats in which 36 on board survived, many of them recounting alleged torture by U.S. gunmen in U.S. military uniforms aboard a U.S.-flagged patrol ship. In March, 2 of the fishing vessels came under attack in the Eastern Pacific. A 3rd boat disappeared January 20th, along with 8 of its crew members. Captain Hernan Flores was fishing with his crew about 170 miles off the coast of Ecuador's Galapagos Islands on March 17th when an unmanned drone crashed into the cabin of his boat, known as La Negra Francisca, exploding into flames.
Oh, it's crazy that we don't talk about this, that we're not talking about this all the time. But there's been so many scandals in the Trump administration, so many crimes, so many other sorts of travesties committed that we don't talk about this every day because there's like an equally perverse tragedy happening practically at all times, it feels like right now, especially with Operation Epstein Fury going on. And it does seem like this is in the Pacific only, which makes sense to me because Ecuador is on the Pacific Ocean. I just wasn't sure if they were investigating on behalf of people in whatever, like in the Caribbean.
After being taken by alleged U.S. armed forces, Flores and his crew were then turned over to authorities in El Salvador. In this clip shared with Democracy Now!, Flores describes the day his fishing boat was attacked by drones.
They handcuffed us and put hoods over our heads, but through the hoods there was some visibility, very faint. I could just make out their beards. They had beards, white or yellowish, and their hair was combed back. They were speaking English, which we didn't understand, but there was one person who translated into Spanish. They made a mistake because if we had been carrying anything illicit, they would have found something, but they never found anything. A captain from El Salvador were actually surprised. He kept asking for proof of something, but they never provided any. They simply said we were shipwrecked.
That was Hernan Flores, captain of the Ecuadorian fishing vessel.
This is just piracy.
Francisca, U.S. boat strikes across the Caribbean.
He's just describing piracy being committed by the United States. We're just committing piracy. We're just running around, oh, you're shipwrecked. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, yeah, you're shipwrecked now. Sorry. Huh? Just disappearing people and murdering them with wanton disregard on the high seas. Acting like the United States of pirates. United States of piracy. And now these people just suddenly die while they're investigating these crimes? Seems a bit suspect. Seems a bit suspect.
They were unable to speak to me, and that the investigation is currently sealed, and they cannot give any information on what they've found regarding her assassination.
In April, you published an investigation with Dropsite News exposing the bombing and torture of 36 Ecuadorian fishermen allegedly by U.S. forces. Investigation was cited during a congressional interrogation recently of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. This is a clip of Massachusetts Congressman Bill Keating during the hearing with Hegseth and General Dan Kane, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, before the House Armed Services Committee.
Good. He's got him in there.
Let's look back a few weeks ago when a fishing crew ended a long day of hard fishing, scoring a full stock of albacore and swordfish on board. Without any warning or expectation, this small Ecuadorian fishing vessel, operating about 200 nautical miles off the Galapagos Islands, was militarily engaged by U.S. forces. It was hit once, then it was hit again. Not a warning shot, not an interdiction, 2 drone strikes. Survivors described chaos and severe injuries. Our U.S. forces then handcuffed the crew at gunpoint, placed black hoods over their heads, seized and scrubbed their devices, and then held them for days. It's the most convoluted bullshit I ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what it makes American a difference maker. This is what we're proud of. It's an incredible array of false accusations. And I yield back my time.
False accusations, says Hegseth. Incredible. Camilla Lords Galarza, your response. Camilla?
He's a disgusting human being. Good God. Fucking beat Hegseth. He's a lying piece of shit. Criminal. He's a lying piece of shit criminal who probably called for the murder and assassination of these people who are looking into these fucking crimes.
Abuses, unanswered questions, and U.S.-Ecuador security cooperation. She's joining us from Colombia. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Juan?
Yes, Juanita, could you talk about the findings in your report and this bizarre story of the United States essentially kidnapping these fishermen and dumping them in El Salvador?
Sure. Amy, Juan, thank you for having me. A pleasure to be with your audience. This is a new report in which we go into how the Trump administration has deepened U.S. security cooperation with Ecuador as a response to the surge in violence in the country, particularly due to the growth of organized crime groups. And this is happening, as for context, which I think is important, in a moment in which both governments have engaged in serious human rights violations, fueled particularly because both governments are insisting in framing the confrontation with organized crime groups as a sort of war, a sort of armed conflict. None of the two governments have provided...
It's exactly what I just got done saying. Is the United States keep framing this as a war against fishermen, basically, which the United States is claiming are all drug dealers without providing any proof. They're acting with wanton disregard for human rights, whatever else. It's quite disturbing. I'm going to skip to the very end of this.
Born in Miami, from a wealthy family, has a banana empire there. He's supposedly cracking down on drug trafficking and crime, but yet...
places that had no relation to organized crime.
I'd like to go back to Camila Lourdes Galarza. Camila, President Noboa, who's born in Miami, from a wealthy family, has a banana empire there. He's supposedly cracking down on drug trafficking and crime, but yet his own family shipping boats were caught trafficking 29 million euros of cocaine to Croatia. And could you talk about this, the role of the president? Also, he is one of the founders of the so-called Shield of the Americas, this coalition of right-wing governments across Latin America that President Trump has put together.
Absolutely. Yes, 26 million euros of cocaine were found aboard the private boats of Noboa's Family Shipping Corporation. And none of these draconian measures nor the return of Operación Condor-style tactics, nor the military curfews and checkpoints placed on 70% of the nation in recent months has made Ecuador any safer. In fact, a report from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft recently revealed that Ecuador is now the most violent nation in the Western Hemisphere. And it furthermore, as you point out, becomes increasingly difficult to view this as anything other than the intentional engineering of a cartel economy to manufacture consent for the Monroe Doctrine. When President Noboa himself has been found to have ties to drug trafficking, he also appointed the personal attorney and corporate attorney of Noboa Trading.
Shock of shocks. People in power using the system to enrich themselves and to keep themselves in power and to keep doing whatever it is that they want to do. While the rest of us are asked to follow laws, they run around doing all of these things. Whether it's the U.S. government ignoring laws or Ecuador's government ignoring laws, or at least the president. I mean, we don't really distinguish very much here in the United States. I do it there. It's fascinating level of corruption. So yeah, suffice to say, things are getting real weird in South America right now. We have a seriously right-wing shift, one which has had something to do with the United States and the Trump administration. That guy, I'm pretty sure, was in before Trump. I could have sworn. But there's been a few that have come to power or won elections since Trump came back that have serious ties. Yeah, 23. Yeah. But a bunch of people have serious ties back to the Trump administration, which is a little worrying. You know, Peru, we've talked about, of course, recently. Who else am I thinking about? Chile, same situation. Colombia, that's three right there. And of course, you got pro-Trump dictators in places like Nicaragua, and dudes like that in Ecuador, like who's like doing this really weird dance with the Trump administration, doing crimes, benefiting off of those crimes, and simultaneously somehow those crimes being used as justification for the Trump administration. It's what it sounds like, some level of collusion between the two, although it's not entirely clear to me how deep that goes. It just seems like we're being run by a bunch of criminals around here. Venezuela now? What do you mean Venezuela now? We just got done talking about Venezuela 2 seconds ago. Where were you? Where were you 2 seconds ago when we were talking about Venezuela? It was moments ago. It's like you weren't paying any attention at all. Highly offensive. Highly offensive. All right, let's go across the Atlantic to the country that can, to some degree, be given credit for the reason all these countries in South America have names like Ecuador and Colombia, Venezuela. Of course, talking about Spain. Yes. Spain has been in the news this week for mostly bad reasons. Not entirely, but one in particular that has been flying around the interwebs. Right-wingers gloating how a socialist government is being swarmed by migrants with supposedly 60,000 Moroccans making the short sea journey to try and cross over the border. Dozens dying.
As a migrant crisis grows in Ceuta, Spain says it will boost a security deployment to the territory. Officials say tens of thousands of migrants coming by land and sea breached the frontier with Morocco. Most have returned. In a visit to the city, the Spanish Prime Minister condemned the breach of the border after he met with local authorities and the security forces that are deployed there.
Ceuta is a Spanish city, and what happened yesterday deserves our strongest possible rebuke and condemnation. We reject, condemn, and regard as deplorable the violation and attack on the territorial integrity of a Spanish city.
The journey resulted in dozens of deaths. Some migrants drowned, while others were killed in a stampede to cross the breakwater fence at a nearby beach.
Yeah, it's a horrifying human tragedy here. Dozens of people dying in this crossing. But as it turns out, these were not necessarily your normal variety of desperate migrant. No. For a bit of a dive into that, let's go here to Kyle Klinsky at Secular Talk from 2 days ago.
All right, y'all, I got to tell you this story, and let me tell you up front, this shit is crazy. It's so crazy, it feels like a movie plot, but it's not. It's real life. The Spanish Prime Minister Sanchez is very well known for being pro-Palestine. And he said many things that, I would agree with, many of you would agree with, but he sticks out like a sore thumb among U.S. vassal states. Okay, so most of the European U.S. vassal states are, loyalist and sycophantic to Trump and to the U.S., and they're incredibly cucked, and they go along with all the fucking terrorism in Gaza, and they back Israel no matter what. Well, Spain is sort of standing up in a similar way that, Ireland has a history of standing up for Palestinians. Shout out to Ireland. But, so this guy came out, he said the following, quote, "We will submit a proposal to terminate all partnership agreements between the European Union and Israel. A state, Israel, that violates international law cannot be a partner in the European Union, nor will it be." So now he's trying to bring it into the policy world. Hey, not only am I going to have some words that are anti-Israel, I'm going to say they shouldn't even be in the fucking European Union. No partnership agreements with them, with the European Union, and they need to be held fucking accountable. So this is based as shit. But guess what? This led to a tremendous amount of backlash. So listen to what Trump says here. He gave us...
Okay, we're going to skip past some of this because we don't need all of it to understand what's happened here. Actually, should we listen to this Trump piece? Maybe we should. Honestly, I don't even think it's that important. But fuck it. You know what? I'll do it. Doesn't matter.
And pay close attention to the implication of this. Here we go.
The Spanish. They're members of NATO, but not very good members of NATO. They say, no, we don't want to help other people. What are we doing, huh?
Now, when he says we don't want to help other people, keep in mind, he's talking about Israel, okay?
They are not behaving nicely, but they will learn.
They are not behaving nicely, but they'll learn. You know how I call...
They're not behaving nicely, but they will learn. Whatever the hell that cryptic shit means. But wait, there's more.
Weird. Well, now let me show you what this looks like on a map. So here's Ceuta, here's Morocco, and it was all at once.
Yeah.
Thousands or tens of thousands of people show.
See, this is like a Spanish colony, basically in Africa. Spain over here, but also Spain here, down literally in Morocco. So not exactly a long distance to go. Doesn't even get you to Europe, really. I mean, it's technically European soil, but you're still on the other side of the Mediterranean. Ha. Not ha. Ha.
At Ceuta, they obviously don't even have like the basic capacity to be able to help. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have, the food, they don't have the water, they don't have all the resources that would be needed to accommodate refugees, right? Okay. Well, take a look at this. Breaking, Trump sends a letter today to Morocco's king to confirm that the U.S. joins Israel in recognizing Morocco's control over Western Sahara only a day after the orchestrated invasion on Spain, confirming U.S.-Israeli involvement. So, in other words, this was Trump and Netanyahu working together with another vassal state of theirs, the government of Morocco, to say, go ahead and do it.
Yep. And it would seem that there was also some suggestion that the Spanish island of Ceuta was also in play here. Yeah. Yes, here's where it gets even more interesting. Because once again, just going back to this map, this is basically Moroccan territory, right? Like, it just physically, it seems more like it should be Morocco than it should be Spain, but it's Spain because, Spain's done a lot of colonialism around this region. So, they got little islands here and there still left in places that maybe don't make a ton of sense, but are still technically Spain. And so you can see how a similar sort of suggestion, this time with this island rather than with the Western Sahara, could lead to some problems.
State. That's what this is. It is not a refugee crisis. It's not. I'm pro-refugee. This is not a refugee crisis. This is a coordinated invasion, ladies and gentlemen. It's a coordinated invasion, and it's being done on purpose. Okay, don't believe me? Look at this. Clash Report says, several Moroccans said police encouraged them to cross into Ceuta, with some officers telling migrants, go that way, come to Spain. And they have multiple examples in this piece. It was planned, it was orchestrated, it was done on purpose, it was done because the Spanish government is pro-Palestine, and it was done because they wanted to take over control of the Strait of Gibraltar so they could keep a vital trade route open and not have to worry about Spain.
This is nonsense. So dozens of people died in this rush on Ceuta Island. And then apparently, almost all of them have now returned to Morocco, from what I understand. Because it's clear that no, Morocco is not going to be taking the island back from Spain. And that swimming across that channel was not a military invasion. But wait, there's more.
Think tanks argued back in April that Israel should help Morocco take over Ceuta in order to punish Spain. This is the sort of stuff that world wars are made of, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Analysts at Israel-funded think tanks argued back in April that Israel should help Morocco take over Ceuta in order to punish Spain. The trail is there, bro. Here is the text from U.S. Congressional Report back in April stating for the first time, quote, Ceuta and Melilla are located in Moroccan territory and remain the subject of Morocco's long-standing claim. It calls on Secretary of State Marco Rubio to facilitate that status change.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
There you have it. Wow, what a fucking story. Unbelievable. If there weren't just copious amounts of evidence, it would be unbelievable. All right. Now, we have not talked about the United Kingdom and the Clacton by-election, which is happening very, very soon. August 13th. 7 days. We're on Clacton countdown. Count Binface. 7 days to make his case to the locals and potentially beat Nigel Farage. Could he actually win? One question being asked a whole month ago by one Owen Jones.
Could Nigel Farage be politically destroyed by a man in a bin? It's increasingly clear that Nigel Farage's decision to call a by-election in Clacton is a disaster. Other parties have all said they're going to boycott it. Now we're talking Labour, Tories, the Green Party, Restore, the Lib Dems. So it really does actually look like it will just be Nigel Farage versus Count Binface. That's right, Count Binface. He's the only credible candidate standing in the by-election who could potentially defeat Nigel Farage and, in theory, destroy his career and end all momentum for Reform UK.
I'm just realizing this is the wrong one. I could have sworn Owen did a on the street. Did I added the wrong one? How did this happen? He did I could have sworn Owen went and did an on the street style interview talking to Clacton Knights. I don't know what you call yourselves. But I think it's the wrong clip. Yeah, it's the wrong clip. Hell, son of a bitch. Alright, fine. Up next. Sorry for Space Hams. ABC News. We can't sit here with things unintended. Look, mistakes were made. We must move on. 6 days ago.
A bizarre beachside by-election between a man hoping to be the UK's next Prime Minister and a man dressed as a bin.
Do not underestimate the power of the bin.
Earlier this month, popular Reform UK leader Nigel Farage quit Parliament following a donation scandal, but he's recontesting his seat of Clacton-on-Sea.
I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions.
The major parties say it's a circus and they're not taking part, leaving serial candidate Count Binface as Nigel Farage's main challenger.
Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you.
The ABC was granted an interview with the Count, who's actually a British comedy writer.
You go after the big names, and now you're going after Nigel Farage. Why?
Well, I think going after is quite an aggressive
there it is.
I am participating in the wonder of democracy. It's pretty darn clear what the choice is. Nigel Farage or not Nigel Farage. Easy peasy.
Some say it's all getting a bit too silly. Others say the bin is following a proud British tradition.
So this is a rich seam of British satire and humour, which in the end wouldn't normally get much of a mention.
Here, in this country, you can vote for whoever you want, and you can stand for election, no matter what you look like.
So true. Binface is proving that over and over and over again. I think I found it. So, hold on. Let's go to Clacton-on-Sea. Owen Jones, 5 days ago. I don't know how I confused this for the other video, but, you know.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Heinous, traumatic, outrageous.
Is this it? Is this the one? Yes.
A man with a bin in his head? No. A man that dresses a fox? No. There's a clairvoyant, but shouldn't a clairvoyant know the future?
What do you reckon? It's Nigel Farage versus Count Binface, or is it? We're in Clacton-on-Sea. This constituency was won by the Reform leader back in 2024. He just called a bloody by-election, didn't he? But why? Now, he's under massive pressure over the small issue of a £5 million personal donation from a Thai-based crypto billionaire, plus benefits in kind, donations in kind from a convicted fraudster. So he decided to deflect from that scrutiny by calling an election and presenting it as the establishment out to get him. The establishment apparently not being a former city stockbroker who's a millionaire and friends with the President of the United States, who's bankrolled by a billionaire. But has that cut through? Do people care here? Are they still going to vote for him?
Damn, Quaxim is coming for Clacton. Clacton isn't a nice place. Jeez. It looks lovely. It's on sea, or at least by this. It's near the sea. You can clearly see it from here. Got the beach. You got the sea. You got the beach and the sea. How can you go wrong? How could you possibly go wrong, Duck?
How's Count Binface doing? Is this going to be maybe the opportunity for Farage to turn it all around? They've lost by-elections. They've gone down in the polling. Is Count Binface going to make an impression? And what does this say about our divided and fractured nation, which has been in crisis and turmoil for so many years? How was your summer Clacton?
How's your summer Clacton? It's gone downhill, but it's picking itself up again.
A beautiful town. You know.
That's what I'm saying. It looks lovely. I mean, it almost doesn't seem like the United Kingdom. It looks like it's in the Mediterranean or something. You know? I see a couple palm trees in the background there. It looks beautiful. We got the pier. How can you go wrong?
They had the best and they threw it away with butlins, which is wrong.
I love Clacton.
It's a hive
You
of
come along with this and the
racists.
grounds are kept beautiful.
It's a hive of racists. Yes, well, I did, as it turns out, I did listen to this whole thing the other day. I did listen to this when it first came out. Woo! Yeah, you got some real winners around here in Clacton. Really special kind of British person here. Seems quite conservative, if you know. Quite conservative from these folks. The vibes that I was picking up on. Deeply, deeply conservative. Who should we hear from? I'm trying to remember which one of these people we should hear from. I still think they should vote for the bin. You know, it's going to bring galactic greatness to a little place like Clacton. How could you go wrong with that? It's like they don't love greatness or the galaxy. It's really weird. It's weird. It's very strange to me.
Who did you used to vote for before Reform?
Well, I voted for different parties. Yeah. Which one? I think you look at who's going to be the MP, and it looks decent. You know, we make mistakes. Boris Johnson's one. Margaret Thatcher was a huge
Even the
mistake.
seagulls are
Why?
racist.
Sorry?
Why was she a mistake?
Wow, the ducks in chat are accusing the seagulls in Clacton of being racist. This is galactic news. This is serious galactic news right here. Okay, Space Fams. The seagulls in Clacton racist? Oh my god. Wow.
Hold us off.
Is it because of fish and chips has gotten too expensive, and now everyone from the humans to the seagulls have gone all bigoted?
Tell you.
Because they're hangry?
Doesn't Farage believe it? I mean, he's basically a Thatcherite. He quit the Conservative Party when they got rid of Thatcher in anger.
Well, you got to give him a chance. I quite like him, so.
You're not worried about all that money, £5 million loan donation?
No.
Doesn't bother you?
No.
But why do you think he got given that money?
Well, because he's a nice man.
Do you think the Thai-based billionaire just went, oh, he's a nice guy, I'll give you some money?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nigel.
Yeah.
Well, they're all just as bad as each other, let's be fair. But he sells a good game. I mean, kind of liked him on The Jungle anyway. I thought he'd done well on that.
Is that where you got to know him better?
Yeah. Good to see more of his personality.
Donna, who do you think I'm going to vote for?
I'm not for me to put words in your mouth.
Nigel Farage.
Why Nigel Farage?
Because we like him.
Are you worried about the donation from crypto billionaire, from fraudster, 5 million?
No.
Oh my god. I mean, I watched this whole thing, and I don't know if this is representative of the entire population of Clacton-on-Sea. But these two ladies right here seem to represent all of Clacton-on-Sea. Rather advanced in age, I guess you might say. And white. That just seemed to be the general demographic around here. Had a couple of dudes in there too, also advanced in age. Like this guy. Also white.
For a foreign-based billionaire, but
Like an individual gift, not to the party. It's gone to him, to his bank account.
well, if the foreign billionaire has got the money and he wants to do that, then that's his obligation, and that's up to him to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of reform supporters around here. People making excuses for Nigel Farage in this interview over and over again. Seem to be just a ton of those running around here. Seems to be no shortage of those. Although there was one. There was one Binface supporter who who our Owen Jones found.
What's happening now? This country's in a right mess.
There's always hope.
What do you think of Farage?
Do you want me to be polite or not?
Don't pull your punches.
No, he's absolutely useless as an MP. Never here. I can't think of one thing he's done for the area at all. I think he's a proto-fascist, and his politics I just can't stand. Division, hate. It's not what the country needs at all.
Why do you think he appeals to so many people here?
I think people want change. People are angry. That is what people are lashing out at, and they see him with his loud voice, his voices of hate. Oh, get behind him, get behind him. He's not for Britain. He's a millionaire.
And what do you think about this donation, this $5 million donation he got from this Thai-based crypto billionaire?
I mean, his supporters, so all Labour and the Tories, they all get it. 5 million, nothing like that. He's been bought, and he's willingly been bought as well. It's a donation, it's a pay packet, to be honest with you, for what he's going to deliver if he ever gets in number 10. God help us,
Well, I think there's a bunch of secret Binface supporters. You know how in the United States, there were a lot of claims that Trump voters were shy about telling pollsters, when asked about their support for the president. They're a little ashamed, whatever it was. They're a little standoffish about their support. I think we might have a similar situation here in Clacton. You know, we might have a bunch of sleeper Binface supporters around here. You know, sort of an element, a pro Binface element in Clacton, an unheard element. It's gonna show up in droves. Vote the bin in. You bin it to win it, if you will.
British comedy writer.
You go after the big names, and now you're going after Nigel Farage. Why?
Well, I think going after is quite an aggressive phrase. I am participating in the wonder of democracy. It's pretty darn clear what the choice is. Nigel Farage or not Nigel Farage.
I love that ABC News Australia did a hologram, a fake hologram, but still a hologram of Binface. It's amazing. It might be real, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, we have hologram technology. It's just amazing. This is the correct use of hologram technology, okay? And see, whatever technology was used to create this effect, I approve. This is the correct use. Perfect time for this.
Choices: Nigel Farage or not Nigel Farage. Easy peasy.
Some say it's all getting a bit too silly. Others say the bin is following a proud British tradition.
So this is a rich seam of British satire and humour, which in the end wouldn't normally get much of a mention.
Here, in this country, you can vote for whoever you want, and you can stand for election, no matter what you look like.
Do you think you can win?
Yes, we tin can, is one of my slogans.
If he does win, the Count faces a problem. Parliamentary rules mean an MP can't sit in the Commons with a bin on their head. Elias Kluwer, ABC News, London.
And there you go, Space Fams. One more clip on this Clacton by-election. Count Binface, 3 days ago. I've been waiting with much anticipation, on bated breath, pins and needles. At the edge of my seat, gripping my frickin' buttocks, if you will. Waiting for an update on this election from the man himself, and here it is. Count Binface.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! A question I get asked a lot is, can I actually win? And I've got an answer to that, because I've done my Earth history reading. Yes, not the Odyssey, that was bullshit. No, I'm talking about Martin Bell, an accidental MP. Yes, almost 30 years ago, a former BBC journalist, a very esteemed one, decided he would take on the sleaze-riddled Conservative MP, Neil Hamilton, in an election. And you know what? Against all the odds, the other party stood down, and he only went and bloomin' won. So it can be done. I've been doing my reading. Yes, Martin, I think it's all in here. And if he can win, why can't I win? That's right, there is a president. He's not an alien, as far as I know, but he is a blooming good bloke. And I think, together, Clacton, we can make lightning strike twice. Yes, vote Binface.
Vote Binface, Clacton. And look at this. I don't think this is the simulator aboard the I forget the name of his spaceship. Excuse me, Mr. Binface. Count Binface. Excuse me, Binface. This does not appear to me to be a simulation. I think he's really in Clacton. That appears to be the Clacton Pier. I could even hear the sound of stones moving beneath his feet. That's right. I do believe the Binface has descended. The Count has appeared here. At the pier. Appeared at the pier. The Count. Count the Count in. At the Clacton Pier. No, it's not likely. But there could be, as I said, some unseen, unheard element in Clacton. Some non-ancient, some non-octogenarian reform, some non-reform, non-octogenarian form of human life in Clacton, secretly supporting Bin. Perhaps even those same people claiming support. Maybe that's just peer pressure. They might all secretly love Binface. This is what I'm saying. It could be a wave. It could be a space wave. Speaking of waves, there could have been a wave of another variety, a purple wave, a Twitch flavored wave descending upon the United Kingdom, had it not been for the Labour Party's decision to ban Hasan Piker from the country.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Channel 4 got an exclusive with Mr. Piker.
This is Hasan Parker.
While in Wisconsin. Figured I'd pepper this in while we're talking Britain in the same stream that we're talking about Wisconsin. See what I've done here? Full circle, Space Fams.
Can we just ask you about the Home Office revoking your visa? We're from Channel 4 News in England.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs that the Labour government did such an undemocratic thing. But I guess that's the state of the world now. That's the state of liberal democracy now. I didn't have a problem going into the country under Tory leadership, which, clearly I'm at bigger odds with.
They've said that your presence in the UK wouldn't be conducive to the public good. Do you think that could harm Abdul al-Said's campaign being associated with you?
No, I don't think so.
Will it put off some voters?
No, I don't think so. The overwhelming majority.
So great. Like, honestly, our connections, they're so real, Britain. You banning Hasan Piker from the United States. From the United Kingdom. See, look what I'm doing over here. You banning Hasan from the UK for being too pro-Palestinian. Us putting people in detention camps for being too pro-Palestinian. It's very similar, American media going after Hasan and saying, are you sure that you're not too far left and are you going to ruin the chances of these candidates? And you do. Look, you do. Channel 4 also back in the United States doing the same tired shtick that every other mainstream outlet is doing right now, asking Hasan, hey Hasan, are you sure that you're being a communist isn't going to be a big problem for everybody? I'm just wondering. A communist. Can you tell me are you sure you don't hate America and love jihad?
Of the Western world, I think, recognizes that what Israel is doing is a genocide. I think the media is now playing catch up at this point, but for the most part, the people are pretty united on this issue. And no matter how hard governments move in the direction of repression, you can't really hide from the truth, and you can't really hide from the shame either. So, it's a setback, it's a hurdle, it's a real shame as well, especially considering that, I personally thought the UK was a bastion of liberal democracy, that these values like freedom of expression were values that especially the Labour government would be committed to. Hopefully there will be some attitude shifts happening with Burnham.
The government says it is committed to those values, but it says that your presence, you threaten those values. You're not conducive to the public good because of some of your rhetoric.
Yeah, of course the government is going to say that. They're not going to be like, yeah, we hate free speech now, but were they really committed to it with the pensioners that they arrested for the Palestine Action protests that were...
Oh, Hasan making some very cogent points over here, Channel 4. Okay. Oh, well, we already watched part of this clip earlier this week anyway. But it just felt right to revisit it today, now, while we're talking about the United Kingdom. And the impending binification of Clacton-on-Sea. Okay. Next, got other things happening in Europe, and unfortunately, fighting between Ukraine and Russia has only gotten worse. Both sides committing horrible crimes, attacks on civilian infrastructure and targets. All week. It's only Wednesday, right? Yep, Wednesday. All week. Starting Sunday. Here's Channel 4.
A night of heavy Russian attacks shaking Kyiv's skyline. 220 missiles and drones fired into Ukrainian territory, the government said, including 27 ballistic missiles. Only one of those intercepted. Ukraine's president blaming a dwindling supply of Patriot missile interceptors. Residents and rescue workers left to deal with the results.
Yup. Russia unleashing a series of strikes on civilians, apartment buildings, and other crap like that in Kyiv on Sunday night, Monday? By Monday night, Tuesday morning. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, let's do this in this order, actually. I like this in this order better. Wait, no, not that. Don't do this to me. You're fucking me up. There we go. This happened at the same time. Like Monday night, Tuesday morning, Russia launched another campaign. This time attacking hundreds of gas stations across the country, seemingly in a response to Ukraine's targeting of Russia's oil infrastructure weeks ago, right? We've been watching this back and forth, this escalation of this targeting. There's no end to this. This is why we should always just should leave civilians out of this stuff, because you just keep one-ing up people until you're just, it's just there's no end to this, and it just ends in it just leads to human suffering, right? So we're supposed to have armies and laws, like international laws and all these other sorts of fancy things. But this whole thing is just fucking falling apart. And it's not just Russia. Just to be clear, Ukraine has been, we'll be talking about Ukraine's stuff just a moment. But here's CNN from Monday. On this Russian campaign targeting Ukrainian gas stations.
Even stopping for gas in Ukraine can now be lethal. More than 200 fuel stations have been attacked by Russia since June. That's about 3 a day. In a country where the war has shut down commercial flights, they are a lifeline with a huge role in a vast country. The pumps now...
The drones that can do this kind of damage now are so small. They're just the size of a consumer drone. Because you can strap really powerful tiny amounts of explosives to these things, I guess. It looks like that seems to be what the case is. Super tiny amounts of high powered explosives. I assume C4 and things like that. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm just guessing. Just look at it. It's tiny. It's like a normal ass drone. And yet it leads to this?
In a country where the war has shut down commercial flights.
Holy fuck.
They are a lifeline with a huge role in a vast country. The pump's now a place to listen out for the buzz of drones and know where the bomb shelter is.
Christ.
In Zaporizhia, policeman Mikhailo ran in to help after a drone struck one station, but then he heard a second.
Yep, Russia's doing double tap drone strikes on civilian targets now. Meanwhile, Ukraine's use of robotic amphibious drone technology is signaling a new era of warfare. We've been watching Ukraine's abilities just sort of get catapulted into the stratosphere when it comes to drone technologies specifically. They are really on the forefront of all of this, and it seems like every single week they're hitting some new milestone on these things. Here's NBC News also from Tuesday, Monday, whatever it was, somewhere in there.
On this narrow strip of land in the Black Sea, a new chapter in the history of warfare. The Ukrainian military releasing a video showing a naval drone landing on a beach, then launching a robotic vehicle armed with a machine gun to open fire on Russian targets nearby. It may not be on the grand scale of Allied forces storming the beaches of Normandy, but it's being widely reported as the first known fully robotic amphibious landing.
It's not easy to make robots work with other robots. It's even more.
Yep, the killer robots are here. Ukraine's got them. They're using them on the battlefield in essentially every capacity now. Water, land, air, and in combination with each other. Which is really genuinely something of a... what do you call it? An innovation. I'm going to give them that much for sure. That's a battlefield innovation right there. I mean,
Russia said.
Just think about how many people died in World War II storming beaches, right? Just think about that for 1 second. I don't know the exact number, but it's huge. It's easily in the tens of thousands, if not higher. I don't know exactly the number on beach deaths in World War II, but I know it's high. And what if you could just stick a machine gun equipped drone on a boat and storm a beach that way? What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a hypothetical and it's real? Okay, great. All right. Now here in another chapter in a series of attacks that Ukraine has been what's the word for this? Has been carrying out in Russia on civilian targets. They have hit, I think, close to a half a dozen different what's it called again? Wild berries? I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of this fucking place still. But there's a Russian... Wild berries? Why can't I think of the name of this? It is wild berries. It is wild berries. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. There's a Russian online retailer which has been compared to Amazon, which is effectively a civilian target. Ukraine is claiming that it's not because it's owned by and operated by someone who's also involved in military contracting with the Russian government. But suffice to say, just imagine how civilian of a target would you consider Amazon to be, you know? Because Amazon, I think, has a couple of government contracts, too. I don't think that makes them necessarily, military. I don't think that makes them military targets. That's the claim they continue to make. However, they continue to attack targets that, to me, seem to be even more what I would describe as civilian targets. This week, Ukraine's military being accused of a literal terror attack by Russia. after a beach resort was targeted, 7 people killed, dozens injured.
Russia says it was a deliberate strike by Ukraine on civilians in broad daylight, with 7 people, including 3 children, being killed in a drone attack on a Russian seaside resort. Ukraine has so far not commented on today's strike, but they...
So, yeah, no, Admitty, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've been saying, how long have I been saying it? This whole thing just needs to come to an end. It's not ever going anywhere. It's never going anywhere. It's just where it's going. It's just more war crimes. That's where we're going. I keep saying it, and I hate that I'm right about it, but we keep seeing the war crime funnel, whatever you want to call it, the spiraling of further and further war crimes, just seems to be escalating, descending, whatever you want to call it, just descending into the depths. When does it end? And what needs to be achieved on either side at this point to have this end? It's very frustrating. And Vladimir Putin, what is he getting out of this right now? This whole thing just needs to come to an end. We gotta go back to the table. It's been almost a full year since the failed accords in Turkey. What was that, September of last year? It's been like literally a full year. It's been like 11 months since anybody even said the word peace when it comes to Ukraine. When's that gonna happen? It was day one. I was actually told, if I recall correctly, day one was when we were gonna get peace.
Seaside resort.
Remember that?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Day one. And the wars.
It was a deliberate strike by Ukraine on civilians in broad daylight, with 7 people, including 3 children, being killed in a drone attack on a Russian seaside resort. Ukraine has so far not commented on today's strike, but there clearly has been a willingness and capability over several months for Kyiv to go after Russia in its own backyard. Steve Rosenberg will have the latest from Moscow, but first, James Landale has our top story tonight.
In this war, both sides say they don't target civilians, but civilians are paying a price, even on the beach. The drone strike happened at a resort near Zelenchik on the Black Sea coast. The authorities said 7 were killed, including 3 children, with 40 wounded.
Yeah, the Black Sea is like the, if I'm not mistaken, the vacation destination of Russia. Yeah, it's very similar to like the Mediterranean, right? Very temperate climate. Nice beaches, and then drone strikes.
Police said there were no warning sirens. The sound of gunfire suggesting the drone may have been hit by air defences or electronic jamming, according to Ukrainian media. But the governor of this region, which is popular with Russian holidaymakers, accused Ukraine of a deliberate strike on civilians. Russia's foreign ministry accused Ukraine and its allies of terrorism.
Yeah, that's almost certainly a war crime. Striking a beach? What's the military significance of that beach filled with people sunbathing? We can all agree that that's an unacceptable use of military force on a civilian target. Skipping ahead just a little bit.
In the Dnipropetrovsk region, killed 3, including an 8-year-old boy. And just a short drive away, a funeral for a family wiped out by a Russian missile strike last week. Coffins for the parents and 3 children, but none for 5 other children still unaccounted for. Back in Russia, another Ukrainian strike on a warehouse owned by Wildberries, the country's largest online retailer. For Russian businesses and civilians, this war is coming closer to home. James Landale, BBC News.
Yep. Like I was saying, I've lost count. I think it's a half a dozen, but don't quote me on that number. I have lost count on exactly how many of these wild berries have been hit now. It is a bunch. It's a bunch. It's approaching like 6 or more. Ukraine is just unleashing a wave of these strikes on this retailing giant. Okay, well, there's your European news for today. But we still have other places on the planet, as it turns out. Like the continent of Africa. Often neglected. And today is no different. We will be talking about it, but we'll be talking about how it's being neglected. And as a result of the cutting of U.S. aid on the continent, the shuttering of USAID, an African Union mission, which is like Africa's version of the EU, a little different, but basically the same concept. Not everybody is a member, but a mission which the African Union was going to put on in Somalia to deal with security issues in the country has now been put on hold as a result of the United States' withdrawal of funding any and all humanitarian efforts on the continent. Fuck yeah! Here's Eye of Africa, France 24 News. Sunday.
What will be the future of the African Union stabilising mission in Somalia after the 31st of December, the date that the United States